I am surrounded by goddesses. Qin Yi traveled through time with a card drawing system. After a 10-draw pull, saints and witches from all sides swarmed toward him. Qin Yi, family, who understands this? How can I handle all this? Don't I deserve a break? Chapter 001, This goddess is too proactive. The ancestor has two hobbies in life, one is cultivation, and the other is tormenting exceptionally beautiful and talented women. 11er, you are the most beautiful and talented woman in our family. You must serve the ancestor well. A great calamity is upon us. Only the ancestor can save us. Sacrificing you will bring him out of seclusion, saving the lives of the 8,000 members of the Jiang family. Child, for the sake of the family, we apologize. In the hall, the elders gathered together, constantly advising the 18-year-old girl, Jiang Zishi. Jiang Zishi's expression was one of deep sorrow. A proud celestial goddess, with unmatched beauty and talent, and yet, she was about to serve a 3,000-year-old old man. This humiliation was unbearable for her. But go. Your family will take care of things for you. You must do your best to please the ancestor. The positions have been taught to you. The rest depends on your sincerity. 1 month. If the ancestor doesn't come out of seclusion, the 38 people from your branch of the family will. Jiang Zishi bit her lip, tears falling. Yes, I will serve the ancestor well. She had no choice. She could ignore the family's survival, but she could not ignore the lives of her loved ones. 1 month. Time was too tight. If the calamity had come decades later, she would have been confident in dealing with it on her own. But now, there was no time. The only way was to offer herself to the ancestor in the forbidden grounds and ask him to come out. Under the escort of the elders, Jiang Zishi made her way to the forbidden area in the family's rear mountain and entered a cave. Remember your task. The ancestor has been in seclusion for 800 years, and his desires may be strong. You must endure. The ancestor doesn't care about appearance, he may look strange. You must understand. The ancestor has special preferences and may play tricks on you. You must see through them and just let him enjoy himself. Also, with just a thought, the ancestor could destroy you hundreds of times. Be very careful with your words and actions. Be obedient, and more obedient. The elders gave her one last round of instructions. Jiang Zishi's figure disappeared down the corridor, and their voices gradually faded away. She felt like a prisoner heading to her execution, each step heavier than the last. Finally, a stone door appeared before her. If there's a next life, I swear I want to be a woman. She muttered quietly in her heart, then pushed open the stone door and entered. Inside the forbidden stone chamber, the light was dim, and she could barely make out a figure. It was a young man. Short hair, oddly dressed, his appearance completely different from normal people. But, he was actually quite handsome. As expected, the ancestor's appearance is strange. Jiang Zishi thought to herself. Strangely enough, though she had been feeling sorrowful earlier, when she saw their ancestor, there was little resistance in her heart. In fact, there was an indescribable feeling, as if she knew him. Strange, how could this be? Jiang Zishi couldn't help but wonder. But on the surface, she didn't dare to show any disrespect. Following the elders' instructions, she adopted a respectful posture and softly said, Jiang family, 187th generation, Jiang Zishi, pays respects to the ancestor. She then knelt, making herself as humble as possible. You are Jiang Zishi? The short-haired man said in surprise. Jiang Zishi, still kneeling, replied, Yes, ancestor, do you know me? The short-haired man fell silent. After a while, he waved his hand, Come here. Yes, ancestor. Jiang Zishi stood up, feeling a bit sorry for herself, but for some reason, there was also a sense of impatience, as if she couldn't wait to walk toward him. Their ancestor admired her beauty and sighed, You're truly beautiful, much more so than those female celebrities. Jiang Zishi felt an inexplicable happiness in her heart, thinking to herself, Of course, everyone calls me the most beautiful woman in the snow country. Who are these female celebrities to compare with me? She lowered her head, not daring to look directly at the ancestor, maintaining a respectful attitude, though for some reason, her resistance was fading more and more. What do you know? The ancestor asked. Jiang Zishi replied respectfully, replying to the ancestor, Zishi's learning is shallow, and my immortal techniques are not impressive. I dare not boast in front of you. However, I am proficient in bedroom techniques and will certainly serve you well. The ancestor was taken aback. Bedroom techniques? Yes. Jiang Zish's face turned bright red. In order to make her serve the ancestor well, the elders had gone to great lengths, even hiring more than 10 retired prostitutes to teach her the ways of the trade. Originally, she found it utterly disgusting. If it weren't for her family's survival, she would never have learned such things. But now, seeing this ancestor, though his clothes were strange, he was very young and handsome, full of vitality. The resistance she had felt earlier faded almost completely. Additionally, there was a strange aura about him, as if a red thread connected them, causing her to feel an involuntary sense of familiarity. At this moment, she no longer felt sad. In fact, she even felt a hint of anticipation. Ancestor, may I help you undress? Jiang Zishi asked softly. Wait, this is moving too fast. Let me calm down. The ancestor looked uncomfortable, as if shocked by the whole situation. Jiang Zishi thought, isn't this the rule you set, old man? You wanted the most beautiful woman to come and serve you to get you out of seclusion. Why the shocked expression now? Oh, could this be their special preference, the elders mentioned? She suddenly understood. Recalling a trick the retired prostitutes had taught her, when men act pure and say no, it just means they want you to take the initiative, like a queen, and force them. So she braced herself and adopted a domineering attitude in front of the ancestor, saying, this cannot be delayed. The ancestor must not refuse. I have been poisoned, and only your life essence can cure me. So, when she reached this point, she couldn't bring herself to say more and just started to undress the ancestor. Hey. What are you doing? Don't do this, we've just met. The ancestor was startled by her bold actions and jumped back 2 meters. Don't go, I need the antidote tilde. Jiang Zishi was furious, stamping her feet. How shameful that she, a girl, had to take the initiative. The ancestor was truly too much. But the elders had said, no matter how the ancestor rejected or reacted, her only task was to use her body to satisfy him. The lives of her loved ones were at stake, and she couldn't afford to slack off. So, gritting her teeth, she chased after him again. Girl, stop this. I'm not like that. I'm a serious player who enjoys data cultivation, not a 2-dimensional pervert collecting wives through card draws. My clothes. Don't take off my pants, please. He ran fast, but no matter how fast, he was just an ordinary man. Jiang Zishi used some of her spiritual power and quickly caught up with him, stripping him naked. They ran, dodged. Suddenly. Crack. A loud sound. They crashed into something, and some object shattered on the ground. Jiang Zishi stopped, looked closely, and saw a broken skeleton. Whose bones are these? She was not afraid, only confused. The man covered his lower body, forced a smile, and said, this should be your so-called ancestor. What? The ancestor is dead. Then who are you? Jiang Zishi stared in disbelief. I guess I'm your master, or a summoner, the man replied. Chapter 002 Give me back my pants. This. Jiang Zishi was stunned. Well, can you give me back my pants first? Oh. I'm sorry. Jiang Zishi's mind was in a mess. She couldn't figure out the current situation and returned the clothes awkwardly. After a while, the man put on his clothes. He formally introduced himself. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Yi, a 21-year-old sophomore. Jiang Zishi frowned, only 21 years old. So it's not that you have a high level of cultivation that I can't see through, but that you have no cultivation at all. Yeah. It's over. I'm dead now. Jiang Zishi looked miserable. She looked at the bones on the ground and found a ring from the bones, confirming that it was the ancestor's token. The ancestor is dead. Who will save the Jiang clan from the catastrophe? This is too terrible. The death of the ancestor is equivalent to cutting off the last way out for the Jiang clan. She didn't even have time to feel ashamed of chasing the man to take off his clothes. She was spinning in circles, anxious to cry. Hey, am I so bad? You know I'm not the ancestor, but you're like this. Do you like old people? Qin Yi asked depressedly. It's not because of this. Oh, you're an outsider who trespassed into the forbidden land of the Jiang clan. I should have killed you. Jiang Zishi suddenly remembered that this was a forbidden land. How could an ordinary person like Qin Yi break in? Qin Yi smiled when he heard it. Kill me, I'm your master, can you do it? He stretched his neck and moved closer to her. Jiang Zishi blushed. You, what nonsense are you talking about? You're not the ancestor, I won't serve you. But surprisingly, she didn't feel angry, let alone hit her. She didn't know why she was like this. According to her usual style, this kind of outspoken lecher would have been slapped to death. Jiang Zishi is not a kind woman, and has been known for her evil deeds over the years. If it weren't for the disaster, the elders of the Jiang clan threatened her family, she would never have treated herself like this. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Tell me about your story, maybe I can help. Qin Yi put away his joking expression. This. Jiang Zishi thought about it, shook her head and sighed, you can't help me. Without the ancestor, no one can save the Jiang clan. How do you know if I don't tell you? I'm a cheater. Qin Yi smiled lightly. You don't have any cultivation. God, why should I talk to you so kindly? I should kill you. Jiang Zishi was very entangled, and her instinct told her that she shouldn't talk to Qin Yi like this is not her style. But her body was out of control, and she subconsciously wanted to obey Qin Yi. Is this poisoned? It's outrageous. Okay, you won't tell me, right? Then I order you to tell me the truth. Qin Yi's tone became more serious. Oh. Seeing his serious look, Jiang Zishi couldn't help but feel a little scared, and immediately became obedient. She felt a little absurd. Why should she, a proud girl, be afraid of an ordinary person with no cultivation? But her body was out of control, and she spoke honestly. It's like this. There are 8 ancient tribes in the Snow Country, and our Jiang tribe is one of them. Thousands of years ago, the 8 tribes joined forces to kill a demon king and obtained a magic weapon. The magic weapon was too fierce and difficult to control, so the 8 tribes split it into 8 parts and suppressed it separately. In recent years, the silent fragments of the magic weapon suddenly vibrated. We learned that the magic weapons of the 8 tribes all reacted, and a new demon king was born and wanted to take them away. Today's 8 ancient tribes are not as strong as before. The Qin tribe, the Yi tribe, the Lin tribe, and the Xiao tribe have been destroyed one after another, and 4 of the magic weapon fragments have been lost. According to the other party's movements, the next target is us. The demon king will arrive in a month at most. Without the ancestor, the strongest of our Jiang tribe is only in the Fashuan realm, and there is no way to compete. Qin Yi frowned slightly when he heard this. It's a bit difficult to say that. It's impossible for him, a weakling, to deal with the demon king. But Jiang Zishi has a chance. What realm is the demon king? How are the realms divided? He asked. Jiang Zishi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy didn't even know the common sense of realms, and he still wanted to help the Jiang clan resolve the crisis. What a joke! But she still told Qin Yi about it. Cultivation realms, external training, internal strength, tiger expulsion, dragon transformation, Gangqi, tyrant body, Fashuan, Wanxian, Jindan, Mingwen, Hezhen. The demon king who went there thousands of years ago was a terrifying existence in the Hezhen realm. The 8 clans dispatched more than 10 Mingwen masters and a large number of Jindan masters to barely kill him. The current demon king is not so terrifying. It is said that he only has the strength of Jindan realm. But the strength of the 8 clans is far less than before. There are not many Wanxian realms. Even if they unite as one, it is difficult to compete, not to mention that they are far away from each other and cannot join forces. Not only that, it is said that the demon king has several subordinates, and their strength is also terrible. Only the Jiang clan's Mingwen realm ancestors can compete with such an enemy. It's a pity that the ancestor of the inscription realm has already passed away. Judging from the appearance of the corpse, he has been dead for at least 200 or 300 years. Qin Yi frowned after listening. It's a little difficult to get for realms. Yes, so. Alas, I'm afraid that our Jiang family will follow the footsteps of the 4 families of Xiao, Lin, Yi, and Qin. Jiang Zishi sighed. Qin Yi said, wait a minute, I'll check how to combine cards, maybe there is still a chance. Jiang Zishi, combine cards. What combine cards? Qin Yi ignored her, but silently recited the system and opened the plug-in he had just obtained not long ago. After traveling to this ghost place, he was directly bound by a system called Goddess Card Drawing System. This system has only two functions, one is to draw cards, and the other is to combine cards. Draw cards, refresh the number of times at 12 noon every day, one draw a day, can be accumulated, and the probability of encountering high-quality goddess cards will be higher after accumulating 10 times. All the goddesses he drew would come to him involuntarily and form a bond with him. Of course, this bond is very weak and needs to be managed by oneself. If it is not handled well, it is possible to be killed by the goddess. As for their way of management, there are two types. One is to win the hearts of the goddesses through charm and make them obey willingly. The other is to combine cards. The so-called card combination is to merge and upgrade the goddess cards drawn. Like Jiang Zishi, she was drawn in the first card drawing opportunity given by the system for free, and the initial quality is purple card. Above the purple card, there are orange cards, red 1 star, red 2 stars, all their way to 10 stars. The number of cards required for card combination is also different. To go from purple to orange, you need to consume 2 goddess cards with the same name, which means you have to draw Jiang Zishi twice more. And to go from orange to red, you don't need the same card, just any one orange card. When the cards are combined and upgraded, the strength of the goddess will naturally grow. Qin Yi carefully checked the system data and roughly determined the comparison of the realms. Purple card equals Ganqi realm, orange card equals Tyrant Body realm, red card equals Fashuan realm, 1 star equals Wanxiang realm, 2 stars equals Jiedan realm. So, if he wants to kill the devil, he has to upgrade Jiang Zishi to 2 stars. 1 chance to draw a card a day, 30 days to reach 2 stars, this is harder than climbing to the sky. Anyone who has played the card drawing game knows that you are thankful to get a card of the same name in 3 consecutive draws. It is extremely difficult to upgrade to red, let alone 2 stars. It's a bit difficult. Qin Yi felt the pressure. Seeing that he was silent for a long time and didn't say anything in the end, Jiang Zishi sighed faintly. Sure enough, I still have to rely on myself. What do you think now? Qin Yi asked her. Jiang Zishi said bitterly, what else can I do? I will stay here for a month to see if I can make a breakthrough. If the devil comes in a month, I will take advantage of the chaos to escape and save my life. I will try to avenge my parents and my people in the future. Oh. Qin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not too late for the fairy to take revenge 10 years later. Her idea was right. Let's see if your ancestor has left any good things. Maybe there is something life-saving. Qin Yi picked up the ring worn on the skeleton of their ancestor from the ground. Generally speaking, the rings on the body of the cultivator are not ordinary goods and have storage functions. Qin Yi himself has no cultivation and cannot open the storage ring, so he picked it up to hand it to Jiang Zishi for her to check. Unexpectedly, the moment he picked up the storage ring, he suddenly heard a sound in his ear. Ding tilde. You have discovered the remains of a powerful person in the Hersian realm and seized a storage ring as a trophy. It can be exchanged for 16 card draw opportunities. Do you want to exchange it? Tip: after redemption, all materials in the storage ring will disappear completely, leaving only the ring itself. Chapter 003 Card Drawing and Card Combination. Qin Yi was stunned. Can the card drawing opportunity be obtained in this way? Then there is a lot to be done in 1 month. System, in addition to discovering remains and seizing spoils, are there any other opportunities to exchange for card drawing times? He asked in his heart. The system voice gave a mechanical answer. You can also get card drawing times by defeating enemies with higher realms head on. The stronger the enemy, the more rewards you will get. The strength assessment method includes the goddesses under your command, and the highest level among all the goddesses is the standard. Is that so? So, he can also get card drawing times by defeating others through the hands of the goddess. Jiang Zishi is in the Ganqi realm, and at least he must defeat the enemies in the Ganqi realm. If he draws a higher level goddess, the threshold will also increase accordingly. It sounds slow, but in fact, the communication of divine thoughts is very fast. Qin Yi just picked up the ring and figured out how to get the card drawing times. Jiang Zishi's eyes fell on the ancestor's ring and reached out to take it. At this moment, Qin Yi silently said, exchange. Ding tilde exchange successful, you get 16 card draw opportunities. At the same time, everything inside the ring was confiscated by the system. Jiang Zishi took the storage ring, used her true energy to explore it, and then her face sank. There's nothing here. Qin Yi knew the situation and comforted her. Don't be discouraged, there is still a chance. Alas, you said it was easy, but that was a strong enemy in the Jindan realm. How to deal with it? Think of a way. I just said it's difficult, not impossible. At this moment, Qin Yi is full of confidence. Although it is quite difficult to combine two-star Jiangzishi within a month, he feels that there is a lot of room for operation, and it can still be achieved with more efforts. He has just seen the card combination formula. From purple Jiangzishi to two-star Jiangzishi, a total of 8 Jiangzishi bodies are needed, plus 1 arbitrary orange, 1 arbitrary red, and 1 arbitrary 1-star as dog food. Excluding today's draw, 7 Jiangzishi cards and 11 other characters are needed. Of course, this is not enough with 18 draws, because other dog food upgrades also require cards with the same name, and the real synthesis difficulty is still not low. Jiangzishi no longer wants to pay attention to Qin Yi. She snorted, "Don't brag, you don't even have cultivation, it's hard to say whether you can get out of this cave. There are 5 Jiang elders outside, it's as easy to kill you as it is to kill an ant." She walked to a clean place and sat down, pretending to practice. Qin Yi smiled and said, "I really don't have any skills, but I can make you stronger. I give you strength, let you become a strong man, and kill the devil with your own hands. Isn't this much more enjoyable than sacrificing your innocence and asking the ancestor to come out of seclusion? Are you crazy? How can you, a mortal, make me stronger?" Jiang Zishi looked at her with contempt. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Yi drew a card and drew her, which had some ties with her and affected her mentality, she would not bother to talk to such an arrogant mortal. Qin Yi saw that she didn't believe him, so he simply said, "How about we make a bet? I will let you reach the tyrant body realm today. If you can't do it, I will let you deal with it. If you do it, you have to listen to me in the future. How about it?" Jiang Zishi snorted, "Why should I bet with you? You are of no use to me, don't think about getting something for nothing. Even if you can get something for nothing, you have to be able to trap it. If I can't do it, you have no loss. If I can do it, you can still get the strength of the tyrant body realm, no matter how you think about it, you won't suffer any loss. Is it not a loss to listen to you? What if you ask me to do something that hurts the world, or want my body? So you are afraid of losing the bet? Do you believe me or not?" Qin Yi asked with a smile. Jiang Zishi was confused by him. After thinking for a while, she shook her head and said, "I don't believe it." "If you don't believe it, why not take a gamble?" "I won't gamble." "Why?" Qin Yi was confused. Jiang Zishi curled her lips. Who would make a bet if they were serious? I'm not the kind of person who jokes about myself casually. Qin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I wasn't kidding you either. You didn't think I made the bet just for your body, did you? If I really wanted you, I wouldn't have refused just now. You wanted to rape me like a crazy woman. If I hadn't refused so firmly, I might have been squeezed dry by you and turned into a corpse." Jiang Zishi blushed when she heard this. "You're talking nonsense. I'm not a demon woman, how could I do that? Just tell me if you wanted to rape me just now." I was. Jiang Zishi blushed for a moment, angry and embarrassed. She wanted to explain in her heart, but the explanation was even more embarrassing than this. Finally, she snorted and simply ignored him. "Hey, the strength of the tyrant body realm, don't you really want to try it?" Qin Yi continued to tease her. Jiang Zishi closed his eyes and pretended to practice, saying, "If you are in the mood to make fun of me, you might as well think about how to survive. I didn't bring any food, and you, a mortal, will die of thirst in 3 days at most. This makes sense. There is nothing in the cave, and you must get out as soon as possible. But outside are all the elders of the Jian clan. If they find that the ancestor is dead, and a young man who is nothing walks out, Qin Yi will die on the spot." Thinking of this, Qin Yi said, "How about this? I will help you break through the realm, and then you don't have to listen to me, just treat me as the ancestor, be respectful to me, and deceive your elders. What do you think?" Seeing that he said it several times in a row, it didn't seem like a joke, and slowly believed it in his heart. She looked at Qin Yi and asked, "Are you serious? Is there really a way to help me break through?" "Of course." Qin Yi was full of confidence. Not only the tyrant body realm, but also the mysterious low realm, the mysterious world realm, and the Dan formation realm can help you improve, and it won't take too long. Where do you get your confidence from? I don't understand. Jiang Zishi shook her head, unable to understand this matter anyway. She broke through the Ganqi realm last month. At the age of 18, she was already a rare genius in the Snow Country at the early stage of Ganqi. Continue to practice, the realms are more difficult than each other. Even if you are peerless figure, you have to be 20 years old to enter the Tyrant Body realm. If she can break through today, she will be the first genius in the Snow Country in 1,000 years, and she is a rare existence in the entire fairy and demon world. Even the Feishua Sword Fairy, who is as famous as her, cannot be compared. Don't worry about it, just say whether you agree or not. Naturally, the system's affairs cannot be told to others. Jiang Zishi looked at Qin Yi, hesitated for a while, and nodded. If you can really help me break through the Tyrant Body realm today and not affect my future, I will do as you said and regard you as my ancestor and serve you as my follower. There are ways to quickly break through the realm in the world of immortal cultivation, but each of them will damage the foundation and make it difficult to move forward in the future. Generally, no one will use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Qin Yi said, "Of course not, you are my first goddess. Who will protect me in the future if I block your way? You are talking nonsense again. Who is your goddess? I am me and you are you. We have no relationship." Jiang Zishi said with a straight face. Qin Yi smiled, "We will have a relationship in the future." He opened the system and prepared to draw cards. Chapter 00 for 10 consecutive draws. Jiang Zishi felt confused when she saw his mysterious confidence. This man is so weird. She felt something was wrong with her today. Under normal circumstances, she would have beaten such an outspoken ordinary person to death long ago, and there was no way she would waste time talking. I don't know what kind of magic Qin Yi has. When I see him, my heart is in turmoil, as if I have met my nemesis. I don't even dare to say harsh words to him. Hey, what about the solution you proposed? Are you just going to sit there and do nothing? Jiang Zishi couldn't help but ask. Qin Yi said calmly, "Don't be so impatient." He is looking at the card pool. To what extent Jiang Zishi can be improved within a month depends on the number of card draws and the depth of the card pool. If there are 10,000 goddesses in the card pool, she probably won't be able to enjoy the benefits of combining cards in her lifetime. But obviously, the card pool will not be so outrageous. Otherwise, why is it called the goddess card drawing system? Those who can be picked by Qin Yi must be goddesses and fairies. They are rare in the world. Not only do they have outstanding looks, their qualifications must also be top-notch, otherwise they can only be considered beauties or geniuses, which is far from the word goddess. As Jiang Zishi is the top genius in the Snow Country, there must not be many people at the same level as her. Qin Yi looked at the card pool description. There is an introduction there. Current card pool range, Snow Country South Province only for the goddess drawn in the Snow Country South Province area. Card pool characters, Jiang Zishi, Shen Qingyu. Well, only 2. It's just as I expected. Qin Yi suddenly felt refreshed. He had previously estimated that there wouldn't be many goddesses, and that there would only be about 4 or 5 in the initial card pool. Unexpectedly, the situation was even better than he thought, there were only 2 in total. With 16 draws, Jiang Zishi will be promoted to the Hegemon Body realm in minutes. The Fashuan realm is not difficult either. Qin Yi took a look at the number of card draws. Number of card draws remaining, 16 1 hour and 53 minutes until the next refresh. It is around 10 o'clock in the morning and there are still 2 hours to refresh. Draw 10 times in a row first, and save the remaining times for another 10-time draw. Qin Yi thought to himself. Then silently open the card drawing page, directly select 10 consecutive draws, and click Start. Buzz buzz buzz. The system interface is a pond with rolling white mist and a fairy-like aura. After the mist cleared, 10 cards floated out, glowing slightly. Qin Yi took a deep breath, flipped the cards manually, and clicked on the first one. Wow tilde. The card was turned over, revealing its front side. She was a fairy in green clothes and black hair, about 17 or 18 years old, with a beautiful face and a graceful figure, so beautiful that she didn't seem like an ordinary person. There was a hint of pride between her eyebrows, but it was not the kind of arrogance, but she was extremely confident in herself. Congratulations, you have obtained the title of Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi. A good start. The first card is a card with the same name, and the only thing away from the domination realm is Jiang Zishi. Qin Yi was in a good mood and turned to the second page. Wow tilde. This time the card showed a girl in white. She was very heroic, with sword-like eyebrows slanting into her temples, a pair of almond-shaped eyes as bright as stars, delicate skin, exquisite facial features, and a waist so thin that it seemed like it would break if the wind blew. She held a jade sword in her hand, and you could tell at first glance that she was a sword fairy. Congratulations, you have obtained Flying Snow Sword Fairy Qin Yi. The moment he turned over the card, Qin Yi felt as if there was something more in his heart. He sensed Qin Yi's location, which was very far away from here, at least several hundred kilometers away. But it seemed that he could call her and let her come to him. It's just a single draw, the bond isn't very strong, and the opponent may not respond. Look at the third card. Qin Yi clicked to open it. The next second, he was stunned. The third card is also Qin Yi, but the background color of the card is different and the border is broken. You get Flying Snow Sword Fairy Qin Yi Fragments 10. Oh my god, there are still fragments. I forgot about this. Qin Yi wanted to vomit blood. Almost every card drawing game has this setting, but he just subconsciously ignored it and only considered the depth of the card pool, forgetting that not every card draw will necessarily give a complete set of cards. He glanced at the fragment's description. Goddess Fragment Flying Snow Sword Fairy, collect 30 fragments to synthesize a complete Flying Snow Sword Fairy Qin Yi. 10 fragments at a time, 30 in one, is still acceptable. Qin Yi continued to turn over the remaining cards. You obtain Flying Snow Sword Fairy Qin Yi Fragments 5. You obtain Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi Fragments 10. You obtain 5 fragments of Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi. You obtain Flying Snow Sword Fairy Qin Yi Fragments 5. Congratulations, you have obtained Flying Snow Sword Fairy Qin Yi. You obtain Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi Fragments 10. After turning over the 9th card, Qin Yi's face looked a little ugly. What the hell? There's actually a ghost draw with 5 fragments. Fuck, there are only 25 Jiang Zishi fragments, how can I not get them all? There is only one card left. If he draws Qin Yi again, he will have to use his single draw times to make up for it. Come on Jiang Zishi. Qin Yi growled and clicked to open it. Jiang Zishi on the side was looking at him, wondering if he could help her improve her strength. Hearing him suddenly yell and call her name, Jiang Zishi was startled and asked, "What are you doing?" Then she saw Qin Yi smile. Har har har, I got it. Qin Yi was very happy. The last one he drew was indeed Jiang Zishi, and he was given 10 Jiang Zishi fragments. This time, I got a total of 2 complete Qin Yi, 1 complete Jiang Zishi, 35 Jiang Zishi fragments, and 20 Qin Yi fragments in 10 consecutive draws. The profit is pretty good. What are you laughing at? What did you win? Jiang Zishi was full of question marks. It's okay, it's okay. Just wait for me, I'll help you upgrade right away. Qin Yi combined the 35 fragments he drew into a complete card. After deducting 30 fragments, only 5 remained. At the same time, he also had a total of 3 Goddess Jiang Zishi cards in his hand. It's time to synthesize and upgrade. Qin Yi turned on the card combining function. The card combining interface is very simple, just like a fill in the blank question. You put in the materials and you can combine the corresponding cards. He checked the public notice and after confirming that it was correct, he put 3 pictures of Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi in. Click OK. Congratulations, you have synthesized the orange quality Ginger Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi. A system message flashed by, and an orange card immediately appeared in Qin Yi's card collection. At the same time, another prompt flashed on the system. It is detected that the strength of the goddess card you synthesized is higher than that of the goddess herself. Do you want to extract the exclusive upgrade card? Tip: the exclusive upgrade card is used to upgrade the realm of the goddess. Each realm can only be extracted once. The extracted card can only be used as the main body and cannot be used as a consumable material. In other words, after the goddess card is synthesized, there is still a process to go through, and she will not become stronger the moment of synthesis. Extract. Qin Yi responded, and a physical card appeared in his hand, shining with golden light. Jiang Zishi Orange Upgrade Card, only for Jiang Zishi to use. Immediately breaks through to the early stage of the Tyrant Body realm after use. No side effects. This is good stuff. Qin Yi looked at the Jiang clan goddess standing beside him, with a smile on his face. Now, you have to listen to me. Chapter 005. She is happy, I am happy too. What is that? Jiang Zishi saw him mumbling nonsense, sometimes talking nonsense, sometimes keeping his head down and keeping silent, and 1,000 doubts accumulated in her heart. Seeing an extra golden card in Qin Yi's hand, she immediately stood up and walked over, wanting to find out what was going on. Qin Yi said with a smile, "Girl Zishi, from now on you should call me the ancestor. Serve me well, and when I am in a good mood, I might help you improve your realm." Jiang Zishi frowned. "What are you talking about in your sleep? I warn you, I'm not a 3-year-old child, don't try to trick me with your tricks." Qin Yi asked her, "Does the bet we made just now count?" Jiang Zishi, "Forget it. Okay, from now on, I am your Jiang clan ancestor." "What is it?" "I am still in the Gangxi realm. My strength has not changed at all." Jiang Zishi clenched her fists, her face looked unfriendly, and she had the urge to beat him up. Qin Yi smiled slightly. "So, what about now?" As he spoke, he picked up the upgrade card and used it on Jiang Zishi. Russell Tilder. The upgrade card turned into a golden light and flew into Jiang Zishi's body. This is. Jiang Zishi subconsciously took a step back and tried to dodge, but failed. "Qin Yi, congratulations, you have entered the hegemony realm." The next second. Buzz Tilder. A powerful aura burst out from Jiang Zishi's body. The corners of her clothes and hair fluttered in the air, and her whole body was filled with energy, instantly rising to another level. I? Jiang Zishi was confused. In just a moment, the calm true energy in her body suddenly surged, and the true energy in her dantian expanded from a small pond into a large lake. This is the true energy strength of the tyrant body realm. I made a breakthrough. I really broke through. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The true energy in her body surged out uncontrollably, forming a 3-foot thick wall of energy on her body surface, completely enveloping her. This is the realm of hegemony. The Gangxi realm is when one has just extracted essence from flesh and blood, condensed the Yuan Gang, and can kill enemies from a distance. As for the hegemon body realm, their whole body is covered with true qi, making it invulnerable to swords and guns, and immune to water and fire. She is now at the early stage of the hegemonic body realm. Moreover, the foundation is extremely solid, and it is definitely not a case of forcing things to grow. How is it? Did you believe it this time? Qin Yi looked at her. Jiang Zishi looked at her hands stupidly. The tremendous power seemed like a dream. Normally, she would need to practice for at least another 7 or 8 years to reach the tyrant body realm, but now. How did you do it? She looked at Qin Yi blankly, her eyes filled with shock. Qin Yi smiled and said, "My mouth is blessed, my words are true, whatever I say is what it is." How is that possible? I don't believe it. What was that golden treasure just now? Jiang Zishi refused to be fooled by him and insisted on finding out the reason. Qin Yi shook his head. "You won't understand even if I tell you, so don't ask. I'll give you a cup of tea to adjust your mindset, and you have to correct your attitude later. You can't act like this in front of the ancestor. Jiang Zishi's strength has improved, but he is still a rookie. If you want to get out of this cave safely, you have to deceive the 5 Jiang clan elders at the door. If the other party shows any doubt, it will be a disaster for him." This. Is this real? Am I not dreaming? Jiang Zishi still found it difficult to accept such a change and was unable to recover for a long time. She walked to a deserted direction, circulated the internal energy in her body, and released it. Bang! The rocks collapsed with a huge noise. Hit gently and don't collapse the cave. Qin Yi reminded from the side. It's really the power of tyrant body realm, it's not an illusion. Jiang Zishi looked at the hole made by her casual blow and finally believed that she had really reached the hegemony body realm. Qin Yi. She turned and looked at Qin Yi with mixed feelings. How about it, do you believe me? You must accept the loss and don't cheat. Qin Yi said. Jiang Zishi wanted to say something but stopped herself, as if there was something extra in her heart. Qin Yi's appearance was reflected in her mind. Obviously, this man was not tall and strong, but she somehow felt that he was extremely strong and reliable, as if he was a god sent by heaven to save her. The moment their eyes met, her heart, which was already beating faster due to shock, beat even faster, like a deer running around in panic. Jiang Zish's heart was filled with emotions. It's incredible, how did he do it? I just entered the Gangqi realm last month, and now I'm actually in the tyrant body realm. With his help, maybe I can really have the strength to fight against the Demon King before he arrives. But why is he so nice to me? Betting or something like that is definitely not the main reason. How can such a rare opportunity be given away so easily? This guy said he had no feelings for me, but he gave me such a treasure. Humph, he is such a hypocritical man. He treated me like this. I, Jiang Zishi, am not an ungrateful person who doesn't repay his kindness. I have to be nicer to him. Countless thoughts flashed through Jiang Zish's mind, and her gaze towards Qin Yi gradually changed. Qin Yi. No, ancestor, 11er is here to pay respect to you. She called out, her tone extremely respectful and well behaved as if she were really a little granddaughter. Qin Yi saw that her attitude had changed and her acting skills were pretty good. He nodded slightly and said, yes, that's the attitude. Ding tilde. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. The bond between you and Jiang Zishi has improved. Current intimacy, 30. Check the bond interface to receive corresponding rewards. Hey, what is this? Qin Yi was surprised and quickly opened the interface. Bonds are an important part of card development, but the bonds here are different from the game he understands. The bonds in normal card drawing games are the relationships between heroes. The bond between him here is the intimacy between himself and the goddess. Bond relationship. Jiang Zishi, the goddess of the Jian clan, 30 intimacy available. Flying Snow Sword Fairy Qin Yi, 10 intimacy. There are only 2 goddesses, and the bond page is very simple. When I opened the reward page, I saw that there were 6 levels of intimacy with the goddess. 120, a chance encounter no reward. 2140, like-minded reward 100 points. 4160, mutual love reward 200 points. 6180, endless love reward 400 points. 8199, never give up bonus 800 points. 100, life and death reward, 1600 points. Except for the first tier which has no rewards, the next 5 tiers all give cultivation. The cultivation reward, is it for myself? If I serve the goddess well, I will also benefit from it. Qin Yi asked in surprise. He thought that he could only be a noob who lived off others for his whole life, with 0 fighting power, and that he could dominate the world only by living off others. Unexpectedly, this system is quite considerate and even has a mechanism for rewarding cultivation. Qin Yi opened the introduction and realized that he, as a player, had an experience bar. Chapter 006, he is a peerless master. Host, Qin Yi. Current realm, external training realm. Current cultivation, 01. Next level, initial stage of inner strength. The lowest level, only 1 point of cultivation is needed to upgrade. And the cultivation reward he just received was 100 points. Receive the cultivation. Qin Yi took out the reward. Your cultivation value is full, please upgrade manually. System reminder. The current cultivation level has become 101, which is a lot of excess. Qin Yi upgraded manually, and his realm directly became the early stage of inner strength realm. At the same time, the experience bar also becomes 9910. The so-called outer training realm is something that everyone has, and ordinary people can also be considered this way. It is not considered a realm at all. The inner strength state is a little bit stronger. Qin Yi, who has reached the initial stage of inner strength, feels that his body has become much stronger and his arm strength has at least doubled. He continued to upgrade. The middle stage of inner strength, the late stage of inner strength, and the early stage of tiger driving realm, the span of these 3 small realms requires 10 points of cultivation. With each level he reached, he felt his physical strength soaring rapidly. After 30 points of cultivation, although his appearance did not change, the strength of his arms had increased to at least 1,000 pounds, like a wild beast. This is just the tiger driving realm. TSK, no wonder everyone wants to be strong, the later realms are not human at all. Qin Yi was secretly surprised. There are still 3 small levels to upgrade from the tiger driving realm to the dragon transforming realm, and each level consumes 30 points of cultivation. He clicked twice, advancing from the early stage of the tiger driving realm to the late stage. Looking again, there were only 9 points left, which was not enough. Qin Yi, why has your aura changed? Jiang Zishi had been keeping an eye on Qin Yi and noticed that his physical aura had changed in a very short period of time, which made her curious. Qin Yi replied, "It's okay, give yourself a promotion. You have to call me ancestor, don't call me the wrong name next time." The feeling of being in the late stage of the tiger driving realm is very good. He now has the strength of at least 1 or 2 tons in one arm. Oh, yes, ancestor. Jiang Zishi lowered her head. He was thinking in his heart, this guy can easily help people in Gangxi realm to break through to Barti realm, how could he be as weak as he looks? He is most likely more powerful than the real ancestor, and the reason he displays the aura of the tiger driving realm is just to amuse himself. As a very intelligent fairy, Jiang Zishi quickly figured things out. This is the forbidden area of the Jian clan. How can ordinary people come here casually? In fact, Qin Yi is an unrivaled strongman. He should be the ancestor's friend. He came to visit the ancestor today, but he didn't expect that the ancestor was dead. It just so happened that he was forced by the elders of his tribe to come here and sacrifice himself, and he met this peerless powerful man. Senior Qin Yi pretended to know me, and when he heard that the Jiang clan was in trouble, he immediately wanted to lend a helping hand. But as an outsider, he couldn't interfere too much, so he pretended to be an ordinary person and played with this junior in a roundabout way. Next, Senior Qin Yi will stay in the Jiang clan as an ancestor until the Jiang clan overcomes the difficulties. During this month, I need to stay by Senior Qin Yi's side as a maid. This is not impersonating the ancestor, but Senior Qin Yi first pretended to be a junior to play with himself, and then pretended to be the ancestor, with 2 layers of identity disguise. Luckily it's me. Jiang Zishi secretly rejoiced. It was all thanks to her. If it were someone else, without a smart brain and a pretty face, Senior Qin Yi might not have helped. Therefore, charming the seniors is the top priority at the moment. A month is a long time. If the senior is unhappy and leaves suddenly, there will be no one to deal with the Demon King. I just wonder if Senior Qin Yi, whose real age is at least several thousand years old, would think that she is too young and immature. Hey, what are you thinking about? Qin Yi stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Jiang Zishi. Oh, no, nothing. Jiang Zishi blushed and turned her head away. Don't let your imagination run wild. My methods are beyond your comprehension. Qin Yi advised. He thought Jiang Zishi was still thinking about the upgrade card. As a result, when Jiang Zishi heard this sentence, it took on a different meaning. He admitted it. Senior Qin Yi has extraordinary skills, he is indeed a peerless master. Jiang Zishi was excited. After a long period of darkness, she finally saw the light of day. Yes, ancestor. It was all Xia's fault just now. Xia apologizes to you. She apologized. Then he came over and helped Qin Yi sit down. Grandfather, let a leavener rub your shoulders. Yeah, sensible. Qin Yi appeared calm on the surface, but was secretly happy. A fairy like Jiang Zishi would be a national treasure on earth, and ordinary people couldn't even see her if they wanted to. But here, she obediently serves him as a maid. I have to say, the system is awesome. Ancestor, when are we going to leave? Jiang Zishi asked him. Qin Yi said, no hurry, we need to get to know each other first and check the script to avoid any mistakes. A script? Oh, that's right, your identity is fake, just like acting in a play. Well, tell me about some of your ancestor's habits and characteristics. The habits and characteristics of the ancestor? Aren't you the ancestor's friend? Why are you asking me? Why? Qin Yi was stunned. When did I become your ancestor's friend? He has been dead for hundreds of years, and I am only 21 years old. Oh, yes, I forgot, don't be angry. Jiang Zishi apologized quickly. Senior Qin Yi wanted to pretend to be an ordinary person, and then pretend to be an ancestor, a double disguise. As for the purpose, on the one hand, he wanted to help, and on the other hand, he didn't want to reveal his true identity. By the way, he pretended to be a young man and flirted with this young fairy. Understand, she understands everything. The old man is thin-skinned. I heard from the elders that the ancestor had only 2 hobbies in his life. One was cultivation, and the other was humiliating young and beautiful women. Jiang Zishi began to introduce the ancestor's situation to Qin Yi. In fact, she didn't know much. Even the elders in the clan didn't know much about the ancestor. Because the ancestor has not come out of seclusion for 800 years. The last time was more than 800 years ago. He felt lonely after practicing, so he sent a message to the elders at that time to send a dozen women in for him to play with. Before long, more than a dozen bodies were carried out, each of them had been tortured beyond recognition. Qin Yi frowned when he heard this and said, "The ancestor was so cruel that he killed more than a dozen women, but your elder let you come in alone." Jiang Zishi sighed, "There is no other way. In the face of the catastrophe, the ancestor is our only hope. Sacrificing me can save the whole clan." Then his tone changed and he said happily, "But now that I have you, the ancestor is not important anymore. You are even more powerful than the ancestor. Well, pay attention to the role playing. I am your ancestor." Qin Yi said calmly. In fact, he was a little nervous. After all, he was not completely sure about the Demon King. "Okay, ancestor." Jiang Zishi changed from rubbing shoulders to massaging legs, and knelt beside to serve. "Ancestor, is your strength still okay? Can you be a little gentler? I'm only in the late stage of the tiger exorcist realm. Don't pinch me and cause bruises." "Yes, sir." Jiang Zishi asked, "Ancestor, when I go out later, how should I explain to the elders that I am still a virgin?" This. Qin Yi thought about it. Immortal cultivators are all very powerful. They can probably tell at a glance whether Jiang Zishi's Yuanyin is broken or not. But he is the ancestor, does he need to explain to anyone? All final interpretation rights belong to the ancestor. No need to say more. Anyway, your ancestor has a weird temperament. He came out of seclusion this time just to pretend to be an ordinary person and play with the junior Jiang Zishi for a while. When you go out later, you show your aura of the hegemony realm and let them see how powerful I am. As long as you can shock the first round, everything will be easy afterwards. Qin Yi said. Jiang Zishi thought about it and nodded. That makes sense, the ancestor is still amazing. By the way, give me that ring. Qin Yi took the storage ring from the Jiang clan ancestor and put it on his hand. This is a token of trust, very important. Chapter 007 The Trembling Elder. Your card draw times have been refreshed. Current remaining number of card draws, 7 times. Time passed quickly and before I knew it, it was already past noon. Qin Yi was a little hungry, and Jiang Zishi didn't bring any food with her, so he had to go out to eat. Remember everything, right? Don't let it slip later, or if I die, there will be no one to help you upgrade. Before leaving, Qin Yi gave many instructions. Jiang Zishi nodded and said, "Remember. Don't worry, ancestor. If any elder wants to attack you, I will be the first to beat him up. I will not let your strength be exposed." Can you beat him? Qin Yi smiled. It seems that this goddess has been tamed by him quite well and now obeys his every command. Although I am a little confused, 30 intimacy should not be that exaggerated. But, never mind, being obedient is better than being rebellious. I have to beat you even if I can't beat you. Old ancestor, you are my savior. You have granted me cultivation and fortune. You are like my parents. I will serve you well even if it costs me my life. Jiang Zishi has completely immersed in the role. She is not afraid of anything now. Anyway, even if the truth is revealed, Senior Qin Yi will use his extremely terrifying power to save the situation. So, she is now on the right side and is invincible. But Qin Yi himself was walking on thin ice at this moment. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. Let's go out and take a look. The two have already discussed the script and are now on the same page. Qin Yi walked in front, and Jiang Zishi followed 2 steps behind him, walking out of the forbidden cave slowly and steadily. It's sunny outside. 2 old men were meditating on the left and right of the door, like door gods. Ancestor, the one on the left is the 3rd elder, and the one on the right is the 4th elder. Jiang Zishi introduced. When the 2 old men heard the noise, they couldn't help but shudder and immediately stood up and bowed towards the corridor. Junior Jiang Yang pays homage to the ancestor. Junior Yu Longji pays homage to the ancestor. Looking at their nervous posture, it is obvious that they are very respectful to the ancestor. Qin Yi responded indifferently, without speaking to them, and walked straight past the 2 of them with Jiang Zishi. As they walked, he said, "Girl, is that spicy hot pot really as delicious as you said? I've eaten it before and it was just average. Jiang Zishi said, the last time you ate it was more than 1,000 years ago. Over such a long time, the common people must have improved their tastes, so the dishes now are more delicious than before. I see, that makes sense. Then take me to try it later. Okay, ancestor. Wrong name. Oh, I'm sorry, ancestor. No, it's Brother Qin. Well, that's right. As the two of them talked, they walked away, completely ignoring the third elder and the fourth elder. The two elders, still bowing their heads in greeting, turned their heads and looked at each other. What's going on? Is that the ancestor? How come he is so young? The third elder transmitted a message to the fourth elder. The fourth elder was confused. I don't know, we haven't seen the ancestor. 800 years ago, I was only 6 years old, and the ancestor didn't come out at that time. He just tried his best to seduce young girls in the forbidden area. No one knows what he looks like. His aura is so weak, it seems that he is only in the late stage of the tiger driving realm. But Elevener is very respectful to him, it shouldn't be fake. Did you hear what they just said? This means that the ancestor wants to return to the human world to experience life in the identity of a young person. That seems to be the meaning, but this doesn't quite fit in with the old ancestor's temper. The old ancestor's temper. Isn't the old ancestor eccentric and does whatever he wants? Today he wants to be a young man, tomorrow he might want to be the ruler of the snow country, and the day after tomorrow he might want to be a singing girl in a brothel. That makes sense. The strong always have strange tempers. We are often moody towards the younger generations in the clan, let alone the ancestor. Come to think of it, doesn't the ancestor like to have sex with women? It is said that he can do it for more than 10 days at a time without rest. How come he was invited out by Jiang Zishi after just over an hour today? Yes, this is very strange. It seems that Elevener has never lost her virginity. She is still spotless. Did the ancestor let her go? It's possible. The great elder said that Zishi is the most outstanding and beautiful woman in our Jiang clan in the past 1,000 years. Perhaps the ancestor has a special opinion of her and wants to taste her slowly. Not only that. Have you noticed that the girl now has the aura of the early stage of tyrant body realm? Right. I just realized it when you said that. I was wondering why she felt a little abnormal. She was clearly at the initial stage of Gangqi when she entered, but in just 1 hour, she has actually advanced to a higher level. And judging from her elegant aura and lively true energy, she doesn't have any side effects from forcing her to grow. Could it be that the ancestor used his great magical powers to enlighten her potential, allowing her to make such rapid progress? Oh my god, what just happened? The two people communicated with each other through voice transmission, and the more they talked, the more shocked they became. At this time, their ancestor, Qin Yi, who had already walked away, said calmly, "Stop gossiping behind me, or I will cut off your tongues." The two elders shuddered suddenly. "Ancestor, please calm down, ancestor, please calm down." The two men quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Having an ancestor with a capricious and weird temper is both a blessing and a fear for the Jian clan. Fortunately, the ancestor is very powerful and can easily control masters from all sides, and can protect the Jian clan from major disasters. What is terrifying is that this old ancestor would kill people whenever he was unhappy, sometimes even killing his own family members. He was simply unreasonable when he became cruel. The third elder was the one who witnessed the scene of more than a dozen girls being carried out of the forbidden area 800 years ago. The scene was so tragic that none of the girls' bodies were intact. It was no longer love between men and women, but pure torture. Thinking of the cruelty of the ancestor, the two elders dared not talk anymore. They knelt on the ground with their heads lowered and remained silent for a long time. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Qin Yi and Jiang Zish's figures disappeared into the distance at the foot of the mountain. How terrible! Although the ancestor did not emit any aura of cultivation, I felt as if I had just walked through the gates of hell. As expected of a 3,000-year-old ancestor, he is indeed so powerful that it makes one's heart tremble. The apparent strength of the late stage of the tiger driving realm. My god, what does the ancestor want to do? Does he want to play the pig and eat the tiger, go to the city with Zishi girl to show off, then stir up trouble, lure the young men in the city to attack him, and then kill people for fun? Hiss. Don't tell me, this is really possible. You know that Zishi's admirers are all over the city. The ancestor has a weird sexual habit, Maybe he just wants to play with her in public and make those admirers cry. Now he is pretending to be weak, there must be a purpose. Something big is going to happen in Weir City. We have to inform the other families immediately. Otherwise, if the ancestor rapes the girl and kills someone, and then goes back to the Forbidden Land for retreat, nothing will happen to him. But we will be embarrassed and make enemies. Yes, hurry up. The two old men were so nervous as if they saw a tiger entering the village. They hurriedly took a shortcut down the mountain and didn't even dare to fly, for fear of alarming the ancestor and being beaten to death on the spot. Chapter 008, The Ancestor Enters the Mortal World in a Low-Key Manner. We're coming out like this. At the foot of the Jiang clan's back mountain, Jiang Zishi had a strange look on his face. She and Qin Yi swaggered past the third and fourth elders, and hardly even looked at the two elders. Under normal circumstances, this move would undoubtedly be condemned. But this time, because Qin Yi is their ancestor, everything is fine. Not only was everything alright, but Qin Yi's light words just now even frightened the two elders to their knees. Jiang Zishi couldn't help but think, Senior Qin Yi is indeed a peerless expert. He only showed the aura of the tiger-driving realm, but his aura was still so majestic and powerful that he easily shocked the two elders. Qin Yi secretly broke into a sweat, thinking that this guy was pretending to be so powerful. He was really afraid that he would be killed in an instant if the car flipped over. As a result, things went quite smoothly. Not only did nothing go wrong, but he was able to accurately grasp the thoughts of the two elders and fool them with a lie. At that time, he thought that with his disguised identity as their ancestor, the two old men would definitely not dare to directly question his identity. But he was a young man after all, with a weak breath and little strength, so there was a great possibility that he would be suspected, and the two of them would probably discuss it in private. Then he just said it lightly, which was pure deception. It turned out that he was right. The journey down the mountain seems peaceful, but in fact it is very dangerous. Qin Yi was now nervous and hungry. He finally reached the foot of the mountain, but he still didn't dare to relax. Let's go to your place first. I need to eat, he said in a calm tone. This wave of character setting has not yet been established, so we cannot relax for the time being and must still maintain the demeanor of a master. Moreover, he did not use a single layer of disguise, but a double layer. He first pretended to be the ancestor and then pretended to be himself. This required him to pay even more attention to the details of his words and actions. He pretended to be a young man because he was young to begin with, and pretending to be an old man would easily expose his true colors. Another reason was that he needed to take Jiang Zishi with him to fight everywhere, and only a young man could do that. Yes, former brother Qin. Every time Jiang Zishi called him, she felt weird and felt that she was violating the etiquette of seniority. Therefore, the respectful tone was not completely removed, and it didn't seem very natural. This was exactly the result Qin Yi wanted most, so he did not correct her. The two entered the Jiang clan's mansion through the back door, and on their way they began to meet guards and maids who were guarding the house. Miss. Meet the young lady. When the servants saw Jiang Zishi, they all bowed to her. The servants at the lower level had no right to know what she was doing in the back mountain today, so they didn't think there was anything wrong with her appearance. But the core members of the Jiang clan are different. When passing a side courtyard, he met a young woman with two maids. When she saw Jiang Zishi, she immediately asked in surprise, Jiang Zishi, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the forbidden area? How dare you run out without permission? Jiang Zishi whispered beside Qin Yi, Brother Qin, she is a core member of the clan, her name is Jiang Shuahan, she is a few years older than me, she is from the lineage of the third elder, but her status is not as high as mine. Jiang Zishi, I'm talking to you. Who is this person? He has low cultivation and is dressed strangely. You can tell at first glance that he is not a good person. Jiang Shuahan glanced at Qin Yi with a look of disgust. Jiang Zishi didn't take her seriously at first, but when she heard that she dared to criticize senior Qin Yi, she immediately became unhappy. When is it your turn to ask about my affairs? Bang! Jiang Zishi raised her jade hand, her true energy surged, and she slapped the person from a distance of 6 or 7 meters. You dare to hit me? Jiang Zishi, what do you want to do? Jiang Shuahan was angry and frightened. Although she and Jiang Zishi had always had a bad relationship, they had only bickered and never fought. Jiang Zishi has good talent, but she is young after all, 6 years younger than her, and her cultivation is slightly lower than hers, so she won't ask for trouble. But today, when he slapped me, he did it without any hesitation. Jiang Zishi didn't indulge her at all, and said coldly, "What's wrong with beating you? I am the chief disciple of the Jiang clan and the future clan leader. Let alone beating you, even if I cripple you, what's the problem?" With the support of a powerful ancestor, she now stands tall and does not take anyone in the clan seriously. Even when the chief of the Jiang clan comes, she has to lie down before him, and when the ruler of the Snow Nation comes, she has to sit cross-legged. Of course, she was not a rude and overbearing person. It was mainly because Qin Yi was too important to her and she would not tolerate anyone offending him. You, Jiang Zishi, you are outrageous. Jiang Shuahan became even more angry and pointed at Jiang Zishi, "You little bitch. Don't think I don't know that today is the day you enter the Forbidden Land to be the ancestors' sex slave. You won't live for many days. You openly disobeyed the family order and didn't go to the Forbidden Land. Instead, you brought an outsider around the clan. I'm going to tell the third elder and let him punish you." Jiang Zishi laughed, "If you want to go, go ahead. Do you still need me to take you there?" Okay. We'll see." Jiang Shuahan left angrily with her maid. Jiang Zishi smiled happily. Ever since she learned half a year ago that she might be offered up to the ancestor, she has lived in a haze every day. And today, it's all over. She can stand up straight and not have to look at anyone's face or follow anyone's orders. Oh, that's not right, we still have to listen to what Senior Qin Yi says. This is her most important backer, more important than the entire Jian clan. She would do whatever Senior Qin Yi asked her to do, even if he asked her to kill the clan leader, she would do it without hesitation. Are the relationships among peers in your clan so bad? Qin Yi asked. Jiang Zishi nodded, although we are from the same clan, in fact, after thousands of years of inheritance, the blood ties of various factions have long been alienated. There are 8,000 people in the mansion, and there are more than 70,000 ethnic groups outside. It is impossible for everyone to have harmonious relations. Jiang Shuahan and I compete for resources in the clan, and we have always been at odds. There are more than a dozen people of the same age as her. After all, a clan is a clan and a family is a family. If they were not alienated by blood, the elders would not have threatened her with the lives of her family members. Qin Yi smiled and said, "It's okay. You have good talent and no one can threaten your position. With my help, it won't be long before you can become a strong person and lead the Jian clan to resolve the catastrophe. By then, you will be the queen and no one will dare to disobey you." He still needs to pay more attention to Jiang Zishi. Qin Yi is not a native of this world. He has not cultivated his foundation since childhood, and his strength can only be gained through system rewards. The southern province of the Snow Country is very large, and there are only 2 goddesses to train, so he has no options. Only by increasing his intimacy with Jiang Zishi can he possess power that truly belongs to him. Intimacy is not easy to achieve. It is probably not enough to just rely on combining cards to upgrade the level. You also have to make your own efforts to make her truly submit. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to get the last level of 1,600 cultivation points of life and death dependence. Queen, disobedience. These 2 words made Jiang Zishi very happy. That's right. She is the eldest daughter and will be the clan leader in the future. Everyone must listen to her. Disobedience is disobedience and insolence, and should be punished. Senior Qin Yi really understands me. Jiang Zishi said happily, "Brother Qin, you are so nice to me tilde." Ding tilde. Jiang Zishi's intimacy with you increases by 2 points. Current intimacy, 32. The system pops up a reminder. Qin Yi smiled knowingly. Sure enough, intimacy is something that can be played with, and there is no need to copy the system's card combination formula. As long as you make her happy and make her like it, you can still get 100 intimacy even if the cards are not compatible. But, Brother Qin, do you really think that I can have the power to fight against the Demon King within a month? Jiang Zishi asked. Qin Yi nodded slightly, "Be more confident, you have great potential." Jiang Zishi asked, "Then do I need to do something?" This. Qin Yi smiled and said, "Just stir up more trouble and fight more opponents of your own level." What's the logic behind this? Jiang Zishi was puzzled. I'll tell you later. Qin Yi didn't know how to explain it, so he could only turn a blind eye and pass it off. The 2 walked towards Jiang Zishi's residence. Not far away, in a corridor, the third and fourth elders, who had just taken a shortcut back to the Jiang clan, happened to hear Qin Yi's last two sentences. His old body couldn't help but shudder, and he thought to himself, the ancestor is too cruel. Does this mean not only the younger generation, but also anyone who is at a similar level to Zishi, no matter what age he will beat? Hiss. Horrible, horrible, too horrible. At this time, Jiang Shuahan happened to pass by and saw the two elders. Grandpa Tilder. Jiang Shuahan trotted over and said to the third elder, Grandpa, please go to the back garden and take a look. Jiang Zishi disobeyed the clan order and ran out of the forbidden area. She also said, "Ar." Before she could finish her words, she received a slap in the face. Grandpa Taizu, why did you hit me? What did I do wrong? Jiang Shuahan cried out of grievance. She had just been beaten by Jiang Zishi, and now she was beaten by the third elder again. He hit the same side of her face, and her face was swollen. The third elder stared at her with a horrified look, lowered his voice, and shouted, "Shut up. The Elders' Council is about to hold an emergency meeting. From today on, Jiang Zishi's status is equal to that of the clan leader. Whatever she wants to do is up to her, and you have no right to interfere." Why? Jiang Shuahan was stunned and couldn't believe this was true. The third elder cautiously glanced at Jiang Zishi and Qin Yi beside her from a distance, then looked at his most beloved descendant, the little girl, and said in a deep voice, "The man next to her is the ancestor." After saying that, he reminded, "Don't tell anyone." This time, the ancestor came to the mortal world in a low-key manner and didn't want anyone to see it. "If you dare to leak it, Grandpa Taizu will get rid of you personally." Ancestor. Jiang Shuahan fell to the ground, thinking of what she had just said to Qin Yi, and almost fainted. Chapter 009, Compared with him, you are not worthy. Jiang Zishi's yard. There was a table full of delicious food in front of him, and Qin Yi enjoyed the food very much. Jiang Zishi originally suggested eating spicy hot pot, but he was afraid that he would sweat profusely and affect his image, so he refused. "Brother Qin, try this." Jiang Zishi enthusiastically picked up a piece of fish for him. "You should eat too. You've just been serving me." Qin Yi was a little uncomfortable. He has never been served by anyone in his life. Even his mother only puts the dish he likes in front of him and doesn't spoil him to the point of taking it from his bowl. In the past, he had never even had the chance to meet a stunning goddess like Jiang Zishi, but now she was like a servant, trying to please him respectfully. This day is just like a dream. Jiang Zishi then picked up some food and tasted it herself. A person who has reached the tyrant body realm cannot completely stop eating. She did not bring any food with her when she entered the forbidden area, simply because she did not want to survive. Now that the danger is over, the future is bright and we are eating happily. But the goddess is a goddess after all, her manners are elegant, and even eating a meal has an indescribable beauty. "Brother Qin, are we going out to cause trouble later?" Jiang Zishi asked after eating for a while. It had been discussed before that her job was to stir up trouble, provoke people in the tyrant body realm everywhere, and then defeat them. And Qin Yi's job is to watch her get into trouble. Yes, go play outside first, and be careful not to get into trouble with anyone too strong, you have to be able to handle it on your own. The Jian clan is the strongest force in Weya City. There are too many masters in the mansion. If someone is so blind that he beats Jiang Zishi up, and he is unable to stop it, he will inevitably be defeated and his identity as the ancestor will be destroyed. Therefore, it is necessary to pick the weak ones outside. Jiang Zishi said, "I have just broken through the tyrant body realm, and I have not yet practiced some of the techniques and martial arts that can only be used in this realm. If my performance is not good, I hope Brother Qin will understand." Qin Yi said indifferently, "You decide this yourself. I don't have any idea about this and I can't help you for now." "Oh, that's right." Jiang Zishi thought that senior Qin Yi was now playing a double role and was actually trying to appear as ordinary as possible in front of her. So he said, "Let's go out and stroll around first. If someone provokes me, I will beat him if I can beat him, and I will use the Jiang clan to suppress the one who can't beat me. Anyway, in this small piece of land of Weya City, no one dares to do anything to me." Qin Yi nodded slightly. With the identity of the Jiang clan goddess, she could almost walk sideways in Weya City. It shouldn't be hard to earn the card draw times and the like. Soon, the meal was over. The two sat for a while, chatted for a while, and then prepared to go out. At this moment, an urgent voice suddenly came from outside. Zishi, Sister Zishi. A young man rushed in. Seeing Jiang Zishi, he immediately showed joy. Great. Sister Zishi, you are still here. Jiang Zishi frowned slightly. Jiang Yunji, what are you doing here? Don't call me so affectionately. You and I are just from the same clan, not brother and sister. She hurriedly distanced herself from them, fearing that Qin Yi would be unhappy. After that, he said to Qin Yi, Brother Qin, this person is a member of the Jiang clan, belonging to the lineage of the second elder. He has decent aptitude and has just entered the tyrant body realm at the age of 30. Qin Yi's eyes lit up slightly. When you first enter the realm of hegemony, isn't he this a single drawer that comes right to your door? Sister Zishi, who is this guy? Why is he dressed so strangely? Jiang Yunji saw Qin Yi and found that Jiang Zishi was very nice to Qin Yi. He couldn't help but frown, feeling a little jealous. You're too troublesome. Leave now. You're not welcome here. Jiang Zishi coldly ordered them to leave. Jiang Yunji was anxious. No, Sister Zishi, I just returned to Wuya City today. I heard that the clan wanted to offer you to the ancestor, so I was so anxious that I didn't even go to see the clan leader and came here immediately. This person. Oh, forget about this kid, you come with me quickly, I will take you away from the Jiang clan. I am here to protect you and never let you fall into the tiger's mouth. As he said this, he wanted to come over and grab Jiang Zishi's hand and run away with her. But can anyone touch the goddess' hands casually? That's enough. Jiang Zishi scolded coldly, and a wisp of true energy forced Jiang Yunji back, with eyebrows raised. Jiang Yunji, you better respect me and stop embarrassing yourself here. I have guests to entertain, get out immediately, don't force me to chase you away. You, what did you say? Jiang Yunji was confused. Jiang Zishi actually said that he was embarrassing? He is the 6th generation grandson of the second elder. He has a very high status in the clan and is firmly among the top 3 among his peers. Even if Jiang Zishi was more talented than him, she had no right to speak to him like that. What's more, he came to help, not to provoke. His kindness was taken for granted. Isn't what I said clear enough? Jiang Zishi's tone was cold and distant. You, this, me. Jiang Yunji was really confused. Although Jiang Zishi didn't have a good face towards him in the past, she was at least quite friendly. Why are you so angry today, as if you had eaten dynamite? Is it because of him? Jiang Yunji's eyes fell on Qin Yi, unable to believe it. Sister Zishi is a goddess of her generation, and she has never been intimate with any man. But today, she actually invited this strangely dressed man into her yard, and even called him Brother Qin affectionately, with an extremely gentle attitude. The resistance and coldness she showed seemed like she was afraid of being misunderstood by her lover, and she was eager to draw a line and prove her innocence. Could it be that she has taken a fancy to this weakling from the tiger-driving realm? But it doesn't make sense. Why? Because of his strange clothes. Because of his weak strength. There are at least 300 to 500 people like this in the Jian clan, so it's not surprising at all. This man must have used some magic to bewitch Sister Zishi's mind. Absolutely. Jiang Yunji glared at Qin Yi and shouted, Who are you? What is your purpose in approaching Sister Zishi? At the same time, he released the aura of the tyrant body realm to exert pressure. Qin Yi frowned slightly. The tyrant body realm is still quite powerful. The true Qi protects the body and makes it invulnerable to swords and guns. It can take people's lives from 100 steps away. It is no longer an ordinary person. It is natural to feel uncomfortable when being stared at with hostility by such a person. But before he started to feel uncomfortable, Jiang Zishi exploded first. Jiang Yunji, you are so outrageous. In Jiang Zishi's heart, Qin Yi is not only her savior, but also the savior of her entire family, and will soon become the savior of the entire Jian clan. How could such a divine being be treated disrespectfully? It's a sin to look at him directly. Bang! She acted without hesitation, and the power of the early stage of the hegemonic body realm burst out instantly, turning into a fierce palm wind, bombarding Jiang Yunji. Jiang Yunji was going after Qin Yi, but he didn't expect her to suddenly attack. Caught off guard, he was knocked flying by the palm strike, smashing a rockery and falling into the pond, looking extremely miserable. Sister Zishi, you actually attacked me for an outsider. He was shocked and couldn't believe it. You are an outsider here. He was responded with a cold voice. Jiang Yunji was annoyed. He is here to save people. He was afraid that Jiang Zishi would be tortured to death by the ancestor, so he ran back home in a hurry, and he didn't even go to pay his respects to his sixth great-grandfather. But when I got here, I saw that Jiang Zishi was not in any danger at all and was having a good chat with a man. What is this? Jiang Yunji had no idea about the news of the ancestor's birth. The third elder and the fourth elder had just come down the mountain not long ago and were discussing the matter urgently. Jiang Yunji had just returned and didn't know anything. He thought Qin Yi was just an ordinary man. His clothes and appearance were very ordinary, just like a commoner. He was naturally annoyed that the Jiang clan goddess, whom he had pursued for 3 years but received no response, actually favored such a commoner man. He came out of the pond, not caring about his dirty body, and angrily said, "Jiang Zishi, how can I be inferior to him? How dare you attack me?" Jiang Zishi laughed. "How can I not compare with him? I cannot compare with him in any way. Didn't you see my cultivation level? He gave it to me. Can you do it? Are you worthy to compare with him?" Cultivation. Jiang Yunji was stunned. That's right, when did Jiang Zishi become so powerful? She actually knocked him away with one palm and even injured him internally. You have entered the hegemonic body realm. Jiang Yunji was shocked. Jiang Zishi smiled slightly, not knowing what was on her mind, and replied, "Good to know, get out of here quickly, I'm annoyed when I see you." Then she walked to Qin Yi and sat directly in his arms. Chapter 010 The Master's Mission. A fragrant breeze wafts into the air. Qin Yi looked at the eldest lady of the Jiang clan sitting on his lap and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Does this young lady feel that drawing a clear line is not enough and she also wants to prove her belonging? Sister Zishi, you? Jiang Yunji widened his eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. Jiang Zishi, actually, sat on a man's lap. No. This isn't true. This isn't true. Jiang Yunji went crazy. Although he is almost twice as old as Jiang Zishi, he has watched this outstanding girl grow up and has long believed that Jiang Zishi is the one for him. The Jiang clan is large and powerful. Although they are all of the same clan, they are not closely related by blood. In order to ensure the prosperity of the family and maintain bloodline, it is normal for them to marry within the clan. He thought he had excellent qualifications, and Jiang Zishi's qualifications were rare in a century. The combination of the two would definitely be a good thing for the Jiang clan, and the elders and clan leaders would definitely agree. But now, Jiang Yunji looked at his predetermined young wife sitting in the arms of another man and felt as if he had been betrayed. Suddenly, he was filled with anger and became extremely evil. "Qin, I'm going to kill you." Whoosh! Jiang Yunji exploded at an extremely fast speed, rushing straight towards Qin Yi with the aura of the dominant body realm. Seeing this, Jiang Zishi narrowed her eyes slightly and whispered, "It's just right for me to use you as a scapegoat to complete the task Brother Qin assigned to me." The next moment, she moved too. Boom! The two men fought with each other, one in the hegemony body realm against another in the hegemony body realm. The powerful force shattered the stone slabs on the ground. A strong wind spread in all directions, blowing off the flowers and plants and shattering the wooden tables and chairs. The maids in the yard screamed in fear and quickly found cover to hide. "Zishi, you are going to stop me." "Wrong, I'm going to beat you up." Jiang Yunji was angry, and so was Jiang Zishi. Qin Yi helped her out of trouble and helped her improve her strength by a great realm in a short period of time. Such a kind person was actually offended by someone in the clan. She felt ashamed to face Qin Yi. Therefore, he attacked without mercy, unleashing all the strength of the early hegemonic body realm, pouring out everything he had learned, sweeping over Jiang Yunji like a storm. Jiang Yunji was originally stronger than her, but on the one hand he didn't want to hurt her, and on the other hand there was a gap in their qualifications. Jiang Zishi's bloodline was purer, and her killing moves were more powerful. After only a short moment of fighting, Jiang Yunji fell into a disadvantage. Jiang Zishi took advantage of the situation and did not show any mercy. He raised his hand and released a unique skill. Golden Will Demon Slaying Technique. You actually used the Jiang clan's unique skills against me. Jiang Yunji was almost crying with anger. This is not a fight, this is about killing him. Not only was his designated wife stolen away by someone, but she was also brainwashed into becoming his opponent. He couldn't accept this. Jiang Yunji retreated in a hurry, but was still touched by the chi blade of the golden will demon slaying technique. The outer side of his thigh was cut by the sharp true chi, and blood spurted out. Jiang Zishi still felt it was not enough, so she used another unique skill on him. You are really crazy. I'm going to report to the second elder. Seeing her murderous look, Jiang Yunji no longer dared to resist and flashed to the top of the courtyard wall. Jiang Zishi put away her true energy and said with contempt, "If you want to go away, then go away. Don't bother me again in the future." After saying that, he looked at Qin Yi and immediately put on a docile expression, as if asking for credit and reward, and said, "Brother Qin, is this okay?" "Yeah." Qin Yi nodded slightly. The moment the battle ended, he received a pop-up prompt from the system. You and the goddess defeated an opponent in the early stage of the Tyrant Realm together, and gained one card draw opportunity. Qin Yi only needs to be present when the opponent is defeated. Current remaining number of card draws, 8 times. In battle, it is enough to win, not necessary to kill. The system is quite forgiving. However, a person can only be defeated once, and no rewards will be given if they are defeated repeatedly. The two of them were flirting with each other, which made Jiang Yunji almost crazy. You two dogs. He gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Zishi, his face full of regret. Jiang Zishi, I didn't expect you to be such a shameless woman. I really shouldn't have cared about you. I should have let you go to the forbidden area and become the ancestors' crotch slave. What did you say? After these words were spoken, Jiang Zishi's face changed. Although the incident has passed and she did not lose her virginity, it is still a shame that she does not want to mention. The ancestor thing is so disgusting. The old ancestor who relies on his strength to bully the weak and disregards the lives of others is simply a devil. Senior Qin Yi is the man with the demeanor of a strong man. Jiang Zishi felt humiliated by Jiang Yunji and wanted to attack again. But Jiang Yunji ran away after he finished speaking, without giving her a chance. This bastard, I was too gentle just now, she said angrily and returned to Qin Yi. Qin Yi patted his shoulder and comforted him, calm down, don't bother with him. Jiang Zishi was surprised when she heard this. Brother Qin, you actually coaxed me. Yeah. I'm not angry, I'm in a good mood now. She regarded Qin Yi as an unrivaled strong man. It was such an honor that such a strong man comforted her in a gentle tone. Her anger immediately subsided, she felt better and smiled. Ding tilde. Jiang Zishi's intimacy with you increases by 3 points. Current intimacy, 35. Qin Yi felt a little embarrassed. How come this girl is so easy to capture? He didn't do anything. He just comforted her. Why is he so happy? Sister, you are goddess, can you please be more reserved? You make me feel unfulfilled. The intimacy level has reached 35 so quickly. Could it be that it will break through 41 today and reach the level of mutual affection? Brother Qin. Jiang Zishi regained her docile look and said to Qin Yi, don't take it personally because that guy just said something outrageous. I have nothing to do with him. He just has a bad brain and takes himself too seriously every day. Well, I can see that you are not easy to mess with. Qin Yi nodded slightly. I secretly complained in my heart, I am as cold as ice and fierce as a tigress to others, but why am I so soft and docile like a kitten? Is this the charm of drawing cards? Jiang Zishi looked embarrassed. No, I'm actually a gentle person. I'm only like this to people I hate. Brother Qin, you don't think I'm fierce, so you don't like me, right? Qin Yi was confused. Why is she always doing self-tactics? She obviously didn't do anything, so why is she so crazy about it? If this goes on, we're going to kiss tonight, sleep together tomorrow, and prepare for pregnancy the day after tomorrow, right? You can't do that. Too fast, it's not cooked yet. Qin Yi's heart was in turmoil, but he remained relatively calm on the surface. He shook his head. No, I think this is good. You can fight more with others, which will help improve your strength. The more aggressive Jiang Zishi is and the more she protects him, the more likely it is that being with such a weakling like him will cause dissatisfaction among others, and her admirers will come to challenge her crazily one after another. This way, there will be more battles and you won't have to worry about the number of times you draw cards. Every challenger at the same level as Jiang Zishi has a chance to draw alone. If she could defeat someone at a higher level than her, she could get multiple card draw rewards. So, as long as she can win, it doesn't matter how many come. Chapter 011. The logic is completely established. Fight to improve your strength. Jiang Zishi seemed to be thinking about something. She was very smart and quickly understood what Qin Yi meant. So this is why you asked me to go out and cause trouble? Yeah. Qin Yi nodded. Oh. I think I understand. She understood what her mission was. But there was one thing he didn't understand, so he asked, Brother Qin, how can I improve in battle? The elders also said that fighting is an effective way to improve strength, but I feel that this battle just now has little effect on me. Qin Yi smiled and said, how can you tell the difference so quickly? Combat experience and cultivation level improvement are not something that can be achieved overnight. Over the years, fighting more with cultivators of the same level will help you grow gradually and imperceptibly. It is not difficult for him to talk about profound principles. And it's not entirely deceptive. Strictly speaking, Jiang Zishi helps Qin Yi draw cards by fighting, and Qin Yi draws and combines cards to help Jiang Zishi level up. There is a direct correlation between the two. Therefore, the logic that she can level up by fighting is totally correct. That's true, but the sudden surge in my cultivation level caused by your enlightenment seems to have nothing to do with the battle. Jiang Zishi still didn't quite understand. Qin Yi was possessed by a charlatan and said in a pretentious manner, after a lot of battles in the same realm, your body will accumulate a lot of potential. When the time comes, I will give you a little guidance and you will be able to make a qualitative leap. The previous time was what you had accumulated over the past 10 years. Now, of course you have to accumulate it all over again. Oh so that's how it is. Jiang Zishi suddenly realized. She said happily, Brother Qin, this kind of guidance must consume a lot of energy, right? I have never seen anyone improve their cultivation so quickly without affecting their future prospects. I think this must be your unique secret method, which is unique in the world. Almost. Qin Yi thought to himself, she was right, this card drawing system was indeed exclusive to him and unique in the world. Jiang Zishi was even happier. Brother Qin, you are so kind to Sir. I don't know how to thank you. She was so happy that she almost died that such a powerful senior doted on her alone. Qin Yi, it's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. But I still hope that she can repay me. What man wouldn't like a peerless goddess? Qin Yi is a very normal man. His previous refusal was only because he had just arrived in this world and was not very familiar with it. Now he naturally has more thoughts. However, he also knew that the current intimacy was not high enough and the possibility of winning over this young lady was slim. As for using the identity of ancestor to force her, Qin Yi couldn't do this. Even if the public's impression of the ancestor is this kind of person, he has to twist the image into that of a serious person, otherwise he will be exposed after playing the role for too long. Moreover, Jiang Zishi developed some affection for him because she knew that he was not the real ancestor. If she was forced, she might feel wronged and her intimacy would drop drastically, and it would be difficult to rebuild her affection. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. You need to have a long-term vision and take it slow. Jiang Zishi didn't know what Qin Yi was thinking. Seeing his nonchalant and indifferent look, she still felt quite lost. So he whispered, Brother Qin, do you think I'm too young and too weak? Her words just now, I don't know how to repay you, were technically profound, and she just wanted to start a conversation. As a result, Qin Yi directly cut off the topic and had no intention of letting her mention the matter of repaying, leaving her in a dilemma. Hearing her say this, Qin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't think too much, it's more important to hone your skills and fight more to improve your strength. Although he likes pretty girls, survival is obviously the top priority compared to beauty. He is so weak and Jiang Zishi is also limited in strength. This situation is not stable at all. They must grow stronger quickly. All right. Jiang Zishi felt a little lost. So should I practice martial arts now or go out and get into trouble, she asked Qin Yi. Qin Yi gave her the choice, you decide for yourself. I don't know your strength. If you are confident that you can sweep the same realm, then you don't need to practice anymore. Jiang Zishi nodded slightly, then let's go out tomorrow. I just broke through today. I will use the afternoon and evening to adapt to the strength of the tyrant body realm. Good. Qin Yi sat down in the pavilion and didn't go anywhere. He just stayed in her residence and watched her practice. To be honest, he now only has cultivation but does not have any martial arts or magic skills to use. The strength given by the system belongs to their basic attribute, which makes his body tough. But the real fighting methods still need to be learned by yourself. Otherwise, if you have several tons of strength but can only use the turtle punch, you will not be able to defeat a practitioner of the same level. Jiang Zishi sat quietly on the grass, familiarizing herself with the internal energy in her body. From time to time, she would release a burst of energy to smash the rockery and stones. Looking at her various methods, Qin Yi secretly envied her. I don't know how much cultivation I need to reach the tyrant body realm. It took 91 points of cultivation to go from external training to the late stage of the tiger driving realm, which seems very little. But the higher the level of this thing, the more consumption it will definitely have, and the specific situation is not very clear yet. Jiang Zishi alone, even with the maximum intimacy, would only have a cultivation level of 3,100. I'm afraid that his strength is limited and not enough for him to dominate the world. So other goddesses should still be raised. Jiang Zishi practiced for a while when a maid ran in from outside. Miss, the clan leader is here. Jiang Zishi frowned slightly. Patriarch? What is he doing here? Before I could think more, the voice of the Jiang clan leader came from outside. Har har, 11er, don't you welcome me? A middle-aged man walked in. He looked quite dignified, but he tried to act approachable, which felt weird. He came alone without any followers and kept a low profile. Qin Yi knew at a glance that this person actually came to see him. When Jiang Zishi came out of the forbidden area, the elders would definitely notify everyone. It is estimated that the core leaders of the Jiang clan have already known the news that the ancestor has come out. But Qin Yi, their ancestor, did not act in a high-profile manner, so they did not dare to welcome him with fanfare, but instead came to visit him privately. Thinking of this, Qin Yi simply continued to sit still. Jiang Zishi stood up from the grass and bowed slightly. Patriarch. No need to be so polite. Jiang Chengxian, the head of the Jiang clan, pretended to be surprised and said, after just one day of not seeing you, 11er's strength has improved again. There is hope for the revival of our Jiang clan, har ha ha ha. It's all the gift from our ancestor. Jiang Zishi said modestly, his eyes falling on Qin Yi. This person must be. Jiang Chengxian didn't he know what Qin Yi, the ancestor, was thinking. As we all know, the ancestor of the Jiang clan is moody and has a very unpredictable temper. If he said something wrong, he might be shot on the spot even if he was the patriarch. So he had to be cautious and ask Jiang Zishi, a popular figure in front of the ancestor, to help with the introduction. He glanced at Qin Yi cautiously. As far as I could see, the man had a strange hairstyle, weird clothes, and a frivolous aura, and he looked no different from an ordinary person. Although he had some of the vigor and vitality of a cultivator, he was only at the tiger driving level. But Qin Yi's left index finger. There was a purple-black ring, exuding a restrained and deep aura. King Jiang's ring. Jiang Chengxian recognized the ring at a glance and thought, it's exactly the same as the pattern drawn in the ancient book. This is the ancestor's identity token. It seems that what the third and fourth elders said is right. The ancestor really came out of seclusion to accompany Jiang Zishi, the little girl, to play. This girl's charm is really a good thing. Chapter 012 The Jiang Clan's Secret. Jiang Chengxian didn't dare to doubt anymore and looked away. Jiang Zishi introduced, clan leader, this is young master Qin Yi, who has a good personal relationship with me. This time he came to Wuya City to relax. Even if you think about it, you will know that this is nonsense. It is just an excuse made by the ancestor to cover up his identity. However, Jiang Chengxian still looked very serious, and greeted with a smile and cupped his hands. It turns out to be Mr. Qin. I have heard of your great name for a long time, nice to meet you. Under normal circumstances. For a clan leader like Jiang Chengxian, a master of the all-seeing realm, meeting a junior would be a sign of respect, let alone bowing. Even just looking at him straight in the eye is enough. Even if the prince of the snow country was here, he wouldn't need to be so polite. It would be enough to just get to know each other as elders. But Qin Yi is their ancestor, after all. Even if he hides his aura and wears strange clothes, isn't he still the ancestor? It is the ancestor's own business that he disguised himself as an ordinary person and went out to play. You are junior, so you should be polite and respectful. Otherwise, if the ancestor is in a bad mood one day and remembers that you didn't bend down enough today or spoke disrespectfully enough, he might come to your house to question you. Qin Yi said, "You are too polite, patriarch. What do you want to talk to Zishi about?" He had a calm look on his face, and beneath his ordinary aura, he seemed to be able to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Jiang Chengxian is very strong. Normally, he should be restless when encountering such a strong man. But Qin Yi is a wimp. He was too weak. He was so weak that he couldn't see how strong Jiang Chengxian was, so there was no need to be afraid. It's like a 3-year-old child seeing an Olympic champion. Would he think that the Olympic champion is awesome? The child doesn't even know what the Olympics are. No matter you are a champion or an ordinary person, you are all the same in the child's eyes. Qin Yi's words took on a different meaning in Jiang Chengxian's eyes. The ancestor doesn't seem to like me very much. That's right, the ancestor likes to practice and women the most. He is probably about to play with Jiang Zishi at this moment. If I interrupt him at this time, I would be playing with my life. No, I have to run away. Jiang Chengxian quickly analyzed the situation. Then he smiled and said, it's okay. I just discussed with a few elders and decided to appoint Jiang Zishi as the acting clan leader. From now on, her status will be equal to mine, and she can make all decisions in the clan. The elders have already agreed to this, and I have nothing to do, so I came here to talk to Zishi. What do you, Mr. Qin, think? Oh, whatever. Qin Yi had a blank expression on his face, looking nonchalant. He was secretly happy in his heart, as it seemed that the Jiang clan leader had already recognized his identity as the ancestor. On the one hand, Jiang Zishi's aura is genuinely that of a dominant body realm. He has advanced to a higher realm in the morning without any side effects. This is something that not everyone can do. On the other hand, Qin Yi was wearing the ancestor's ring on his hand. This ring is real. The ancestor is so powerful that the ring cannot be stolen, so no one dares to doubt that he is a fake ancestor. As for the possibility that the ancestor is dead, who would have thought? No one dared to think about it at all. The corpses in the forbidden area have been collected by Jiang Zishi into her storage ring. Now there is not even any bone residue left, and no one knows where the real ancestor of the Jiang clan is. Unless Qin Yi is forced to take action, no one can tell that he is a rookie. But the strength of the inscription realm is there. If you dare to force him to take action, wouldn't that be courting death? After all, the possibility of this fake ancestor's identity being exposed is very small. But this is not entirely a good thing. The more the Jiang clan members feared the ancestor, the more they could see how terrifying the ancestor's influence was. If the car overturns, the consequences will be unimaginable. Mr. Qin, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Jiang Chengxian asked cautiously. Jiang Zishi looked at the usually majestic clan leader trembling with fear and couldn't help but chuckled. Clan leader, brother Qin and I are of the same generation, and you are the elder. Oh, yes, it was just a slip of the tongue, just a slip of the tongue. Jiang Chengxian said awkwardly, then Master Qin, I will leave first. Zishi, you should accompany Master Qin well. You must meet any requests he makes, and you must not neglect him. I know. Brother Qin will teach me. You don't have to worry about it, clan leader. Jiang Zishi looked relaxed and raised her chin slightly. The subtext of this sentence is, I am now their old ancestor's person, how should I serve him? Their old ancestor will teach me himself, why do you, a little patriarch, need to interfere? She was very happy that she finally had a place to vent her anger that had been suppressed recently. That's right. You guys have fun, I'm leaving. Jiang Chengxian didn't dare to refute at all. He left in a very humble manner, even as if he was fleeing. Jiang Zishi kept watching the clan leader walk away until his back could no longer be seen. She chuckled softly, he's so scared. The usually dignified clan leader was like a mouse meeting a cat when he met Qin Yi, not even breathing. This was a novel experience for those who were used to seeing the clan leader's serious appearance. Those elders didn't come. Qin Yi said meaningfully. Jiang Zishi explained, they probably don't dare to disturb you. After all, you are a young man now. It's a bit unusual for so many elders to come together to meet a young man. Well, forget about them. Just continue practicing. When you are free, tell me about Wuya City and the surrounding areas. I don't know anything about these places. Qin Yi is now relieved. Even the Jiang clan leader does not suspect him. He can stay with Jiang Zishi without any scruples. He still has little knowledge of Wuya City. He may have to stay here for a while, so it is necessary for him to learn more about it. The two of them stayed in Jiang Zishi's yard and did not go out, chatting leisurely. Maids served them food and drinks, and they lacked nothing. At this time, a piece of news seemed to have wings and spread quickly throughout Wuya City. Secret report. Our Jiang clan's ancestor has come out of seclusion. The ancestor has come out of seclusion. He uses the alias Qin Yi. He is with Miss Zishi. Everyone, be careful of the young man next to Miss Zishi. Although he only looks like a tiger driving realm warrior, he can actually crush Wuya City with just one finger. He pretends to be weak on purpose in order to attract Miss Zishi's admirers to appear, and then kill them all. This is a secret of our Jiang clan. I'm telling you this because we have a good relationship. Don't tell anyone. Hey, have you heard? Something big happened to the Jiang clan. Their 1,000-year-old ancestor has come out of seclusion. Brother, let me tell you a secret. The Jiang clan. Hush, keep your voice down. This is the secret of the Jiang clan. I won't tell anyone. I'm telling you, things are going to change in Wuya City this time. The Jiang clan. This is so shocking. I never thought that the Jiang clan would. I'm not bragging. I have the best information in Wuya City. I just found out today. Hey, have you heard that Miss Zishi is already a member of the Jiang clan's ancestor? That shameless old man, he raped the Jiang clan's celestial maiden. Damn it. My Miss Zishi has been played to pieces. Miss Zishi is dead, my fairy, woo-woo. Chapter 013 I will raise the child. The next morning, Qin Yi woke up in Jiang Zishi's bed. For his own safety and to prevent retaliation from reckless men like Jiang Yunji, he did not move anywhere else but lived in the same room with Jiang Zishi. Anyway, he is the ancestor now, and the Jiang clan leader has personally certified him, so he can do whatever he wants. But nothing happened last night. After all, the two of them were not very familiar with each other. There was a mat and mattress on the ground, which was where Jiang Zishi slept last night. Actually, judging from the surface relationship, Qin Yi is the ancestor and Jiang Zishi is the junior, and juniors should respect their elders. From another perspective, Qin Yi is at the tiger driving realm, and Jiang Zishi is at the tyrant body realm. People with strong strength should take care of the young. So regardless of respecting the elderly or loving the young, Qin Yi sleeps on the bed and Jiang Zishi sleeps on the floor. Jiang Zishi got up early and went out. Qin Yi took a deep breath of the elegant fragrance of the girl's boudoir, and said to himself, a man and a woman are alone in the same room, and I didn't do anything. I am worse than an animal. Once you have gained strength, you must do what you need to do. No, it's not the thing, it's the person. Walk out of the room. Jiang Zishi was practicing in the yard. The morning sun had just risen, and the sunlight shone obliquely on the girl's face, making her delicate features more three-dimensional. Her straight nose formed a silhouette, her rosy lips were slightly glowing, and even her eyelashes were clearly visible. She's really pretty. She's worthy of being the goddess I drew. Qin Yi's heart was deeply touched. He felt that there was probably no woman in the world more beautiful than Jiang Zishi. He is very satisfied to have such a goddess by his side. If nothing unexpected happens, he will not fall in love with anyone else. But the existence of the card drawing system does not seem to allow him to cultivate only one goddess. Well, Qin Yi couldn't help but sigh. He is an honest man, so he doesn't want to have a harem. Brother Qin, why are you sighing? At this time, Jiang Zishi finished her practice, stood up and walked towards him. The goddess has a gentle smile on her face, as elegant as a lotus, and her every step is as graceful as a flower. Her elegant demeanor is fascinating. Nothing, just eat something and then go out to cause trouble. Qin Yi cleared away the distracting thoughts in his mind and regained his composure. Jiang Zishi asked the maid to bring breakfast, sat down and slowly told her plan. I had already thought about it last night. It's a bit boring to bully my own people. Let's go outside. There is a sect and a family in Wuya City, and there are two big families. There are many masters in the tyrant body realm, which is enough for me to hone my skills. Okay, you decide. I'll go with you to watch the fun. Qin Yi nodded slightly. Brother Qin, if I do something wrong or not in place, you must remind me. No problem. The two of them ate and chatted, and soon finished their breakfast and left the garden together. Good morning, Miss. Good morning, Mr. Qin. Meet the young lady, meet Mr. Qin. Along the way, all the servants they met bowed to him one after another, looking very familiar with the greetings, as if they did this every day. Qin Yi felt weird. As I walked, a familiar face appeared in front of me. It was Jiang Yunji whom I met yesterday. The injury on Jiang Yunji's thigh seemed to have healed. There was no shortage of panaceas in the world of cultivators, and flesh injuries were just a minor matter. But his attitude today is completely different from yesterday. Seeing Jiang Zishi and Qin Yi, Jiang Yunji's expression froze. He immediately straightened his posture, followed the etiquette of his peers, and greeted them, Miss Zishi, Master Qin. Jiang Zishi was stunned when she saw this. Jiang Yunji, what's wrong with you? Did you take the wrong medicine today? Why are you so friendly? Jiang Yunji smiled slightly. No, I didn't take medicine today, and my injury has healed. I was wrong about what happened yesterday. I sincerely apologize to you, and I hope Miss Zishi won't hold a grudge against me. As he said this, he bent down and apologized respectfully. His humble and submissive attitude made the two people think that he had been replaced. Jiang Zishi frowned, looked at Qin Yi, and roughly guessed the reason for Jiang Yunji's change. It seems that Qin Yi's identity as their ancestor has already spread within the clan, and Jiang Yunji made this change because he was afraid of death. This is better, it saves trouble. Jiang Zishi nodded and said, It's good that you admit your mistakes. Is there anything wrong? If not, we'll leave. Jiang Yunji hurriedly said, It's okay, I just happened to pass by, you guys go in first. Then he made way, bowed and knelt, with the most humble attitude possible. Jiang Zishi didn't say anything and went out with Qin Yi. Jiang Yunji watched the two men leave and patted his chest in fear. Luckily, Sister Zishi stopped me yesterday. Otherwise, if I really used violence against the ancestor, I'm afraid even my body would be hard to preserve intact. Thinking about what happened yesterday, it's so scary. That was definitely the closest he had ever been to death. It was Jiang Zishi who saved him. The harder Jiang Zishi hits, the more he is helping him escape danger. Otherwise, if he waits for the ancestor to take action, will Jiang Yunji still be alive? Looking at the direction where the two disappeared, Jiang Yunji murmured in his heart, Sister Zishi, you really put a lot of effort into saving me. It's ridiculous that I didn't understand at the time, misunderstood you, and said such nasty things to you. I deserve to die. I'm a beast. Sister Zishi, I will remember your life-saving grace. I know you still have me in your heart, but the ancestor is too strong, so I have to obey. It doesn't matter, I will wait for you. Even if the ancestor took your virginity away, played with you thousands of times, or even made you pregnant, I would not despise you. You are the love of my life. I will wait for you, forever. If you and the ancestor have a child, I will raise him. As he thought about it, Jiang Yunji started crying. Why is God so cruel that he would make a good girl like Sister Zishi endure such painful torture? She is only 18 years old. Damn ancestor, there will come a day. Never mind, I can't defeat him even in 1,000 years. Qin Yi and Jiang Zishi walked out of the Jiang clan's mansion. This time, they did not bring any maids or attendants with them, nor did they ride in a carriage. They just walked around the streets together. If you want to cause trouble, you have to be simple. A too grand ceremony can easily scare others and is not conducive to the breeding of conflicts. Morning, Miss Jiang. Wow. Miss Jiang is so beautiful. The Jiang clan celestial maiden. So beautiful. Jiang Zishi is extremely beautiful. When she walks on the street, passers-by around her greet her and exclaim in admiration. She didn't respond and seemed a little cold. After a while, some other elements appeared in the surrounding sounds. Could that person be the legendary young Master Qin? Oh, it's really the tiger driving realm, too powerful. So shocking. Sure, keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear you. Jiang Zishi and Qin Yi heard a few words more or less and felt a little strange. Why do they all seem to know me? Qin Yi whispered. Jiang Zishi shook her head, I don't know either. At this moment, her eyes lit up and she found an acquaintance in front of her. A few dozen meters ahead on the street, a young man in yellow clothes was standing in front of a roadside bun shop. Jiang Zishi said happily, Brother Qin, that person is Chen Qingfeng from the Chen family, who is in the early stage of tyrant body realm, about 10 years older than me. He has pursued me before, and is one of the famous geniuses in the city, as famous as Jiang Yunji. Qin Yi nodded slightly, get him. The two walked forward with great interest. In order to cause trouble and make Chen Qingfeng angry, Jiang Zishi deliberately took Qin Yi's arm and made an intimate gesture. Unexpectedly, when they came closer, Chen Qingfeng didn't even look at them, as if the steamed buns at the roadside stall were very attractive and he was staring at them with great concentration. What is he doing? Jiang Zishi wondered. Practitioners have keen perceptions. She has already actively emitted her aura, so it is impossible for Chen Qingfeng not to notice it. Generally speaking, when a strong person approaches, everyone will subconsciously look to see who that person is. But Chen Qingfeng seemed like a dead person, with no response at all. Chen Qingfeng. Jiang Zishi couldn't help but shout. The other party still didn't respond. Chen Qingfeng. Jiang Zishi raised her voice. Chen Qingfeng shuddered, and a drop of cold sweat ran down his forehead. Chapter 014, Running Away with a Single Long Leg. In fact, Chen Qingfeng had already noticed Jiang Zishi just now, but the two people were running straight towards him and he didn't dare to run. The news of the birth of the Jiang clan ancestor had spread throughout the city last night. No one in the city was not afraid of that legendary strong man. Chen Qingfeng turned around and said tremblingly but pretending to be calm, it's Miss Zishi. Long time no see. How are you these days? Jiang Zishi couldn't help but frown. Why is this guy acting weird today? In the past, when he saw her, he would pounce on her immediately, just like a dog seeing. But today he looks so timid. Has he changed his personality? I'm fine, what are you doing here? Jiang Zishi said casually. Chen Qingfeng, oh, nothing, I'm just looking at the goods. Although this stall is not big, there are many treasures. I think every piece is a rare treasure and worth careful study. Treasure? Isn't this a bun? Jiang Zishi looked at him as if he was a fool. Oh, yes, there is a world inside the bun. This, listen to me and tell you. No, listen to me and explain it to you. Chen Qingfeng replied with gritted teeth, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Why are you sweating all the time? Jiang Zishi was almost speechless. Didn't this guy pursue her before? Now she was holding a man's hand, why didn't he give any response? You are so anxious. I'm angry. Where is your admiration, your jealousy, your temper? All gone? Chen Qingfeng wiped the sweat off his face and said, nothing. I have a little kidney deficiency recently. I sweat when I don't move. I can only take wolfberry health pills as meals. Qin Yi's mouth twitched. This guy's reaction was totally different from what Jiang Zishi said. Jiang Zishi should not have lied to him, which meant Chen Qingfeng was so timid because he had some concerns. Could it be that the people of the Chen family also knew about the birth of the ancestor of the Jiang clan, and they were talking with their heads down because they were afraid of death? Qin Yi touched Jiang Zishi's arm lightly, signaling her to use some drastic measures to stimulate her further. Jiang Zishi understood, smiled, and said, by the way, Chen Qingfeng, let me introduce you to this man, Mr. Qin Yi, a tiger-driving realm expert. We are dating now and will be getting married soon. Remember to come to the wedding when you have time. Qin Yi and Jiang Zishi thought, you should at least show some respect for this, right? The person you like is going to marry someone else, and she is a scumbag, how can you tolerate this? When Chen Qingfeng heard this, he indeed showed a look of pain. It's so painful to see the goddess in my heart fall into the hands of this old thief. Whenever he thought of the 18-year-old goddess Jiang Zishi being pinned down and tortured by an old man over 3,000 years old, making her eyes roll and her tongue stick out, with her body covered in strange liquid, he became furious. But, he gritted his teeth, sweated, and refused to say a single unpleasant word. Instead, he forced out a flattering expression and said hurriedly, oh, Mr. Qin. Nice to meet you. I have heard of your name for a long time and have always admired you very much. After meeting you today, Brother Qin is indeed handsome and suave, I envy you so much. You and Miss Zishi are really a match made in heaven. Qingfeng would like to wish you a happy wedding, a son soon, and many descendants. Oh, I have something to do at home, so I'll leave first. Goodbye. He retreated as he spoke, and when he said the last sentence, he was already more than 10 meters away from the two of them. Jiang Zishi was stunned. Hey, Chen Qingfeng, what are you talking about? Did you take the wrong medicine too? Chen Qingfeng replied from a distance, No, I haven't eaten yet. I'm just going to go back and eat something. I've recently been diagnosed with a terminal illness and will soon die, so I won't drink at the wedding. I wish you a long and happy life together. After saying this, he immediately activated the internal energy in his body and ran away. Jiang Zishi stamped her feet in anger. This guy must know your identity. It seems so. Qin Yi couldn't help but sigh. It was a good single draw, but it actually grew legs and ran away. How annoying. Let's go somewhere else. There are hundreds of Tyrant Body Realm warriors in Wuya City. We can always find someone to fight. Jiang Zishi held Qin Yi's hand tightly and continued walking along the street, like a couple. As I was walking, I saw another person in the Tyrant Body Realm in front of me, drinking by the window on the second floor of the tavern. Jiang Zishi said happily, That's a man from the Han family. His name is Han Xinglong. He is of the same generation as my father, and his cultivation is in the middle stage of Tyrant Body Realm. But my unique skills are better than his, so I should have a chance to win. As he said that, he pulled Qin Yi forward and prepared to say hello. At this time, Han Xinglong upstairs sensed the aura of a powerful person in the same realm approaching, and subconsciously looked downstairs. Fuck! Han Xinglong shuddered and cursed under his breath. The next second. Whoosh! The figure drinking by the window disappeared, and the sound of broken dishes came from upstairs. On the other side of the tavern, the wall shattered with a bang. Han Xinglong got out from behind and ran on the roof, running faster than a rabbit. Damn, what's going on? Qin Yi opened his eyes wide. Jiang Zishi opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. I have a bad feeling. Qin Yi said. Me too. Jiang Zishi agreed. The two looked around at the streets. All passers-by were consciously avoiding them, and no one dared to approach within 2 meters. If the street wasn't so wide, I could probably hide further away. Let's take a closer look. I just came down the mountain yesterday at noon. It's impossible for everyone in the city to know about it so quickly, right? Qin Yi curled his lips. Jiang Zishi made a bitter face. I hope so, otherwise I won't be able to improve. The two continued to wander along the street, looking for a Tyrant Body Realm master who was suitable for provoking. Although there are hundreds of people in the Hegemony Realm in the city, Wuya City is very large, and it is actually quite difficult to meet them on the streets. I walked around for the whole morning, but apart from Chen Qingfeng and Han Xinglong, I didn't meet anyone else. At noon, the two had lunch in a restaurant. It was past 12 o'clock, and Qin Yi's system was refreshed, giving him another chance to draw a card, and the remaining number of card draws became 9 times. There is only 1 day left before the second 10-draw streak, or a defeated opponent in the Tyrant Body Realm. Oh, if one of Chen Qingfeng and Han Xinglong didn't run away, I could have drawn 10 times in a row. Qin Yi thought depressedly. Jiang Zishi sat nearby, leaning her elbows on the table, holding her face with a distressed look on her face. Why didn't I meet anyone? Those people were quite active before. Could it be that they all hid away after hearing that the ancestor had come out of seclusion? Qin Yi guessed. I'm afraid someone from the Jian clan leaked the news on purpose. After all, the ancestor and the Jian clan can be separated. The ancestor caused trouble and killed people, and in the end it was the Jian clan that took the blame. The ancestor went back to the forbidden area to retreat and didn't care about worldly affairs. All the troubles had to be dealt with by the Jian clan. They were afraid of trouble, so they reminded other families early. News spreads from 1 person to 10 people and from 10 to 100 people. As long as it is urgent enough, it will spread very quickly. Jiang Zishi frowned. What should we do? Brother Qin, how about we go to other cities to have a look? Other cities? Qin Yi felt something was wrong. Although the Jian clan is powerful, its core influence is in Wuya City. If it leaves this place, it will not have such a great deterrent effect. If they go somewhere else to cause trouble, and the younger ones are beaten up and the older ones come, he and Jiang Zishi will probably have to pay for it. Let's think of another way. He disagreed. There are hundreds of Tyrant Body Realm in Wuya City, and with so many single draws, I would be unwilling not to get it. The two men sat and thought hard. After a while, the waiter brought delicious food. As Qin Yi was eating, an idea suddenly occurred to him: how about holding a martial arts competition? A tournament. When Jiang Zishi heard it, she felt it made sense. But then he thought, Brother Qin, if everyone is afraid of you, then even if we hold a martial arts competition, no one will come. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if it turns out to be a dull event? Qin Yi shook his head. No, it's precisely because they are afraid of me that they have to come. If anyone doesn't come, I will kill his entire family. Well, it is of course impossible to wipe out the entire family. Now he can't even beat someone else's doorman. But as long as you release the news using the identity of the Jian clan's ancestor, those people will obey. Chapter 015. There is a foreigner here. Is this possible? Jiang Zishi asked in surprise. She didn't know that Qin Yi needed her to fight to get the number of card draws. She only knew that if she fought more often, she could accumulate potential and be enlightened by senior Qin Yi. Seeing Qin Yi's attitude, she couldn't help but be moved. Because she knew that Qin Yi was not the real ancestor, he was not a bad person. A good man, in order to help her fight more and improve her strength, actually did not hesitate to spread his bad reputation and threaten all the masters in the city to fight. Although it was the ancestor of the Jian clan who bore the stigma, rather than Qin Yi himself, but Qin Yi was able to humble himself and do such a thing, which also showed his true heart for her. Jiang Zishi thought to herself, it seems that senior Qin Yi really likes me, that's why he cares about me so much. Although he is old and can be my ancestor for 100 generations, cultivators are detached from the world and don't need to care about worldly etiquette. Such a strong, careful man who always considers me, seems very good. And he doesn't look old at all. He's quite good looking. Ding tilde. Jiang Zishi's intimacy with you increases by 5 points. Current intimacy, 40. Qin Yi, who was drinking soup, suddenly received a system prompt. He choked and almost sprayed the soup in his mouth onto Jiang Zishi's face. Can this be improved? Wasn't it just a proposal to hold a martial arts competition? Why did her intimacy level suddenly increase? And the increase was quite a lot, 5 points in one go. Qin Yi glanced at Jiang Zishi beside him. The eldest daughter of the Jian clan was lowering her head with a flushed face, and no one knew what she was thinking. Seeing her like this, Qin Yi knew that she was just imagining things again. This little sister is really. I didn't do anything, why did she conquer herself? Is this really a goddess? I'm afraid she is not a nympho. Let's go, let's continue shopping. We have to at least find someone to beat up today. It would be a shame if you don't get 10 consecutive draws. After dinner, Qin Yi pulled Jiang Zishi out of the restaurant and continued wandering on the streets. The two walked from North Street to Central Street, and then walked around East Market. From noon to afternoon, and even until dusk, I never met anyone who could get the number of card draws. However, wandering around during the day allowed Qin Yi to understand the world a little better. There are actually quite a lot of cultivators in this world, and there are also ordinary people on the streets who possess the strength of the inner strong realm or even the tiger driving realm. There are relatively few people who have reached the dragon transformation realm, and most of them are at the level of common masters. The stronger Gangqi realm and Barti realm are already the top masters that people can see. The Fashuan realm and the Wanxiang realm are basically legendary among the people. People only hear of them but never see them. The Jindan realm, that's a myth. It has been a long time since a new Jindan realm expert appeared in the Snow Country. There are less than 10 of them now, and they are all ancestors of famous families or super sects. In comparison, the Jian clan ancestor who is in the Mingwen realm is even more of a myth among myths, an existence standing at the pinnacle of the Snow Country. Qin Yi finally understood why so many people were afraid of him. The difference in a big realm is like that between a tiger and a cat. The ancestor of the Jian clan is in Wuya City, which is a suppression of at least 2 major realms. It would be strange if others are not afraid. Alas, there is not one. Brother Qin, it's getting dark, let's go home. After strolling around for a whole day without any results, Jiang Zishi felt a little depressed. Qin Yi nodded and said, okay, go back and rest. Talk to the elders' pavilion tomorrow morning and arrange for the martial arts competition. The two had already walked to the east gate of Wuya City, but still hadn't met anyone suitable to attack, so they had no choice but to return. However, just as they were about to turn back, the sound of hurried horse hooves suddenly came from the direction of the city gate. Get out of the way. The inner sect disciples of the Zhangxuan sect have arrived, everyone get out of the way. Two tall horses came galloping over, and the monks on the horses shouted and drove away the people on both sides of the road. Qilin horse. Kangxian sect. Jiang Zishi frowned. The horses that the two monks rode were not ordinary horses, but Qilin horses that were known for their ability to travel 3,000 miles a day, and each one was extremely precious. And behind the two of them, there is an even rarer blood unicorn. The blood Qilin is also a kind of horse, but the aura it exudes is extremely powerful, 100 times more majestic than that of a tiger or lion. Its shoulder height alone is more than 2 meters, and it has red hair all over its body, thick mane, strong limbs, and a pair of Qilin horns on its forehead. Its aura is no less than that of a cultivator in the Ganqi realm. On the back of the blood Qilin was a young man wearing a purple robe. He had a sharp aura and an air of arrogance that was unparalleled. What kind of sect is the Kangxian sect? Qin Yi asked Jiang Zishi. Jiang Zishi replied, it is the largest cultivation sect in the southern province of the Snow Country. It is said that there are 3 Jindan level masters in charge. Even the king treats them with great courtesy. Then he continued, the man in purple should be an inner disciple of Zhangxuan sect, and his aura is around the early stage of Tyrant Body realm. The 2 attendants in front are in Ganqi realm, and their strength is also good. Oh? Tyrant Body realm, so. Qin Yi's eyes lit up. Jiang Zishi is the same as him. The two exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Outsiders, baby. Now everyone in Wuya City is hiding from them, and they are worried that they can't find an opponent. The Kangxian clan is very strong, much stronger than the Jian clan. But Qin Yi didn't care, and Jiang Zishi didn't care either. With the chance to draw cards, it won't be long before Jiang Zishi's level will increase rapidly. There is nothing to be afraid of. Besides, they didn't mean to kill anyone, it was just a fight, it wasn't a big deal. The Qilin horse galloped, and the surrounding people fled from the main street in panic. But there was an old man with a physical disability who walked very slowly. He was obviously trying very hard to walk towards the street, but he just couldn't speed up. Seeing the old man standing in the middle of the road, the attendant on the Qilin horse on the left yelled angrily, "Get out of here, old man." As he said this, he swung the whip and hit the old man. Stop. Jiang Zishi had been holding it in for the whole day and had been wanting to take action for a long time. When he saw the other parties move, he immediately flashed and rushed forward. She stepped forward to block the old man, grabbed the tail of the whip with one hand, and pulled hard. The servant was suddenly pulled to the side with his horse. The other attendant's horse's leg was just caught by the stretched whip. Suddenly there was a loud neighing sound, and the 2 men and their horses fell to the ground together. Good. Well done. Miss Jiang is so awesome. Passers-by around cheered when they saw the old man being rescued. How dare you? How dare you stop my Kangxian sect's horse? Who are you? The 2 servants were both masters of Ganqi realm, so a mere fall was not a big problem. But the Qilin horse was different. It was running very fast and suddenly fell, breaking its leg and falling to the ground. Seeing the 2 people's angry looks, Jiang Zishi simply ignored them and didn't want to pay any attention to them. Her eyes fell on the purple-robed young man riding the blood unicorn behind her, and she said calmly, "If you don't know how to discipline your servants, I can teach you. In Wuya City, no one can be presumptuous." Chapter 016, Current Rules. The purple-robed man stopped, and the blood unicorn raised its front hooves, letting out a clear neigh. It must be said that the purple-robed young man riding the red divine horse looked quite cool, and Qin Yi was almost envious to death. Jiang Zishi, I've heard of you. The purple-robed young man was not angry about being blocked. Seeing Jiang Zishi's beautiful face, he smiled and said, I came to Wuya City with the intention of meeting you, but I didn't expect to meet you at the city gate. My name is Fang Wuyun, an inner sect disciple of Zhangxuan sect, and my master is a Jindan realm immortal, Ling Jing Daozuan. There was a hint of arrogance in these words. Although they expressed admiration for Jiang Zishi, they sounded condescending. When the passers-by heard this, they were shocked. So he is the direct disciple of a Jindan realm immortal. No wonder he is so arrogant. This is bad. Although Miss Jiang has a high status, she is still inferior to the Kangxian sect. The Kangxian sect is not easy to mess with. Last time, a friend of my friend messed with the outer disciples of the Kangxian sect and the entire sect was wiped out. It was a tragedy. Miss Jiang, be careful. However, some people also expressed disdain. Why are you panicking? Didn't you see the young man next to the young lady? He is the most terrifying person in Wuya city. Let alone the inner sect disciples of Zhangshuan sect, even if his master, Lingjing Daozuan, came, he would not be qualified to act arrogantly here. That's right, I heard a rumor last night. Oh, you can't tell me this, it's a secret. Well, I also heard a secret. Hey, you too. What a coincidence, me too. Just watch the show. I feel it will be difficult for these three people from the Kangxian sect to leave alive. There was a lot of noise all around, with many people talking in low voices. But the parties involved didn't care. Jiang Zishi ignored Fang Wuyan's boasting and sneered, Jiedan is very powerful, but it's a pity that it's not your strength. In Wuya City, you have to follow our rules. What are the rules of Wuya City? Fang Wuyan asked. Jiang Zishi, you are not allowed to charge into the city on horseback. What kind of rule is this? I've never heard of it. Fang Wuyan smiled and didn't take it seriously. He just thought that Jiang Zishi was looking for trouble. With his status, it would not be a big deal even if he killed someone on the street. If he was in a good mood, he would just pay some money. If he was in a bad mood, he would not even bother to look at it. With the support of Kangxian sect, the king of Snow Country did not dare to offend them easily. The life of an old civilian man was no more valuable than that of an ant. But Jiang Zishi's next words stunned him. Jiang Zishi said, "This is a new rule, which was just set by my family's inscription realm ancestor. Anyone who violates it will be punished with 30 lashes, immediately executed." Fang Wuyan guessed correctly, she was looking for trouble. After saying this, Jiang Zishi put away the whip in his hand, held it straight, and whipped the servant who wanted to whip the old man just now. Crack! The sound of the whip is crisp, and the power of the tyrant body realm is even more intimidating. R. The servant didn't dodge and screamed in pain. The thin inner energy on the surface of his body was directly drained away, his clothes were torn, and blood was dripping. Senior Brother Fang. The attendant stepped back. The passers-by around were all shouting with excitement when they saw this. Well done. This kid relied on the support of the Kangxian sect and actually wanted to kill an innocent old man in the street. He deserves to be beaten. Hit me again, hit me again. 30 lashes, not one less. I unconditionally support the new rules set by the Jian clan's ancestors. Bang! Satisfy the ideas of passers-by. Jiang Zishi raised the whip and whipped again. Do you feel the pain? Did you ever think about how you felt when you whipped someone just now? R. The servant screamed again, sweating profusely in pain, and retreated repeatedly. Stop! Fang Wuyan was angry. Just now he was frightened by the three words, inscription realm, and was stunned for a while, then he saw his subordinate junior brother being whipped twice in a row. Seeing that Jiang Zishi was about to hit him for the third time, he didn't care about showing off, jumped off their horse and grabbed the tail of the whip. Jiang Zishi, you are beating people from the Kangxian sect, he scolded. Jiang Zishi said indifferently, can't we fight people from Zhangshuan sect? There is no such rule in Wuya City. The Snow Country has such rules. Fang Wuyan said angrily. As disciples of the Kangxian sect, they always acted in a domineering manner every time they went out, and no one dared to stop them. But today, not only was I blocked, but I was also whipped. It was such a great humiliation. Even if this person is Jiang Zishi, the rumored most beautiful woman in Nanju and one of the three goddesses of the Snow Country, she cannot be let go. Ku tilde. Fang Wuyan released his true energy, and billowing waves of energy dissipated, stirring up a strong wind all around. Jiang Zishi was not surprised but delighted when she saw this. You want to fight when you can't win the argument. Okay, I'll give you this chance. Buzz tilde. She also released her aura, which was also the power of the early stage of the hegemony body realm, but it was even more refined than Fang Wuyan's. Fang Wuyan was secretly shocked. He knew that he was very talented and was one of the top 5 elite immortal seedlings in Zhangshuan sect. However, he was able to reach the early stage of tyrant body realm at the age of 22, thanks to the medicinal effect of a spiritual herb. Otherwise, he would still be only at the great perfection of Gangxi realm. And this girl in front of him, who was said to be only 18 years old, had actually reached the hegemonic body realm, and her aura was so pure, without any signs of the assistance of any spiritual medicine. How is this possible? Even senior Sister Shen, the most elite member of the inner sect, isn't he this exaggerated? If you want to protect your subordinates, then you should take the beating. Before Fang Huiyun could think about it, Jiang Zishi had already swung a whip at him. This time it was not as easy as before. He used all his strength in the tyrant body realm. The whip was sharper than a sword. Wherever his aura passed, it was like a beheading knife slashing wildly. Fang Huiyun didn't dare to take it head on, so he dodged and at the same time hit Jiang Zishi with his right palm through the air. Bang! Boom! Jiang Zishi easily dodged the palm wind, and a piece of stone slab exploded on the ground. The whip also smashed a big hole on the ground, and its destructive power was several times greater than Fang Huiyun's. Are you serious? Fang Huiyun became more and more angry, feeling that he had been seriously provoked again. Jiang Zishi laughed, is this true? Okay. Then let me show you the power of the disciples of Kangxian sect. Fang Huiyun could no longer suppress his anger, and he used all his strength to kill Jiang Zishi. Qin Yi couldn't get a word in at all, let alone do anything. He had basically no fighting ability and could only stand in the middle of the avenue and watch the show. He couldn't even retreat to the corner of the street. After all, he was now the ancestor of the Jiang clan disguised as a young man and should not be afraid of anything. Two masters of the tyrant body realm fought fiercely on the street. Although Jiang Zishi had just broken through, the strength brought to her by the upgrade card was real power with no side effects, which was much more solid than the one forcibly improved by Fang Huiyun with drugs. Although she had just made a breakthrough not long ago, her actual combat ability was clearly superior to Fang Huiyun. After only a dozen moves, Fang Huiyun was at a disadvantage, and she took advantage of the opportunity to whip him twice. Jiang Zishi, you're going too far. Fang Huiyun's robe was torn, the whip marks were bright red, and he was angry and anxious. He was angry because Jiang Zishi didn't take Kangxian Zone seriously, and he was anxious because he couldn't beat her. He used all his strength and even took out weapons from the Sumeru ring, but he was still defeated. This is only the fourth whip. Why are you shouting? There are still 26 to go. Jiang Zishi said calmly, without blushing or panting. Her true energy was endless, as if she could fight for another 3,000 rounds. That's enough. After being whipped twice, Fang Huiyun really didn't dare to continue, fearing that he would be defeated in the end. If he was really whipped continuously by an 18-year-old girl, it would bring shame to the sect. He suppressed his anger and shouted, I am the junior brother who is wrong this time. I will admit my mistake on his behalf. Jiang Zishi said, is that the end? You don't want to fight anymore? I haven't had enough yet. Chapter 017 This is the peerless strong man. You. Fang Huiyun was so angry that he was about to explode. Passers-by around also felt that this young lady was too scary. Although she was on the side of the common people, she taught a lesson to the bullies who were running rampant and ignoring the safety of civilians. But her ruthless look is really scary. Many people secretly rejoiced that they had received the secret message last night, otherwise who knows what disaster would have happened. Jiang Zishi, what else do you want? Fang Huiyun gritted his teeth and said angrily. Jiang Zishi glanced at the old man who was almost beaten just now. She originally wanted Fang Huiyun to apologize to the old man. But then he thought, the old lady is just a commoner, and with her around, Fang Huiyun dare not act arrogantly. But if he forced Fang Huiyun to apologize to a commoner in public, he was afraid that the other party would retaliate afterwards, and the old lady's family would be robbed. So he didn't mention anything about the old man, but pointed at the blood unicorn and said, there is a rule in Wuya City that a mount cannot be taller than a person. I will confiscate your horse as an apology for the mistake you made today. You. Fang Huiyun's face turned pale. That's the blood unicorn. This rare divine horse, which only appears once among 1,000 Chilean horses, is worth 300,000 taels of gold. How could it be possible to take away his blood unicorn just because of such a small thing? The passers-by around laughed. Even Qin Yi laughed. This girl is really good at asking for too much. She makes new rules anytime and anywhere and takes away people's lives at once. She is simply a lawless female devil. Don't go too far. My Kangxian sect will not allow your Jian clan to act so recklessly. Fang Huiyun directly raised the sect's flag. Upon hearing this, the passers-by laughed again. Jiang Zishi said, why, do you want the 3 Jindan realm immortals of Zhangshuan sect to challenge our Mingwen realm ancestor? Fang Huiyun. Har ha har har tilde. There was a burst of laughter on Dongmen Avenue. Fang Weiyun looked very unhappy. In his opinion, everyone was just using the tiger's skin as a banner, and it was impossible to really ask the most powerful person in the entire force to come forward for such a small matter. Not to mention the Jindan realm, even the masters in the Wanxiang realm would not care about such trivial matters. But it's not like that in Weia City. The common people around all know the secret of the Jian clan. The short-haired young man behind Jiang Zishi is the ancestor of the Jian clan. People are watching here. You are just an inner sect disciple, and you are trying to get yourself killed by using the elders of the sect to attack you. Of course. Qin Yi himself doesn't think so. Qin Yi couldn't bear to watch it anymore. If he keeps making such a fuss, and 3 Jindan realm masters really appear, he will have nowhere to escape. Although the inscription realm is very powerful, it is not so powerful that it cannot be seen through by the core formation realm experts. As long as a strong person in the Jindan realm arrives, he, a little trash in the Tsuhu realm, will be seen through at a glance and will not think that he is pretending to be low-key at all. So quit while you're ahead. Anyway, when the battle was over, the system had already prompted him that he had been rewarded with a chance to draw a card, so there was no point in continuing to argue with Fang Weiyun. So, Qin Yi called out, 11er. He spoke calmly, not loudly. However, when his voice was heard, the surroundings immediately became quiet. The kind that was completely silent. Brother Qin. Upon hearing their voice, Jiang Zishi immediately put away her domineering look, threw away the whip, turned around and looked at him, retracted all her energy, and became extremely docile, completely different from before. Fang Weiyun was stunned when he saw this, his eyes widened. Why is it suddenly quiet? He followed everyone's gaze and found the focus of the moment Qin Yi. What I saw was a waste in the tiger-driving realm, with a pitifully weak aura, not even as strong as the blood Qilin. However, Jiang Zishi, who was so domineering just now, looked docile and obedient in front of this man. She was a ferocious tigress just now, but now she became a kitten. What are you doing? Fang Weiyun was puzzled. Let's go home. Qin Yi looked lazy, as if he was tired from playing and wanted to rest. Jiang Zishi immediately replied, okay, brother Qin. She ran over in small steps and held his arm. Before leaving, she turned back and said to Fang Weiyun, for our sake, for brother Qin's sake, we will let you go today. Remember to follow the rules next time, or you will be whipped by your master again. After saying that, he left without looking back. There was still silence all around. After Qin Yi opened his mouth, no one dared to speak carelessly, for fear of being targeted by this terrifying ancestor and facing a miserable end. It was not until the two of them walked away that the surroundings regained vitality. TSK, that's horrible. I clearly didn't release any aura, but I felt as if someone stepped on my heart. I didn't dare to move at all, not even to blink. This is the most powerful person in the world. It's really scary. But to be honest, it was really fun just now. I get annoyed when I hear about Qinshian sect or something like that. The ancestors of the Jian clan are still the best. They support the young lady and speak up for us common people. This old man isn't as evil and scary as the legend says. I think he's a really good man. Hey, if it was me just now, I definitely wouldn't stop so quickly. I would have whipped that bastard a few more times. Hush, keep your voice down. We don't have brother Qin backing us up. If you say anything nonsense, you'll lose your head. The crowd slowly dispersed, leaving 3 horses and 3 people from the Kangxian sect on the street. Fang Weiyun is an expert with sharp ears and eyes, and he captured some useful key information from the gossip. That man turned out to be impossible, he clearly has the aura of a tiger driving realm. But, it seems to be very easy for a strong person to conceal his aura. So many people say so, it can't be false. And a goddess like Jiang Zishi can't be so respectful to a loser in the tiger driving realm. Then, it's probably true. Thinking of this, Fang Weiyun swallowed hard and cold sweat instantly soaked his whole body. Inscription realm. That is a godlike existence. Moving mountains and filling the sea, breaking the sky and splitting the earth, huge changes happen in a wave of the hand. In the entire snow country, there should be no inscription realm existence to be found now. Only, the legendary ancestor of the Jian clan. And he, just now was so presumptuous in front of the ancestor of the Jian clan and fought head on with Jiang Zishi. Fortunately, I lost the fight. If I had one, would I still be alive? Maybe even my master, Lingjing Taoist, will be retaliated against. Although the Kangxian sect has 3 Jindan realm masters and more than 10 Wanxiang realm masters, they are not particularly afraid of Mingwen realm masters. But that kind of existence should definitely not be provoked if possible. Especially for an ordinary inner sect disciple like him, if he offended a powerful person in the inscription realm, he would definitely be abandoned by the sect in an instant, and no one would care if he died like a stray dog outside. Brother Fang, we must avenge this. When we return. The servant who had just been beaten came over and wanted to talk. Shut up. Before he could finish his words, Fang Wuyan slapped him and sent him flying. Asshole. If it weren't for you, how could I have offended Jiang Zishi? Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Go back to the sect and face the wall for a month. Fang Wuyun was extremely angry. He came to Wuya City to do some work. In fact, the mission was not urgent at all and he could take his time to complete it for a month or 2. But in order to demonstrate the power of the Kangxian sect, these 2 junior brothers insisted on rushing forward, shouting and yelling all the way. In the end, not only did he get whipped twice, but he also offended the people of the Jian clan. Fortunately, the old ancestor seemed to be in a good mood today and did not bother with him. Otherwise, the 6 lives of 3 people, 3 horses and 3 horses would not be enough to be killed here. Brother? How can I? The attendant wanted to speak again. Fang Wuyan slapped him again. Get lost. Chapter 018 The second orange card. It was dark, and Qin Yi and Jiang Zishi returned to the courtyard. The 2 of them didn't talk much along their way, just looking at the scenery and occasionally saying a few insignificant words. It was not until she returned home that Jiang Zishi regained her lively girlish appearance and said to Qin Yi, Brother Qin, are you satisfied with my performance just now? It seemed as if she was asking for credit and reward. Qin Yi smiled and shook his head, too arrogant, I want to hit you when I see you. Jiang Zishi giggled, with you as my backer, how can I not be arrogant? Look at Fang Wuyan, he was so scared that he was holding back and didn't dare to speak. I almost laughed out loud. You. Qin Yi felt a little scared. She really pretended too much just now. Fortunately, this girl is quite strong and defeated Fang Wuyan. If you can't beat him, that's another story. Fang Wuyan is a disciple of a famous family. He won't let it go after losing face like this. Be careful and beware of his revenge. Qin Yi reminded. Jiang Zishi said indifferently, he doesn't have the courage. Even if he did, he can't beat me. As for the Kangxian sect, how could such a big sect go against the Jiang clan because of a tyrant body realm disciple? It seems so. Although the overall strength of the Jiang clan is far inferior to that of the Kangxian sect, the existence of an inscription realm ancestor is enough to shock everything. Let's not talk about this, Brother Qin, let's have dinner, what do you want to eat? Jiang Zishi pulled him to the stone table on the side of the yard, pushed him to sit down, and helped massage his shoulders. She was as well behaved as a little maid. Qin Yi enjoyed the service of the stunning goddess and said casually, you decide. I'm fine with anything. Yeah, okay. Jiang Zishi knew that Qin Yi was an easygoing senior, so she did not refuse. She called the maid over and asked her to prepare dinner. Qin Yi opened the system interface. Number of card draws remaining, 10. In the previous battle, I got another chance to draw alone, and now I finally have 10 consecutive draws. The advantage of 10 consecutive draws over a single draw is that a complete goddess card will definitely appear. If you draw all of them individually, you might get goddess fragments 10 times, so it would be better to save them up and draw them together. With nothing else to do, Qin Yi directly used the card drawing function to use up these times. Buzz buzz buzz. 10 consecutive draws begin. The Misty card drawing interface appeared again. As the clouds shook, soon, the backs of 10 goddess cards flew out and were arranged in the system interface. To upgrade an orange card to a red card, you only need to consume an orange card. Take 10 Xinqingyu fragments at random, and you can combine them into an orange Xinqingyu. This way, Jiang Zishi can break through to the Fashuan realm. Qin Yi thought to himself. The difficulty of combining cards is relatively low in the initial stage. From Ganqi to BAT, and then from BAT to FA Xian, it is as easy as eating and drinking water. Of course, even if he could combine the red card of the Fashuan realm, he would not upgrade Jiang Zishi immediately. Otherwise, how do you calculate the number of card draws? First, limit her realm and let her beat up a few more people in the tyrant body realm, and adapt to the power of the tyrant body realm. Wait until Weia City's resources are almost fully utilized, then upgrade her. Although this will slow down the increase in intimacy, it is only a matter of time. In comparison, Qin Yi feels that the number of card draws is more important. He clicked and turned over the goddess card he had drawn. 10 card drawing information flashed by. Congratulations, you have obtained the title of Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi. You obtain Flying Snow Sword Fairy Qingyu Fragments 5. You get Flying Snow Sword Fairy Qingyu Fragments 10. You obtain Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi Fragments 10. You obtain Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi Fragments 10. You obtain 5 fragments of Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi. You obtain Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi Fragments 10. You obtain Flying Snow Sword Fairy Qingyu Fragments 5. You obtain Flying Snow Sword Fairy Qingyu Fragments 5. You obtain 5 fragments of Jiang Clan Goddess Jiang Zishi. This time, the quality of the 10 consecutive draws was worse than the last time. There was only one complete card and the rest were fragments. Open the inventory and take a look. At present, in addition to Jiang Zishi's body that has been synthesized into an orange card, Qin Yi still has 1 complete Jiang Zishi. Complete Qingyu 2 photos. 45 Jiang Zishi fragments. 45 Qingyu fragments. Just enough to synthesize Qingyu into an orange card. Without hesitation, he extracted 30 of Qinyu's fragments and combined them into a complete one. Then combine the cards and upgrade. According to the formula, Qin Yi put in 3 complete Flying Snow Sword Immortal Qingyu. Then click OK. Congratulations, you have synthesized the orange quality Flying Snow Sword Fairy Qingyu. The card closing is completed in an instant. Then. That's all. What happened? Didn't you remind me to pick up my exclusive upgrade card? Qin Yi frowned. Then he came to his senses. The strength of Feishua Sword Immortal Qingyu should be right in the range of Tyrant Body Realm. Orange cards are equivalent to the Hegemony Realm, and exclusive upgrade cards will only appear when the quality of the card is higher than the strength of the goddess herself. In other words, before he combined a goddess card that exceeded Qinyu's true strength, he could not improve Qinyu's intimacy through upgrading cards. And if he exceeds the Tyrant Body Realm, since the strength of the goddess card in his hand will also be counted into Qin Yi's strength, those who only defeat the Tyrant Body Realm will not be able to get the card drawing reward. From this we can know that Qinyu's strength is just at the Hegemony Body Realm, which may be the early stage, the middle stage, or the late stage. With this in mind, it would be better if the initial strength of the goddesses was a little weaker. After all, if it is too strong, it will be difficult to draw cards, the difficulty of combining cards will soar, and the intimacy will be difficult to achieve. Intimacy is not easy to achieve, and it will also become more difficult for Qin Yi to gain cultivation. Although intimacy can be improved through contact and interaction in daily life, it is obviously not as fast as the two-way improvement of card level upgrade plus life interaction. Jiang Zishi is better. This girl is gentle and well behaved to me, but overbearing and indifferent to others. This contrast is refreshing just thinking about it. As for Qingyu, I don't even know where she is. I might as well not support her and use her cards as materials to feed Jiang Zishi. Qin Yi thought to himself. When Qin Yi created the orange Qingyu, a woman opened her eyes deep in Sangshuan Mountain hundreds of kilometers away. It's strange. Why have you been feeling so restless these past 2 days? She was a little confused. The same thing happened when she was practicing yesterday. Suddenly her heart skipped a beat, as if she had forgotten something important, which made her very uncomfortable. This feeling came back again today, and it is even clearer. What's wrong with you? At this time, Qinyu's master, Linghuan Daozuan, floated over and asked with concern. Qingyu shook her head slightly. Master, I'm fine, I'm just tired from practicing, I just need to rest for a while. Taoist Linghuan stroked her head gently and shook his head, saying, I can feel that your heart is not at peace. I think something has happened. Talk to me, your master. Maybe I can help you. Qingyu was silent for a while. After a while, he said, Master, a figure of a person has flashed through my mind these past 2 days, but I can't see his appearance clearly. I don't know why. A person. Male or female? Asked Taoist Ling Wan. It seems to be a man. Could it be that I have committed a peach blossom disaster? Taoist Ling Wan frowned slightly. Qin Yi lowered her head. I don't know either, I just felt like there was a voice calling me to go over there and take a look. Where is that? Can you sense the direction exactly? Taoist Ling Wan was even more surprised. Qin Yi nodded and said, it should be 1,000 miles away in the southeast direction. 8,000 miles to the southeast. Taoist Ling Wan thought for a moment and said, that is the territory of Wuya City, which has been experiencing a turbulent time recently. Master, what happened to Wuya City? Qin Yi wondered. Taoist Ling Wan explained, on the one hand, the devil is rising, and the witch inherited the will of the previous devil king and wanted to destroy the Jian clan to retrieve the magic weapon that was suppressed that year. On the other hand, several bad disciples who rebelled against the Zhangxuan sect 400 years ago also appeared there. The sect sent Fang Wuyan as bait, and several Wanxiang realm strongmen accompanied him secretly. If these two groups of people and the legendary ancestor of the Jian clan meet together, it will be a 1,000-year catastrophe. I am afraid that many people in Wuya City will die by then. Evil path, traitor, ancestor of the Jian clan. Qin Yi closed her eyes and deduced according to her intuition. After a while, she said, it seems that the person in my mind is indeed related to these things. Master, please allow me to go down the mountain. I want to cut off these distracting thoughts. Cut it off. Taoist Ling Wan shook his head slightly, it's so easy. But she did not stop him, go if you want to. This is a calamity on your path of cultivation, and you have to face it alone. Chapter 19 Jiang Zishi's Test. At night, after Qin Yi finished his meal, he took a nice bath and lay down on Jiang Zishi's bed. There is a very comfortable bathing pool in Jiang Zishi's courtyard. The comfort lies in the fact that when he takes a bath, there are 6 maids to help him wash, some rub his back, some wipe his face, some do his pedicure, he doesn't need to move at all. Qin Yi was a little shy at first, but when he thought that he was pretending to be the ancestor and had slept with countless women over the thousands of years, he couldn't afford to be unable to handle this situation, so he forced himself to remain calm and hold on. After lying on the bed for a while, Jiang Zishi also came into the room. She had just washed, her black hair was disheveled, and she was wearing a gauze dress. Under the gauze, there were only 2 small underwear, and her graceful curves were clearly visible. Brother Qin, you haven't slept yet. Jiang Zishi's face flushed red. She didn't dare to look directly at Qin Yi. She crawled into the quilt and hid herself. But now it is summer or autumn, and the quilt is very thin, but her beautiful figure can still be vaguely seen. Qin Yi felt like his nose was about to bleed, but he didn't dare to act like a hooligan, so he pretended to be calm and said, I was just about to go to bed. Jiang Zishi grabbed the edge of the quilt with both hands, only showing a small head, and whispered, I usually wear this after taking a bath. I don't mean to deliberately seduce you. Qin Yi's mouth twitched. I didn't think so at first, but now that she said that, it seems like she really meant that. Okay, I got it. Qin Yi didn't know what to say, so he just answered casually. There was silence in the room for a while. After a while, Jiang Zishi turned off the lights and turned sideways as if to go to sleep. But in fact, the two of them had their own thoughts and didn't fall asleep that quickly. Qin Yi felt confused. After 2 days here, I am still a rookie. I have to rely on the title of ancestor to do anything, and basically I can't do anything substantial. Beating people, intimidating. I don't have the ability to do that. I don't have the guts to bully a little girl. It's really weird that he wants to be a decent person but has the identity of an ancestor. After the competition is settled, the number of card draws should be enough for Jiang Zishi to have the strength to fight against the Demon King. By that time, when the intimacy level is high and I have my own cultivation, I won't have to pretend to be an ancestor anymore. Qin Yi thought to himself. There are still 3 levels between the Tyrant Body realm and the Core Formation realm. It is estimated that the intimacy will increase very high. Jiang Zishi will be more dependent on him, and even if she is invincible, she will still be obedient. Therefore, this goddess will be his supporter for a long time to come. Qin Yi was thinking about something, and so was Jiang Zishi. She slept facing Qin Yi, thinking to herself, Senior Qin Yi blamed me today. It seems a bit excessive for me to set rules in the name of the ancestor. I have to be more restrained in the future. Then he thought, Senior Qin Yi really looks like a young man. His face turned red just now. He looked so shy. Could it be that he has never touched a woman in his thousands of years? Perhaps he has been practicing for many years and does not have the quirks of the old ancestor. He is in seclusion for the sake of seclusion and will not look for women in the middle of the process. He has been in seclusion from a teenager to more than 3,000 years old in one breath, so he does not have much experience in worldly life. When I think about it this way, Senior Qin Yi is quite cute. If you have a chance, you can try him and see if he is as shy as a little boy. An old prostitute once said that inexperienced boys would shyly look away when seeing a pretty girl taking off her clothes, and would subconsciously dodge when someone approached them. Well, I'll try it tomorrow. The next day, Jiang Zishi woke up early as usual. But she deliberately didn't get up, and continued to lie there pretending to sleep. She kicked the quilt away, leaving her perfect body exposed in the room. She closed her eyes and listened quietly. Qin Yi's breathing was steady and silent at this moment. He should be waking up soon. Sure enough, not long after, there was a sound of turning over on the bed. Qin Yi muttered, "What time is it?" and sat up. He would still subconsciously grope for his phone on the bedside table, but he came to his senses faster today than yesterday. Stretching his legs and getting out of bed, Qin Yi thought about getting up, getting dressed, eating, and doing something. The next second, he saw Jiang Zishi lying there defenseless. Shit! Qin Yi woke up instantly. Jiang Zishi was lying on her side, her delicate body vaguely visible through the hazy gauze, her two slender and round legs slightly bent, her messy long hair spread on the pillow, and the quilt kicked far away. She breathed softly and quietly. Without the cover of the quilt, her snow-white and delicate skin was exposed. Her perfect figure would not be out of shape even when she lay on her side, but instead made a certain part of her body stick up high. The tube top covered her fullness, but it couldn't hide the curve. It was just the right size to fit in one hand. Her slender and soft waist was glowing white, and even the slender and vertical belly button exuded the sexy and immature breath of a girl. A glimpse. Qin Yi's brain froze for a moment and his breathing missed a beat. He was about to get up, but when he saw this scene, he subconsciously turned around and lay back down. I didn't know what to do, so I just continued pretending to be asleep and waited for her to wake up first. But as soon as he lay down, Qin Yi realized something was wrong. Practitioners must get up in the morning to practice. She got up very early yesterday, so her biological clock shouldn't allow her to sleep until now. The reason why she is still lying there without even a blanket is, could it be? Qin Yi's brain was still barely working, and he immediately guessed that this might be Jiang Zishi's plan. This little sister is testing him. Deliberately trying to tempt him to commit a crime. I am the dignified ancestor. No, I am a righteous college student. How can I be confused by beauty? Just test me as hard as you can. I can feast my eyes, but I will never be fooled. The intimacy level is only 40 points, so it is impossible for Jiang Zishi to take the initiative to seduce him into the car. So this must be a trap. If he touches it, the girl might immediately think he is a bad guy like the old man. For the long term, he must be a ding tilder. Jiang Zishi's intimacy with you increases by 2 points. Current intimacy, 42. You have new bond rewards to claim, please open the bond interface to check. As Qin Yi was thinking, he suddenly heard a system prompt sound. Under his pretending to be asleep, he was screaming in his heart, it is so. Intimacy would not increase without reason, which meant that Jiang Zishi was just pretending to sleep to test him, and was very satisfied with the result. With 42 points of intimacy, you have entered the realm of mutual affection and can receive a reward of 200 points of cultivation. Qin Yi received the reward, opened the host information and hesitated for a moment. Do you want to upgrade? Well, you can upgrade. The ancestor's identity is very special. It is completely reasonable that he was in the tiger driving realm yesterday and transformed into the dragon realm today. The more outrageous the range of his aura, the more he seems like a master. It takes 30 points of cultivation to upgrade from the late stage of tiger driving realm to the early stage of dragon realm. Qin Yi now has 209 points, and after the upgrade, he has 179 points left. Then I looked again and found that each upgrade of the dragon transformation realm required 60 points of cultivation. 179660 reached the late stage of dragon transformation realm, with 59 points of cultivation remaining. Almost at the early stage of Gangqi realm. Qin Yi was secretly happy. This upgrade speed is terrifying if you tell others about it. As his realm improved, Qin Yi's physique strengthened rapidly and his whole body was filled with strength. His actions and changes in aura made Jiang Zishi fall into strange thoughts. Chapter 020 We must take him down. Jiang Zishi actually squinted her eyes just now. Through the slits of her eyelids, she saw Qin Yi get up in a daze, then stared with a look of surprise, embarrassment and panic, and then lay back down. Jiang Zishi almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Senior Qin Yi is so cute. He is absolutely clean and innocent. Great. Such a powerful and pure person is simply a treasure in the world. I must seize this opportunity. As long as I keep him here, the Jiang clan leaders won't dare to bully me, let alone force me to marry with a foreign clan. I can forget all my previous worries. Senior Qin Yi is my savior. Huh? Why has his aura become stronger? Early stage of dragon transformation, middle stage of dragon transformation, late stage of dragon transformation. Are you worried that I am not strong enough to handle all the troubles, and want to gradually unseal your own power to protect me? Then tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, he should be in the late stage of Gangqi. The more Jiang Zishi thought about it, the more excited she became. Senior Qin Yi is too perfect. There is only one man like him in the world. We must get him. No one is allowed to snatch him away. The test was over, and she stopped pretending to be asleep. She pretended to yawn and got up lazily. Then he looked at Qin Yi, who was lying on the bed with his back to him, slowly put on his clothes and left the room. She did not expose Qin Yi. She knew that this senior was very thin-skinned. You can't push him too hard now. Just get along with him like this for a while. When your feelings develop and the time is right, you can win him over in one fell swoop. Well, just use the 36 positions of the saint taught by those old whores. Senior Qin Yi has no experience. As long as I use this unique skill, I guarantee that he will be so happy that his soul will fly to the sky and he will never leave me again. I just don't know, with my weak cultivation, will I be able to handle him. 2 hours later. The Jian Clan's meeting hall. The Jian clan leader and 5 elders are all here. Jiang Zishi came over alone and said to everyone, Patriarch, elders, I want to hold a martial arts competition and invite all the Tyrant Body Realm Masters in Wuya City to come and compete with me to verify my practice. A ring battle. Is this what the ancestor meant? The great elder spoke first. Among all the people, he was the only one who knew a little more about the ancestor. He is over 900 years old, and his 1000-year deadline is approaching. When he was young, he had heard a lot about the deeds of his ancestors. He personally participated in the selection of beauties to be sent to the Forbidden Area 800 years ago. However, no one has really seen the ancestor, because 800 years ago, the ancestor did not even walk out of the cave, and the dozen or so female corpses were thrown out by magic power. The great elder is very afraid of the ancestor. It can be said that the reason why the people of the Jiang clan are so afraid of the ancestor now is largely due to him. He kept telling the elders and senior leaders that the ancestor was scary, moody, and needed to be served with care. Such an atmosphere has been created over hundreds of years. Jiang Zishi nodded and said, The ancestor told me personally that fighting with others can accumulate potential. As long as I accumulate enough, he will be able to teach me and let my cultivation continue to advance by leaps and bounds. What's the principle behind this? I've never heard of it. But since it was the ancestor who said it, then of course this matter must be implemented. We will naturally obey the ancestor's orders unconditionally. The great elder agreed directly without even asking other people's opinions. The second elder asked, Girl Zishi, there is something I need to confirm with you. Jiang Zishi, second elder, please speak. It's about the Demon King. Although the ancestor has come out of seclusion, has he ever told you how long he will stay out there? Will he take action against the Demon King? After the second elder asked the question, several senior executives waited nervously for the answer. Then, Jiang Zishi shook her head, No. What? No. Everyone was shocked and stood up one by one. Jiang Zishi smiled and said, Everyone, please be patient. The ancestor meant that he doesn't need to personally deal with a mere Jindan realm Demon King. He will teach me well in this month, and I will handle it when the time comes. You? How is this possible? That's a big devil in the Jindan realm. We have been practicing for nearly 1,000 years and still haven't reached the threshold of the Jindan realm. How can you be so reliable when you are only 18 years old? And it's only for a short month. No one believed it. Normally speaking, this kind of thing is indeed impossible, even a real ancestor cannot do it. If the Jindan realm is so easy to reach, would there be so few masters in the snow country? But Jiang Zishi said confidently, just relying on the great magical powers of the ancestor. The great elder shook his head and said, "Kid, you are too naive. Not to mention the ancestors in the inscription realm, even the immortals in the true combination realm above the 9th inscription realm cannot make people in the Ganqi realm reach the core formation realm in a month. To deal with the Demon King, the ancestor must take action personally to have a chance of victory." Jiang Zishi raised her chin slightly. "I was still in the Ganqi realm 2 days ago, but now I am also in the tyrant body realm, right? That's different." The great elder said, "The gap between the Ganqi realm and the tyrant body realm is not that big. A normal person can hope to break through after practicing for a few years. If they encounter a rare elixir, the time can be even shorter. But the subsequent Fashuan realm, Wanxiang realm, and Jidan realm are more difficult than the previous one. It is definitely not as simple as you think." Jiang Zishi waved her hand indifferently. "Let's not talk about this. It's useless for us to discuss it here. The truth will be revealed in a month." The great elder nodded and said, "You are right. There is no point in discussing it. Let alone whether you can reach the Jindan realm. Even if you can, the Demon King has 4 great demon servants who are equally powerful. We Jiang clan cannot defeat them. So you have to spend some time to keep the ancestor here. Don't go back to seclusion at a critical moment, otherwise it will be a disaster for us." "I understand. The ancestor. I have a way." Jiang Zishi smiled mysteriously, as if he had already made sure of it. Seeing this, Jiang Chengxian couldn't help but ask, "Zishi, I didn't dare to ask you when the ancestor was here. How did you convince the ancestor to come out of seclusion? Why didn't he touch you?" The 5 elders pricked up their ears. This is crucial information. The old ancestor always protects the Jiang clan, which is a good thing. But the old ancestor with a strange temperament is difficult to invite, which is extremely troublesome. If they could control the ancestor, he could not only guide the younger generations in their cultivation, but also intimidate powerful enemies from all directions. The power of the Jiang clan would at least increase tenfold. Jiang Zishi thought for a moment and explained, "The ancestor is actually not as bad as you think. He has been in seclusion for a long time, and has gradually comprehended all kinds of things in the world. His mind has become peaceful and he is much kinder than before. And he is particularly fond of me." She knew that Qin Yi was not the ancestor, but she couldn't tell anyone else, so she could only fool him like this. The clan leader and several elders heard this without doubting the truth. They all said happily, "This is a good thing, a great thing. Har har, Zishi girl, you should serve the ancestor well and try to keep him here. If you can occasionally give some pointers to the younger generation in the clan, or help to deter foreign enemies, that would be even better." Jiang Zishi thought to herself, "That's wishful thinking. Senior Qin Yi will only love me and only me. The Jiang clan has nothing to do with him." But he still responded, "I will try my best. Please ask the clan leader to help arrange the competition, the sooner the better. Sierra still has to accompany the ancestor, so I'll take my leave first." After saying that, he prepared to leave. At this time, footsteps were heard outside and a middle-aged man ran in. "Chief, 5 elders, there is a master who wants to see you." Jiang Zishi hadn't left yet, so she listened carefully. Jiang Chengxian asked, "What master? Where did he come from?" The middle-aged man replied, "The origin is unknown, but the aura is very strong. It is the Wanxiang realm." "Oh." Everyone looked surprised. "Please let him in," Jiang Chengxian ordered. Then he said to Jiang Zishi, "Zishi, you go and accompany the ancestor first. You don't have to worry about the competition. It can start tomorrow." "Oh." Jiang Zishi curled her lips. The clan leader sent her away, deliberately preventing her from hearing the news about the guests from Wanxiang realm. But it does matter, it's just the realm of all things, she doesn't care. Chapter 021 You've arrested the wrong person. Jiang Zishi went to meet the clan leader and the elders, while Qin Yi held a book of cultivation secrets and studied it while enjoying the fruits fed to him by the maids. This day is so pleasant. He has never felt so good in his life. It's really comfortable to be served by others like a big boss. The only drawback is, my strength is too weak, and I am always worried about failure. I hope the competition in the arena will go smoothly, so that I can draw more cards and take care of Qin Yi, improve our intimacy, get cultivation rewards from both sides, and make myself stronger. Qin Yi thought to himself. He opened the system interface and took a look. It was not yet noon and the number of card draws was 0. The only operation that could be performed was to upgrade Jiang Zish's red quality. But he plans to stay in this position for a few more days. As for the rest, there is nothing else. There are only 2 people in the card pool. Huh? Qin Yi seems to have moved. At this moment, a strange feeling suddenly emerged in Qin Yi's heart. Qin Yi, the Feishue sword immortal, seemed to be approaching in his direction. And the speed is quite fast. Could it be that after synthesizing the orange card yesterday, my attraction to her has increased? When I combined the cards yesterday, although I didn't gain any intimacy, the quality of the cards did improve after all, so there should still be some potential impact. Qin Yi is coming, which is even better. He doesn't have to go out of his way to find this person. However, the most important thing is still the number of card draws. Without this, everything is empty talk. Qin Yi was eating fruit and reading a book, feeling relaxed and at ease. At this time, 2 figures appeared outside Jiang Zish's courtyard. 2 people, wearing the clothes of Jiang clan guards, were lying on top of a courtyard wall, looking at everything inside from afar. This is the largest courtyard around here. The people living here must be of high status. Yes, senior brother, look, that young man is enjoying himself so much. The maid is so pretty that she can be the top girl in Huayu Pavilion. But this kid's aura is a bit weak. He is only in the late stage of the dragon transformation realm. He should not be Jiang Yunji, but Jiang Qingxian's grandson Jiang Bowen. Jiang Bowen is fine too, as long as he can put pressure on Jiang Chengxian. That's right, let's go. The 2 talked for a while and quickly decided to take action. Whoosh! 2 men, 1 tall and 1 thin, suddenly attacked and broke into the courtyard. They were very fast and appeared beside Qin Yi in an instant. Qin Yi was still reading a book and didn't notice someone coming over. A gust of wind blew, and he opened his mouth to signal the maid to feed him fruit. However, instead of eating the fruit, the maid fell into his arms. Hey! Stop it, little girl. I'm not that kind of person. Qin Yi thought the maid was trying to seduce him, and his old face felt uncomfortable. The next second, a voice came from the side, laughing, Jiang Bowen, come with us. Qin Yi was stunned and turned around to look, only to find that all the maids around him had fainted. 2 men, 1 tall and 1 thin, appeared in the yard, with unfriendly auras. Who is Jiang Bowen? He was a little confused. It seemed that these 2 guys had recognized the wrong person. Stop playing dumb. Take him away. The tall brother hummed and gave an order. The thin junior brother immediately stepped forward, knocked Qin Yi unconscious with a knife, and dragged him away. 10 minutes later. Brother Qin, I'm back tilde. Jiang Zish's voice came from outside. She was in a good mood after settling on the martial arts competition. But when she came back, she was shocked to see the maid lying on the ground. What's going on? What happened? Where is Brother Qin? She woke up a maid and asked the reason. But the maids knew nothing and didn't even remember how they fainted. Could it be that Brother Qin suddenly had something to do and left on his own? But there's no need for him to knock the maid unconscious. Jiang Zishi frowned in confusion, feeling secretly anxious. Qin Yi is her savior, he must not leave. If he leaves, the Jiang clan will be in dire straits. She woke up the maids one by one and questioned them one by one. Unfortunately, no one knows the situation and cannot provide any useful information. This guy left without even telling me. Even if I'm a useless junior, I should at least leave a message. Jiang Zishi felt sad and had a feeling of being abandoned. However, she was thinking of Qin Yi in her heart, and as she thought of him, suddenly a special feeling emerged. It seems. I sensed Qin Yi's location. He's gone out. The feeling was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, not very stable, but the general direction was still relatively clear. Jiang Zishi thought, Senior Qin Yi didn't bring me with him. I guess he didn't want me to follow him. Then I'd better wait at home. Girls should be good and obedient, otherwise men will be unhappy. Having said that, I can't help but feel a little curious about what Qin Yi is going out to do. If he does come back at night, I'll go and take a look. Hey, kid, wake up. When Qin Yi woke up, he was in a cellar. The light around him was dim, and two men with powerful auras were sitting opposite him. Who are you? He asked, frowning, his neck a little painful. The tall man said, You don't need to know our names, just stay here as a hostage. Hostage? Human pig. Qin Yi was startled. What kind of hostage is this? The thin man said, Don't worry, we won't hurt you. As long as your grandfather Jiang Chengxian agrees to our conditions, we will ensure that you return safely and not a hair will be lost. Oh my god. Qin Yi was speechless. These guys caught the wrong person. Jiang Chengxian is the patriarch of the Jiang clan, and his grandson is called Jiang Bowen. What does this have to do with Qin Yi? If we must make a connection, then he is also the ancestor of the Jiang clan. But now that he's been caught, his identity as their ancestor is useless, and mentioning it would only add to the joke. Qin Yi's mind was working rapidly as he thought of a countermeasure. Do you need help from the Jiang clan? He asked. You can say that. But I think cooperation is a more appropriate term. The tall man replied. Qin Yi sneered, Do you need to arrest me and threaten me to cooperate? The other party, we are not familiar with each other yet. We are new here. If we want to quickly gain the recognition of the Jiang clan, we can only use some tricks. The thin man said, Speaking of which, the guards of your Jiang clan are really strict. If we two brothers didn't have the strength of the profound realm of lore and disguised as guards, we really wouldn't be able to get in. Two mysterious realms. This is a bit difficult. Qin Yi had a terrible headache. For the Jiang clan, two people in the profound realm of lore were nothing. But for him, there were two gates that could gate him if he wasn't careful. However, he remained calm and did not panic. He said, The Jiang clan never accepts any threats. What you are doing will not only be ineffective, but will be counterproductive and will make the Jiang clan hostile to you. The thin man was surprised. You are quite brave, not panicking at all. You are worthy of being the grandson of Chief Jiang. Qin Yi, you are his grandson. Your whole family is his grandson. The tall one said, Our requirements are not very high. We just want to borrow some of your masters. And this will be good for you. It will be of great benefit. I believe that when Chief Jiang knows the situation, he will be very satisfied. Chapter 022 There is something wrong with my brain. Qin Yi sneered, You clearly need the help of the Jiang clan, yet you are still so arrogant. It will be very dangerous for you to do this. Listen to me and let me go back. I can say a few good words for you. Otherwise, if the Jiang clan takes action, none of you will be able to escape. No, no, no. The tall man shook his head and said, As long as the temptation is great enough, arresting you is nothing. And we are not a threat, we just want to prove to the Jiang clan that we have the strength to negotiate cooperation with you. You think you're powerful just by capturing someone? The two of you are in the Fashuan realm, which is insignificant in front of the Jiang clan. Qin Yi expressed his disdain. The thin man smiled and said, It's not just two people. There are 12 of us brothers in total, including my master and two uncles. There are 4 Wanxiang realm and 11 Fashuan realm. What do you think of this lineup? Qin Yi was secretly shocked when he heard this. 4 Wanxiang. 11 Fashuan. This is not a lineup that a small force can cultivate. Are you disciples of a famous family? Qin Yi asked. He had already learned from Jiang Zishi in the past 2 days that apart from the Jiang clan, the other forces in Wuya city had at most 3 people in the Wanxiang realm. Obviously this is a powerful force from outside. If they call each other brothers, then they are not a family, but obviously a sect. The thin man nodded and said, Yes, we are disciples of the Kangxian sect. Kangxian sect? The one with Fang Wuyan. Qin Yi was even more surprised. That is the strongest force in the southern province of the Snow Country, with 3 Jindan realm masters in charge and a large number of experts. No, no, no. The tall man shook his head and said, We are not on the same side as them. To be precise, we used to be members of the Kangxian sect, but not anymore. The thin man added, More than 100 years ago, our master, Taoist Lingchong, left with 2 uncles and a group of disciples because of his disagreement with the cultivation philosophy of the elders in the sect. 100 years have passed, and our strength has improved significantly. In contrast, many of our peers in the Zhangxuan sect have died of old age. This shows that our master's cultivation philosophy is correct. Qin Yi's mouth twitched. Really? Then why is your master in the Wanxiang realm, while Lingjing Daozuan, Lingwan Daozuan, and Lingshan Daozuan are in the Jindan realm? Taoist Lingchong, who is also from the Ling generation, is obviously weaker than the three Jindan masters. The tall man explained, that's because my master, Taoist Lingchong, is relatively young. The 1,000-year limit for the spirit heart and spirit mirror is almost up, and my master is only over 400 years old. This is two different concepts. As long as a practitioner reaches the realm of all things, his lifespan can be extended to 1,000 years. However, if one wants to live for more than 1,000 years, it is useless to break through the Jindan realm. One must go one step further and break through the Mingwen realm in order to prolong one's vitality to a greater extent. This is because when Wan Dao Jie Danxiong reaches the stage of Dan, only his magic power level is upgraded, but his life level does not undergo a transition. Qin Yi roughly understood the purpose of these two people. He said, so, you are actually traitors of Kangxian sect. A group of traitors, even if you are powerful, the Jian clan will not cooperate with you. Otherwise, it will cause dissatisfaction of Kangxian sect, which is not good for the Jian clan. We are not traitors. The thin man immediately became excited when he heard this, and angrily said, we just have different cultivation concepts. What's wrong with us practicing separately after leaving the sect? You are anxious. If you are anxious, you have something to hide. Qin Yi laughed and said, I guess when you left Kangxian sect, you must have stolen something important, right? You? The tall and thin men couldn't help but be moved. They looked at each other in shock. I didn't expect that you, a young master with such a poor cultivation, are so smart. The tall man said in surprise. Qin Yi shook his head. This is nothing, you can figure it out with just some random guessing. If a group of people want to leave the sect will not pursue it too much if it is just because of differences in ideas. If they start a new sect, it is equivalent to opening a branch, which is actually a welcome thing. But these two people were sneaky and even threatened to kidnap people in order to cooperate with the Jian clan. This was very despicable. Who among the prestigious and reputable sects would do this? Therefore, it can be seen that the life of this group of people who betrayed their master is not very good now. Although they are powerful, they are like surrats and may face sanctions from Kangxian sect at any time. They sought cooperation with the Jian clan mostly because they were worried that the Kangxian sect would send experts to deal with them, and they needed the help of the Jian clan, the strongest local force, for cover. In the final analysis, when they left the Kangxian sect, they did not simply leave, but did something they shouldn't have done. They may have killed their own family members, or stolen important treasures, so they had to escape. Otherwise, there would be no need to hide like this. Qin Yi said, tell me what you want to cooperate with the Jian clan for. I have some influence in the Jian clan. As long as the conditions are right, I can help you. The more he listened to the story, the calmer he became. Now he was no longer panicked and had regained the composure of an old ancestor. The tall man said, although you are very smart, you are only a junior after all. This is a serious matter and it is not something you can decide. You should wait until my master and the others return from the Jian clan. Oh? Your master has already gone to the Jian clan. Yes, he should be back soon. Qin Yi laughed, and his laugh was quite sarcastic. You are going to offend the Jian clan to death. You are discussing business with the clan leader while sneaking in to kidnap the Jian clan members. You want them to help you after insulting them like this. Are you crazy? Shut up. The thin man said angrily, you little brat, you know nothing. Just sit there quietly or I'll beat you to death. Oh my, are you in a hurry? Qin Yi laughed and was not afraid at all. The overall strength of this group of Kangxian sect traitors is indeed good, but they have no base and no branches to form a force, so they are just rootless duckweed. In front of the Jian clan, they are just a group of capable people in the martial arts world, and they are not at the level to discuss cooperation on an equal footing. What's more, they arrested people. Whoever came up with this idea really has something wrong with his brain. Maybe he rebelled against Kangxian sect because of his poor brain. They said that they had different ideas, but in fact it was just that they didn't listen to the teacher in class, but read some self-media and street literature and thought they understood everything, then they yelled at the teacher, had a fight, and finally dropped out. There are so many people like this. Qin Yi thought secretly. Junior brother, ignore him, let's go out. The tall ones had already discovered that the two of them together were no match for Qin Yi, and they didn't dare to really hurt Qin Yi, so they had to leave. The two men went out and locked the door. The walls of the cellar were made of thick bricks and stones. Although Qin Yi was not tied up, it would still take some effort for him to dig out with the power of the dragon transformation realm. And if they don't dig well, there's a chance that the cave-in will bury him alive. Since there was no danger now, he might as well sit still and wait for news. Time passes slowly. The morning passed quickly. At 12 noon, the system refreshed and gave him a chance to draw a card. Qin Yi opened the system and sensed the locations of the two goddesses. Jiang Zishi was still in the mansion, and there was no movement at all. Shen Qingyu was still moving at a rapid speed and was almost reaching Wuya City. This little sister Jiang Zishi doesn't worry about me at all. Does she really think that I'm a powerful person who can solve the problems by myself? Qin Yi was a little depressed. I should have made it clearer when I was in the cave. After he used the upgrade card to help Jiang Zishi level up, the little girl regarded him as a real master and treated him with great respect. Now, no one cares about him even though he was caught. Maybe the girl even thought he went out to play by himself. Chapter 023 The Fairy's Appearance. In the afternoon, the tall man brought food to Qin Yi. The food was quite good, including big chicken legs. When he came in, Qin Yi asked, "Has your master come back? How did the talk go?" The tall man said nothing, just snorted and left. Qin Yi chuckled and could tell that the other party wasn't having a very smooth conversation. Not long after the meal, he vaguely heard noisy voices outside. I put my ear to the door and the sound became clearer. I have found out that there is indeed a master behind Fang Wuyan. The Kangxian sect has dispatched at least 3 Wanxian realm masters. Are you afraid of them? Just do it. Kill those bastards. We have suffered so much these years, and it's all caused by the Kangxian sect. Yes, we won't tolerate it this time. Kill them and start our own business. No. Kangxian sect still has Jindan realm masters here. Our 3 brothers and sisters are too strong. Once they attack, their whole body will be affected. We won't be able to escape. No, senior brother, think about it. Ling Shen and Ling Jing are about to reach their 1000-year deadline. They must be in seclusion now to seek a breakthrough. It is impossible for them to come to deal with us. Ling Wan, that bitch, is trapped by love and swore to never leave Kangxian Mountain. It is impossible for her to come. As for the others, who can definitely beat us. What's more, we can go to the Jiang clan to negotiate and give them 20% more of the gains from the immortal tomb. I don't believe Jiang Chengxian won't be tempted. Speaking of Jiang Chengxian, I'm really fucking surprised. Doesn't he even care about his own grandson's life? He even said with a smile, "Kill him if you can. If you can kill him, I'll call you grandpa." By the way, has Jiang Bowen eaten yet? Don't let him starve to death. He is an important bargaining chip. I just fed it. The group of people chatted and gradually became quiet. Qin Yi almost cried in the cellar. Does this mean that Jiang Chengxian already knew that the person who was arrested was not Jiang Bowen, but their old ancestor? What the hell is that? There will definitely be no one coming to save me. The martial arts competition will begin tomorrow. Jiang Zishi is killing people at home, but I can't even draw a card here. What the hell is going on? Qin Yi beat his chest and stamped his feet, rolling his eyes in anger. In order to obtain the number of card draws, he must be present in the battle. If he is not present, the system will not make a judgment and the fight will be in vain. We have to find a way to escape before tomorrow. Qin Yi sat down and began to think about countermeasures. Not long after, there was noise outside again. A voice said, "Damn it, someone from the Zhangshuan sect has come again. This time it's the little disciple of that stinky bitch Ling Wan." What? Even her apprentice is here? Are they planning to attack us in a big way? Fuck you. Who said Ling Wan wouldn't come down the mountain? Stand up and I'll beat you to death. Don't get excited, don't get excited. It's just a junior here. Why are you panicking? Has anyone seen Ling Wan? Who has seen her? Just because you didn't see her doesn't mean she didn't come. A jerk like Fang Wuyan has 3 Wanxiang realm masters protecting him. That little girl is 100 times prettier than Ling Wan. If she doesn't have a master to escort her, what if she gets caught by the bad guys and locked up in a small dark room? I don't believe there's no one behind her. Who cares if there's someone behind her? Since she's so pretty, let's catch her and have some fun with her first. Shut up. We are just leaving Kangxian sect, not falling into the devil's way. Master, I know I was wrong. Go, bring her back to me. Hey! Master, didn't you say that we are not demons and don't play with fairies? Who wants to play? Who said we want to play with her? I mean to arrest her and lock her up, so we can negotiate with Kangxian sect later. Damn it, I'll go there myself, so that you bastards won't take advantage of the little girl. Then it became quiet outside. About an hour later, the cellar door opened. Under Qin Yi's speechless gaze, a burly man in black, who looked to be in his 30s, dragged an unconscious girl in and threw her on the ground. Jiang Bowen, this is my nephew Qin Yi, one of the 3 great goddesses of the Snow Country, with unparalleled beauty and superb talent. Qin Yi took a look and, wow, she's really beautiful, on par with Jiang Zishi. Although he had fallen asleep, with his eyes closed and expressionless, he still looked a bit otherworldly and detached from the world. Jiang Zishi is a noble eldest lady, while she is a fairy from other world. They each have their own charm and are both stunning beauties in the world. This way of appearing is a bit. Are you Taoist Ling Chong? What do you want? Qin Yi asked. The black-clothed sturdy man Ling Chong said with a smile, I'll give you a chance. If you have sex with her, the Jian clan and the Kangxian sect will be relatives from now on. With your strong alliance, there will be no rivals in Nanju anymore. Qin Yi rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm an idiot? If you force yourself on a fairy, will the Kangxian sect still call you a relative? It would be a blessing if we don't go all out to crush the Jian clan. You will be hunted down even if you run to the ends of the earth. This old guy just wants to make the Jian clan and the Kangxian sect stand on opposite sides, forcing them to join forces with this group of traitors. It was a good plan, but unfortunately Qin Yi didn't agree. He is a righteous man and can control his gun. Okay, I'll go ahead, you guys go out. I'd be shy if someone's watching me. He waved his hand perfunctorily, with no intention of touching Qin Yi at all. Taoist Ling Chong chuckled, okay, little brat, take your time. I have already fed her 3 pills of the desire pill, and I guarantee you will enjoy it to heaven. You don't even have to take the initiative. When she wakes up, she will ask you for it herself. Then he left. Fuck. Lustful female pills. 3 more. Qin Yi's eyes widened and he was stunned. No wonder this old guy looks so confident, it turns out he is using a physical plug-in. Although I don't know where this pill came from, I know its effect just by hearing its name. Qin Yi looked at Qin Yi. The sleepy Feishua sword immortal had a flushed face and was emitting an astonishing amount of heat from his body. This seems to be true. I fucking. Qin Yi looked up to the sky in silence. God knows, he only wants to be with Jiang Zishi. Although the goddess card can be fully developed, he is a modern youth who has received 9 years of compulsory education. He adheres to the new era's concepts of marriage and love, and firmly supports and implements the system of monogamy. In the end, what's going on? Force him to be a scumbag? Hello, Qin Yi. How are you? Qin Yi patted Qin Yi's face gently. This time, he felt a fatal softness. The fairy's face was like tofu, so soft that it could be broken by a touch. But this tofu was cooked tofu, and it was a little hot. No, I can't wake her up. What if she can't control herself and rapes me after she wakes up? Qin Yi thought of something else, quickly retracted his hand, and took 2 steps back. Qin Yi was in the late stage of Tyrant Body Realm, while he was only in the late stage of Dragon Transformation Realm, a gap of 2 whole realms. If the fairy used force, it seemed like he could do nothing except screaming his throat out. Qin Yi had just stepped back when the unconscious Qin Yi uttered a confused moan. Her eyelashes trembled and she gradually woke up. Broken. Qin Yi's heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself that something was wrong. Chapter 024 Hard Work of Firefighting. Here it is. The fairy's breath was as fragrant as orchid, her eyes were watery, and she looked like she was not quite sober. Cellar. Qin Yi replied in the corner of the room. Cell? What cellar? You? It's you? Qin Yi's consciousness became clear. The moment she saw Qin Yi, she suddenly felt an indescribable sense of intimacy. It felt like a long-lost reunion, or like we were old friends. An indescribable joy welled up in my heart. At just one glance, she remembered the short-haired man deeply. Are you okay? Qin Yi was frightened by her gaze and felt like a bad guy who seduced underage criminals. Who are you? Qin Yi asked, and while speaking, she touched her face and said in surprise, "It's so hot, what's wrong with me?" Qin Yi replied, "My name is Qin Yi, and I am currently a member of the Jiang clan. You just received 3 lustful female pills from your traitorous uncle Ling Chong." What? The lustful female pill? Qin Yi's almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. No, it's impossible. I'm so hot. How could it be? She couldn't believe it, but the hot feeling emanating from her body could not be faked. I have the antidote. Qin Yi panicked, touched her fingers, and frantically tried to take the pill to eat. But his hands were empty, and the storage ring he carried with him had been taken away. How so? Qin Yi's eyes turned red and her mentality collapsed all of a sudden. Today was the first time in her life that she went down the mountain. She was very nervous and didn't know what she would encounter. The journey was smooth all the way. We arrived quickly after riding the white dragon horse for 1,000 miles. I thought everything would go smoothly. I would meet the man of my dreams, and then make it clear to him that a cultivator cannot be hindered by love. Then we would break up completely and have no influence on each other. As a result, she had just entered the city and hadn't done anything yet, when a group of masters from the Farshuan realm and the Wanxiang realm suddenly appeared. At that time, Qin Yi asked doubtfully, "Who are you?" The other party laughed and said, "What a pretty girl, she is a perfect match for Jiang Bowen. I'll see how the Jiang clan will reject me when the time comes." Then he took action. Qin Yi was completely confused. She didn't even know who the other person was, and was knocked unconscious. When she woke up again, she had been poisoned by the lustful pill and was locked in a cellar with a man. Although the man in front of her made her feel very familiar, as if she had seen him a long time ago. But she still can't accept it. No one would lose their virginity as soon as they come down the mountain. She is an immortal from otherworldly realm, and will never be tainted by the filth of the world. I kill you. Qin Yi gritted her teeth, opened her right hand, circulated the power of the hegemony realm in her palm, and walked towards Qin Yi. Qin Yi was stunned. What does it have to do with me? I didn't drug you. I was also arrested by someone. I am innocent. What the fuck is this? It's bad enough that he was arrested and imprisoned for a mistaken identity, but he was actually killed by his cellmate. Is there still law? Who will take care of this? If I kill you, I won't lose my innocence. Qin Yi bit her lip and replied, slapping Qin Yi on the chest with her palm. Qin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her reason was actually quite logical. But he can't just sit there and wait for death. Seeing Qin Yi launching an attack, Qin Yi activated the power of the dragon transformation realm and hastily dodged. Bang! The bricks and stones were broken and a large hole had collapsed in the wall. Qin Yi wanted to chase after him, but suddenly her eyes blurred and heat surged inside her body, as if thousands of ants were crawling on her. She couldn't help but fall down. There was a laugh from outside. Don't do it. After taking the lustful girl pill, the more you mobilize your qi, the faster it will take effect. That Jiang Bowen, you should hurry up, otherwise her blood vessels will burst and she will die. It's a pity to let such a beautiful fairy die. You are such beasts. Qin Yi cursed. There are only 2 goddesses in his card pool. If Qin Yi dies here, there will be no dog food for Jiang Zishi to eat. Hey, are you okay? Qin Yi asked while supporting Qin Yi. Qin Yi looked at him with a sad expression, as if saying, do I look okay? Seeing how pitiful, aggrieved and miserable she looked, Qin Yi felt bad. A good fairy was attracted to go down the mountain just because of his card drawing and card combination, and then encountered this kind of thing. After all, it's his fault. Qin Yi is fully responsible for this matter, he must take responsibility. I'll help you detoxify. Qin Yi sighed and said. No. I don't want that. Qin Yi still had a trace of rationality left, and she pushed Qin Yi with both hands to prevent him from getting close to her. However, he didn't dare to use any of his true energy at all, and his strength became very weak, so soft as if he had no cultivation at all. Don't be afraid. Qin Yi leaned close to her ear and whispered, I won't ruin your innocence. Qin Yi raised her head and looked at him, her eyes full of confusion. And amidst this confusion, there is also a lot of ignorant desire. Although she grew up in the mountains and didn't know much about sex, she could learn some things without a teacher. A girl in her 20s couldn't really not understand anything, and she had a general understanding in her mind. Qin Yi picked her up and walked to the corner near the door. This location is a blind spot and people outside cannot see it. What do you want? Qin Yi's heart was beating very fast. She bit her lips lightly and clutched the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands. She was nervous and scared. Qin Yi didn't say anything. The strong have extremely good hearing, so if there are people outside, it is better to say less. He took action. As for detoxification, it is mainly about venting sexual desire and putting out the raging fire in the body. Although Qin Yi had no experience in this matter, he had seen pigs run even if he had not eaten pork, so he knew a little bit of technical skills. He gently lifted the fairy's dress and put his hand inside. Then comes the hard work of firefighting. Qin Yi was about to cry. Oh, no, to be precise, she cried a lot. My tears flowed so much that my clothes and the floor were wet. I was extremely sad. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Qin Yi kept his eyes straight ahead, silently reciting the Tao Te Ching, the Diamond Sutra, the Guanyin Heart Sutra, the Purifying Mantra and so on in his heart. When there was nothing more to read later, I started to memorize the text. There is a golden full moon hanging in the deep blue sky. Thanks to Pangu's creation, the 3 sovereigns' governance, and the 5 emperors' establishment of laws, the world was divided into 4 continents. The late emperor died before he could complete his career, and today the world is divided into 3 parts. Madam, you don't want to, What a sin! 5 hours passed in a flash. It was already dark outside, and it was pitch black in the cellar, so nothing could be seen. The skin on Qin Yi's hands was wrinkled and he felt very tired. Fortunately, he had just broken through to the dragon transformation stage this morning, otherwise he wouldn't know if he could hold on. With a suppressed moan, Qin Yi's teeth that were biting her clothes loosened slightly, and she finally calmed down and fell into a coma. In the darkness, Qin Yi couldn't see what she looked like at the moment. But the sounds she made in the past 5 hours were firmly imprinted in her mind. What fairy? She's clearly a demon. Damn it, I've never suffered this kind of pain in my life. It's so painful. Fairy, I'd like to lend you my little hand to do something useful. Would you mind? Qin Yi. Well, keeping silent means you agree. Chapter 025 Jiang Zish's Sixth Sense. The residents of the Jiang clan. It's getting dark. The more Jiang Zishi thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. After not seeing Senior Qin Yi for a day, she felt empty inside, as if something important had been taken away. No, I have to go and bring Senior Qin Yi back. She left the courtyard, wanting to follow her feeling to find Qin Yi. She already knew that Qin Yi had left with the traitor of Kangxian sect. The clan leader exchanged information with her, and those people wanted to cooperate with the Jiang clan to explore a lost ancient immortal tomb together. The arrest of Qin Yi was an accident. The other party actually wanted to arrest Jiang Bowen or Jiang Yunji, but they were not familiar with the place and arrested Qin Yi by mistake. When talking about this, Jiang Chengxian laughed so hard that he lost his image as a patriarch, and Jiang Zishi also found it very funny. At that time, the second elder was also saying, if those idiots knew that we captured a giant in the inscription realm, I wonder what their expressions would be. The third elder laughed and said, I originally wanted to capture a youngster as a bargaining chip, but ended up losing everything. Our ancestor has that kind of temper. If he gets angry, no matter how many lives they have, they won't be enough to kill him. But in the afternoon, Jiang Zishi inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. It feels like my loved one is being snatched away, I'm so panicked. Among those traitors in Kangxian sect, is there a girl prettier than me? What if Senior Qin Yi falls in love with someone else and doesn't want me anymore? She thought a lot. With Senior Qin Yi's ability, he should not have been caught. He should have taken the initiative to leave with others. He may have his own plans, and if you go there rashly, it might ruin his plans. But, if this good thing happened to another girl, then the meaning would be different. Jiang Zishi believed in her intuition. Girl's sixth sense was very accurate. Senior Qin Yi must have had an affair. She had to stop it. To keep her bright future. So after dark, she walked out of the yard and headed straight for the gate. Halfway through the journey, he suddenly met the great elder who was also about to go out. Girl Zishi, where are you going in such a hurry? The great elder greeted her with a smile. Normally, the elders seldom go out and always stay in their respective places to practice. But the ancestor has recently come out of seclusion, so they dare not sit idle. They have to work when they should work and patrol when they should patrol. They must be more diligent. When Jiang Zishi saw the great elder, some thoughts flashed through her mind quickly. If Senior Qin Yi is entangled with another woman, it will be very embarrassing for me to go alone. I am not of high enough seniority to manage him. I need to call more helpers to improve my aura. He is a gentle person, and he won't be as moody as the real ancestor, so even if you bring the elders to put some pressure on him, he shouldn't get angry. And, if Senior Qin Yi really wants to pretend to be a weakling, he might not fight with the traitors of Kangxian sect. In this case, if I bring people to rescue him, he might be very happy and like me even more from now on. Well, call for help. Bring the strongest lineup. I don't believe those idiots dare to challenge the Jiang clan. Thinking of this, Jiang Zishi immediately said to the Great Elder, I want to go save the ancestor. Please help call all the masters of the Wanxian realm and Fashuan realm and the clan to go with me. Save the ancestor? The ancestor needs us to save him. The Great Elder seemed to have heard a huge joke, with a look of being neither amused nor helpless. Jiang Zishi said sternly, No. Great Elder, think about it, why hasn't the ancestor come back yet? With his means, a few Wanxian realms can be dealt with in the blink of an eye. Hey, you said that. The Great Elder seemed to be thinking about something. Jiang Zishi continued, In fact, the ancestor just wants to see our sincerity. He is now young Master Qin, not the ancestor, so he cannot use too much power. We must show enough concern and win his recognition. Only after a month will he sincerely help us get rid of the big devil. Because sincerity is mutual. You are right. Oh, I am getting old and confused. We should have sent someone to rescue the ancestor a long time ago. Come on. Call all the masters in the clan to me. The Great Elder broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. If Jiang Zishi hadn't reminded him, he would have made a big mistake. In an instant, the news spread and the entire Jiang clan was alarmed. Save the ancestor. This is a big deal. If you perform well, maybe the ancestor will remember you and appreciate you. The Jiang family is large and powerful, so it is impossible for everyone to go. Someone has to stay at home. In this case, you have to fight for the spot to go. 400 to 500 people soon gathered in the open space in the courtyard in front of the Jiang clan's residence. All of them were masters above the Gangxi realm, and there were also many masters at the Barti realm and Fashuan realm. All the elders were present. Jiang Zishi looked at the number of people and hurriedly shook her head and said, We don't need so many. Too many will give the ancestor a bad impression. We only need to send the elite. She just wanted to put a little pressure on Senior Qin Yi, asking him not to be obsessed with beauty and go home early. If he wanted to be obsessed, he could be obsessed with her. If there were so many people, the scene would be too big and it would only backfire. When Senior Qin Yi saw that she was so ignorant and forced him to go home with great fanfare, he might run away with another girl and never come back. I'll go, let me go. I'm going too. For the ancestor, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Go away, I'm your brother, I'll go. What's wrong, brother? Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Why don't you compete with me? Let's compete. Watch my moves. A group of people started fighting to compete for the chance to participate in the mission to rescue the ancestor. Jiang Zishi rubbed his forehead and was speechless for a while. Stop making trouble. She was in a hurry, so she shouted to stop everyone. My lady, please give me your orders. Everyone calmed down, but they were still eager to try, and stood on tiptoe to let Jiang Zishi see them. Great Elder, please decide. How many people should go? Jiang Zishi gave the right of choice to the person with the highest seniority. The Great Elder thought, that group of people has for Wanxian realm and more than 10 Fashuan realm. We need to leave some people to guard, so let's go with 5 elders and 10 Fashuan realm high-level people. The clan leader Jiang Chengxian stayed behind to guard the house, and some people from the Fashuan realm also stayed behind. People from the Barti realm should not join in the fun, as they would only get beaten if they went. With 5 elders from the Wanxian realm and 10 high-level people from the Fashuan realm, it should be easy for them to deal with for Wanxian and 11 Fashuan. Okay, let's do it. Jiang Zishi nodded in agreement and waved her jade hand. Follow me. 15 strong men followed her and quickly left the Jian clan. The 300 or 400 who were not chosen sighed one by one, looking disappointed, as if they had not been chosen in the martial arts competition. After leaving the Jian clan, Jiang Zishi sensed Qin Yi's position, gathered her true energy, and took one step to cover more than 10 meters at a very fast speed. Girl Zishi, you seem to know where the ancestor is, the elder asked curiously. Jiang Zishi nodded and said, maybe it's because the ancestor enlightened my practice, I can vaguely sense his location. The second elder smiled and said, you are wrong. This is not because of enlightenment or not, but because the ancestor is worried about you, so he left a special magic of the inscription realm on you, which can sense each other's location. In this way, if you are in danger in the future, you can go to him and he can find you, and it is foolproof. That makes sense. Jiang Zishi nodded slightly after hearing this, and her heart suddenly became happy. The second elder was right, Senior Qin Yi was very attentive to her. That little bitch who came out of nowhere couldn't possibly be able to snatch her away. Chapter 26. You have someone else. An ordinary family in Wuya City. More than a dozen traitors of the Kengxian sect were together, some were enjoying the cool air in the yard, some were resting indoors, and 2 of them were sitting on stools on the stairs at the entrance of the cellar, chatting. Brother Luo, can you lend me some money? Junior brother Zhang, what do you want the money for? Didn't master give everyone 10 taels of silver last month? Well, what can I do with 10 taels of silver? I haven't even paid back the money I borrowed from junior brother Li in Juyang City 18 years ago. You just know how to whore around, and you're not even afraid of getting sick. Here, I'll lend you 5 taels, and I'll keep the remaining 5 taels for my wife. Thank you, brother Luo. TSK, brother Luo, you are such a good man. You don't gamble, drink, or visit prostitutes. You also send money to your wife and children every month. Your sister-in-law is so lucky to have met you. What happiness. I'm over 200 years old, and she's only in her 30s. It's too unfair for her to follow me. And this time when I go back to Nanju with my master, I'm really afraid that I'll die here and never see them again. To be honest, our life following master is a bit hard. Who among the other Fashuan realm is doing so badly? They don't even have any money. It's really. You can't say that. We don't steal or rob, and we don't have any property or jobs. It's already pretty good. In order to give us money, master even pawned his own weapons. It's said that he even sold his butt at a duck restaurant. He's the one who's really suffering. He's already suffering so much, where does he get the money to buy the lust pill? This is not good. Someone broke in. The 2 were chatting when they suddenly heard the sound of fighting outside. A beautiful girl's voice sounded, capture them all and rescue brother Qin. Then there was a shaking of the heavens and the earth, and a terrifying collision of true energy appeared in the courtyard outside. It's bad. The Jiang people are coming to kill us. The 2 brothers were shocked. Junior brother Zhang said, I'll go out and take a look. Senior brother Luo, keep an eye on the hostages and don't let them get away. Oh. Junior brother, okay then. Before senior brother Luo could say anything, junior brother Zhang had already gone out, so he had no choice but to go into the cellar. The fight was so noisy that just as brother Luo entered the cellar, he heard a loud bang and the whole house collapsed. Ling Chong, you little thief, get out here. The Jian clan's great elder's voice was loud and clear, not like a man with 1 foot in a coffin at all. How did you find this place? Taoist Ling Chong has already started fighting with the other party. The great elder did not explain, but shouted, release young Master Qin and I will spare your lives, otherwise you will not be able to have an amicable ending today. Their voice was so loud that it seemed deliberate, and it could be heard clearly within 3 miles around. Qin Yi in the cellar was startled by the loud noise and woke up. Qin Yi was busy all afternoon and didn't even have dinner. He used Qin Yue's hand for 7 times and finally fainted from exhaustion. As soon as he woke up, he found that the ceiling of the cellar was broken. The moonlight shone in from outside, and a tall figure appeared beside him. What's going on? He was still a little confused as he had just woken up. Senior brother Luo pulled Qin Yi up with one hand, grabbed his neck and said, "Someone is here to save you. Be quiet and don't move, or you won't be polite to me." At this time, the second elder's voice came from outside. "Mr. Qin, we will go after these bastards first, you and Zishi leave together." Qin Yi was stunned. Senior brother Luo was also stunned. Track. What's the meaning? Oh my god, master and the others wouldn't run away, right? Senior brother Luo widened his eyes. Qin Yi's mouth twitched. "Hey, why don't you run away, are you waiting to die?" Oh. Senior brother Luo thought about it, felt something was wrong, and decisively let Qin Yi go and left. Going up the cellar stairs, a slim figure appeared in front of him. It was Jiang Zishi, the eldest daughter of the Jiang clan. "Where's my brother Qin?" Jiang Zishi asked anxiously. She had already sensed Qin Yi's location, which was in this cellar. Senior brother Luo thought there were other experts around and ignored the fact that Jiang Zishi was not as strong as him. He waved his hands and said, "It's none of my business. Jiang Bowen is having fun with a fairy in there. I'm going home to feed my baby. Bye. After saying this, he gathered his true energy and ran away in a flash. What? Fairy? Cool. When Jiang Zishi heard this, she felt like the sky was falling. No. Brother Qin is not that kind of person. He would blush when he saw my half-naked body. It's impossible for him to progress so quickly with other women." Jiang Zishi rushed into the cellar. She saw Qin Yi. "Brother Qin, 11er is here to save you." As she spoke, her eyes followed Qin Yi's figure and saw the woman in white lying behind him. Although the light in the cellar was dim and she couldn't see his face clearly, the decadent atmosphere in the air still made her heart ache and her eyes suddenly turned red. "Great, you came at the right time." Qin Yi was very happy to see Jiang Zishi and walked up to her and gave her a gentle hug. The next second, he felt two strong little hands hugging him tightly. Looking down, I saw Jiang Zishi's face covered with tears, crying, "Do you have someone else?" Qin Yi's heart skipped a beat and he had a bad feeling. Intimacy is going to drop. He quickly explained, No, don't let your imagination run wild. There's nothing wrong between Qingyu and me. She was just poisoned, and I just helped her detoxify. She is Qingyu? She is actually Qingyu. Hearing this name, Jiang Zishi was even more surprised. It turned out to be Fairy Shen, who was as famous as her and had even better talent than her. Isn't this even more terrible? Senior Qin Yi's soul must have been hooked away. She knew the smell that filled the cellar. The old prostitute told her that it would only appear after a man and a woman made love. She has both feminine and masculine sense, and it's obvious that she is already. Woo! Jiang Zishi cried even harder. Qin Yi was in a panic and explained quickly, No, it's not what you think. She was knocked unconscious and brought in. There is really nothing between her and me. Jiang Zishi asked, "So you said detoxification? What kind of poison are you detoxifying?" "Yes." Qin Yi's expression was bitter, and he said weakly, Lustful female pill. Wow tilde. Jiang Zishi's mentality completely collapsed. You still say it's nothing. You've already taken the antidote to the lust pill, and you still say it's nothing. We've already gone in, but you still say nothing happened. You're almost pregnant and you still say you haven't done anything. Stinky man. Stinky senior. That's too much. She felt like she was in tatters, and the goodwill she had worked so hard to build was on the verge of collapse. She thought she had found the person she could trust for the rest of her life, but within 2 days, the other person threw himself into the arms of another woman. Woo. Jiang Zishi cried miserably. Qin Yi also cried. What was going on? What had he done wrong? Why did he have to face such a scene? Shut up. Stop crying. Qin Yi got annoyed and yelled loudly. Jiang Zishi quickly stopped talking, pursed her lips, and looked at him timidly. Qin Yi took a deep breath and explained, It's just using my hands, nothing else. Jiang Zishi frowned, looking puzzled. What does this sentence mean? Could it be that? She thought about it, recalling what she had learned. After a while, a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. Really? Just with your hands? Jiang Zishi became happy. Yeah. Qin Yi nodded. After getting a positive answer, she burst into laughter, that's great, and hugged him. Qin Yi felt something heavy on his body. The young lady had already thrown herself into his arms with such great force that she pushed him back into the corner. Ding tilde. Jiang Zishi's intimacy with you increases by 10 points. Current intimacy, 52. The system popped up a reminder that the increase in intimacy this time was simply astonishing. Senior Qin Yi. Jiang Zishi called softly. Qin Yi looked at her. The next second, the beautiful girl's face enlarged before his eyes. Jiang Zishi cornered him, stood on tiptoe, and gently touched his lips. The soft touch and the elegant fragrance of the girl are intoxicating. Qin Yi's head buzzed, his thoughts suddenly stopped working, and he froze. This is the first kiss. He is, and so is she. Chapter 027, Let's cut it off. Jiang Zishi left as soon as she touched it, but that electric shock-like feeling was indescribable. Neither of them moved for a long time, and they were silent, snuggling together quietly in the dim cellar. After an unknown amount of time, a groaning sound was heard in the cellar. Qin Yi woke up. Where is this? Oh, it hurts. She woke up in a daze, looking at the dim cellar, and her memories gradually returned to her mind. Qin Yi and Jiang Zishi then separated and looked at Qin Yu's expression. Miss Qin, how do you feel? Jiang Zishi was no longer jealous now, even though Senior Qin Yi satisfied the fairy with his hands, which was a bit too intimate. But she didn't lose either. She won the true heart of Senior Qin Yi and even kissed him. She helped Qin Yu up and expressed her humanitarian concern. Qin Yu stood unsteadily, her legs clamped together, frowning and saying, "It hurts, you do this to me." She looked at Qin Yi with complicated eyes, which contained resentment, regret, annoyance, and a hint of shyness. Qin Yi coughed dryly, I didn't do anything. You feel pain, probably because of friction. If you don't believe me, look, my hands are wrinkled because of you. As he said this, he stretched out his hands to prove his innocence. But he had just been unconscious for a while, and the skin on his hands had long since recovered and now looked completely normal. Qin Yu felt extremely ashamed and more wronged when she heard this. Even though it's like that, this guy said he did nothing. Then what is she? 2 lines of tears fell, and Qin Yu cried. Well. Qin Yi looked up to the sky and sighed. Is this the power of the card pool? He made 2 people cry at once. What did he do wrong? Suddenly I want to go back to Earth. What's the use of beauties? They will only make you feel unhappy. You might as well go back to reading novels and watching TikTok. Don't cry, Miss Qin, my brother Qin really didn't hurt you. If you don't believe me, check it yourself. Jiang Zishi said from the side. She wanted to prove it more clearly than Qin Yi. After all, this is not only Qin Yu's innocence, but also Senior Qin Yi's innocence. How to check? Qin Yu knew nothing. She only had a vague understanding of matters between men and women. She had never heard of the real process, let alone how to check it. Jiang Zishi leaned close to her ear and explained in a low voice. Qin Yu's face flushed and she looked at Qin Yi. Qin Yi understood and said, I'll wait for you outside. Then he left tactfully. Walk out of the cellar along the messy stairs. It's a mess outside now. Several houses collapsed, and the ground was full of gullies as if it had been plowed by a mad bull. Even the big trees in the yard were uprooted. Fortunately, this place is located in a relatively remote corner of Wuya City, with not many neighbors around, so no ordinary people were accidentally injured. The moonlight was clear and the wind was a little chilly. Qin Yi sat on the collapsed wall, looking at the starry sky in the distance, feeling complicated. In this world, you really can't do without strength. If I had reached the inscription realm, it wouldn't be so troublesome. This system. Alas, 2 women together, it's too scary. If I leave Nanju and change the card pool in the future, there might be more women. Oh my god. I can't even handle 2 of them. If a dozen or dozens of women cry together, wouldn't it be the end of the world? What happened today had a huge impact on him. Originally, Qin Yi was treading on thin ice, as he was worried about impersonating the ancestor. But that was just a matter of identity. While he was worried, he also felt it was quite fun. But now it's different. He began to truly realize that this was a real world and the people around him were real people, not just card-drawing characters. Jiang Zishi gradually developed a fondness for him because of his life-saving grace, and they reached the point of mutual affection. Today he almost cheated on her and made the young lady cry. Obviously, Jiang Zishi doesn't want him to be with other women. Love is always selfish, and no one is willing to share it with others, even if it has not reached the level of love. As for Qin Yi, to be honest, she is indeed very attractive. That otherworldly fairy-like aura is a fatal temptation to any otaku. The more otherworldly a goddess is, the more people want to drag her down into the dust and defile her. This is a common problem among people. Qin Yi is a man, so naturally he would have such evil thoughts. But he knew in his heart that he couldn't do that. Qin Yi is innocent. She was influenced by the card drawing and card closing, and left the place where she had practiced since childhood. This was Qin Yi's first sin. She was poisoned by aphrodisiac and needed to be rescued, so Qin Yi had to help her. Although he forced himself to restrain himself and did not ruin her innocence, it was still a kind of harm. Plus, he couldn't hold it back anymore and did it to her, 7 times in total. Alas, that's too much. I'll apologize to her later and then persuade her to go back to Kangxian sect. Qin Yi said to himself. But then I thought, if I drive Qin Yi away, it would be difficult to improve my cultivation. He was different from the people in this world, and could not cultivate and grow on his own. As a 21-year-old adult, his bones had already been formed, and his meridians and acupoints had not been opened, so he could not cultivate normally. The only way to grow is to rely on intimacy to obtain cultivation rewards and thus increase your level. Jiang Zishi alone could only give him 3,100 points of cultivation at most. Even if he could reach the tyrant body realm or the mysterious low realm, it would still not be enough. What should I do? What should I do? I can't have 2 relationships at the same time. Qin Yi scratched his ears and cheeks, feeling like he was going bald from worry. Having a harem is a fantasy that every man has had. But fantasy is fantasy, and life is life. He was sure that he didn't have the ability to handle the situation of having multiple women around him at the same time. It will definitely fail by then. It's no big deal if his body can't take it. If he can really keep stable, he would be willing to be drained dry. But once something goes wrong, it could be like a fire in the backyard, with the goddesses fighting among themselves. His situation is different from that of the wealthy and emperors in the secular world. After all, those people can't marry such a powerful wife. The goddesses in his card pool are all top-notch talents, and their future cultivation will be at the level of destroying the world. If there is a fire in someone else's backyard, you can put it out by pouring some water. At most, you can drive a fire truck over. The fire in his backyard might be a catastrophe for the whole world, causing great suffering to all living beings. The more Qin Yi thought about it, the more terrifying it became, and the more he felt that he was the root of all evil. He looked down at his brother and an idea suddenly occurred to him. Or, cut it off. From then on, the 6 senses are pure and free from worries. Even if the intimacy level is 100, there will be no physical contact, and everyone can just be friends. We are all friends, you shouldn't be jealous or angry, right? Brother Qin Tilder. At this time, Jiang Zishi's voice came from the direction of the cellar. Qin Yi turned around and saw that the 2 goddesses had come out from underground. 2 fairies, equally gorgeous but with very different styles, walked towards him hand in hand. Jiang Zishi smiled and said, "The misunderstanding has been resolved. Miss Shin is no longer angry with you. It's all thanks to me." Tilder, she looked like she was asking for credit and reward. Qin Yi's face was flushed and her walking posture was a little unnatural. After arriving in front of Qin Yi, she bowed slightly and said shyly, "Mr. Qin, thank you for saving me. Qin Yi was a little rude just now, I hope Mr. Qin will not bear a grudge." Qin Yi. Looking at the 2 women holding hands in harmony, his heart, which had just been about to explode, suddenly calmed down. Or, just hold on a little longer and see. Chapter 028. Are you addicted to imagination? Ding Tilder. Qin Yi's intimacy with you increases by 15 points. Current intimacy, 26. Check the bond interface to receive corresponding rewards. The system pops up a prompt. After Qin Yi realized that she had misunderstood Qin Yi, she felt ashamed and grateful, and her intimacy increased by 5 points. Then, because of the detoxification issue, I felt ashamed and embarrassed, but at the same time, it was a matter of life-saving grace. With mixed emotions, the stock price went up another 10 points. Qin Yi was happy. Looking at Feishua's sword immortal, whose face was red and whose head was lowered, not daring to see anyone, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. 100 points of cultivation. Hey, got it. It's okay, as long as you don't blame me. Qin Yi said generously. Qingyu doesn't dare. Qingyu still lowered her head, feeling extremely embarrassed. There was another reason why she was so shy. After she fainted, she woke up once in the middle. In a daze, she felt as if she was holding something warm in her hand. After she opened her eyes and saw clearly, she fainted again out of shame. There were still dry marks on the palms of her hands. She didn't even dare to hold Jiang Zishi's hand tightly and wanted to run away. Mission, let's leave here first. You have just arrived in Wuya City and have no place to live. How about staying in our Jiang clan's mansion for a while? Jiang Zishi suggested. Keeping a love rival around might be a bit foolish. But she mainly wanted senior Qin Yi to see her mature and generous side, and not to abandon this lonely and helpless girl out of jealousy. Men all like kind girls. Taking in Qingyu is an act of kindness and will get extra points. Qingyu thought about it and nodded slightly. My magic ring was stolen. I have no money on me, so I have to bother you first. Okay, let's go. Jiang Zishi said she didn't mind and took her hand and prepared to return to the Jiang clan. At this time, a burst of horse neighing was heard. A snow-white horse appeared outside the collapse gate. The horse was as tall as Fang Wuyan's blood unicorn, but it was snow-white all over, with very beautiful mane and a pair of small horns on its forehead, emitting the aura of the Gangxi realm. Wow, the white dragon divine horse. This is a horse that is even rarer than the blood Qilin. Jiang Zishi said in surprise. Qingyu smiled slightly and introduced, this is one of the 8 famous horses of Zhangshuan sect. It is older than me. As he said this, he walked towards the white dragon horse. Jiang Zishi enviously said, the Kangxian sect is really wealthy. I heard that there is a large grassland at the foot of your mountain. The sect's biggest business is raising horses. Every year, you can earn millions of taels of gold just by selling horses. Qingyu shook her head, I don't know much about this. I only practice in the mountains, and my master never lets me worry about other things. Then he added, Miss Jiang, Master Qin, my legs are not convenient, so I will ride a horse and go with you. Well, you go up, and we'll walk back slowly. This place is not far from the Jiang clan, and we'll be there soon. Qingyu went up lightly and rode the horse sideways. Her legs were still aching, so she didn't dare to sit astride. At this time, the moonlight was shining, she was dressed in white, and she and the bright moon complemented each other, each of them was bright. Coupled with the sight of her sitting sideways on the white dragon horse and walking slowly, she is simply breathtakingly beautiful. However, because of what just happened in the cellar, this beauty is mixed with a sense of fragmentation. Especially, the marks on the clothes. Qin Yi was stunned for a while. Jiang Zishi couldn't help but admire and said, Mission, you really deserve the name of a fairy. Even I, as a woman, can't help but be attracted to you. You are so beautiful. Qingyu said modestly, Miss Jiang, you are too kind. You are the goddess who is peerless and one of a kind in the world. I was also fascinated by you just now. I have never seen such a beautiful person in my life. Qin Yi, you two just keep flattering each other without even looking at me, do you mean I'm ugly? Brother Qin Tilder. Jiang Zishi knew that she couldn't ignore senior Qin Yi, so after they finished bragging, she said to Qin Yi, you and those Kangxian sect traitors came here, do you have any plans? If I bring people to rescue you, will it ruin your good deeds? Qin Yi shook his head, no, I'm glad you came. Alas, I'm not an expert, so don't take me too seriously. He was going to confess. Qingyu had just given him an intimacy reward. After returning, he could reach the Gangxi realm and barely be considered a minor expert. Anyway, he mainly relies on the goddess for his livelihood, so it doesn't matter if his fighting ability is low, and he is not afraid of being despised. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zishi smiled and said, I'm glad you're not angry. Just continue to play the role of an ordinary person. I already know how to deal with things like today. The next time someone does something bad to you, I will immediately summon all the masters of the Jiang clan and kill them without leaving a single piece of armor. Qin Yi. This silly girl has an incredible imagination. I've already told you I'm not an expert, yet you're still addicted. Fairy Shen frowned in confusion, a little bewildered. From what Jiang Zishi said, it seems that Qin Yi is very powerful. But his cultivation is very low. His body wasn't very strong, and he didn't look like he was pretending. If you are a very strong person, your fingers won't wrinkle just because you soak them in water. Her water isn't tea poisonous. Shen Qingyu thought to herself, this Qin Yi is probably pretending to be an expert to deceive the little girl and fool Jiang Zishi around. I have to find a way to remind Jiang Zishi that I can't let this bad guy succeed. To be fair, she remembered that Qin Yi had helped her, but she would not allow a bad man to deceive a young girl. Masterling Wandaozuan was too naive and was deceived by a man, so he locked himself up in the mountains and never went out for the rest of his life. Jiang Zishi looks like a very kind girl, but we can't just watch her being deceived by a bad man. Even if he wanted to lie, he had to lie to her, Shen Qingyu. After all, she is very smart and the scammers can't do anything to her. Soon, 3 people and a horse arrived at the gate of the Jian clan. The white dragon horse was handed over to the servants for care. There was a stable in the Jian clan's mansion, which housed many fine horses purchased from the Kangxian sect. Qin Yi, Jiang Zishi and Shen Qingyu entered the mansion together. Miss Shen, there happens to be an empty yard next door to me, why don't you live there? Okay, thank you Miss Jiang. I'll take you there. I'll arrange 2 more maids for you. TSK, you're all sticky. Take a hot bath and have a good sleep. By the way, why are your palms so hard, as if they were calloused? When you break through the Gangxi realm, won't your skin be reshaped and become smooth again? Jiang Zishi tried to find things to talk about along the way, but Shen Qingyu remained silent. Qin Yi was trying to hold back his laughter. Hearing this, he couldn't help but add, it will become soft if you wash it clean. Huh? Why? Jiang Zishi didn't understand. Shen Qingyu stamped her feet in shame. Seeing that they had arrived, she immediately pushed Jiang Zishi aside and trotted inside. Jiang Zishi looked at her reaction, recalled what the old prostitute taught her, and suddenly understood. She turned around to look at Qin Yi and snorted, "You bad senior who bullies a little girl." Well. Qin Yi laughed dryly. Jiang Zishi called 2 maids, brought clothes, and went in to give Shen Qingyu a bath. Before going in, he said to Qin Yi, "Next time, come at me." Chapter 029 Immortal Tomb. Late at night. After taking a shower, Qin Yi lay quietly on the bed to rest. He was really tired today. Being knocked unconscious was okay, as his neck didn't hurt anymore, but he was locked up in the cellar for a whole day and worked hard all afternoon, so he really wanted to rest. But someone wouldn't let him rest. Outside the door, the great elder and others have returned. "Mr. Qin, are you okay?" the elder asked in the yard. Jiang Zishi was also outside and spoke for him, "Brother Qin is lying down. Where are those traitors from the Zhangxuan sect? Have they been caught?" The great elder said ashamedly, "Those guys were too slippery, and seemed to be very good at escaping. We chased them for dozens of miles outside the city, and finally lost them in a deep mountain forest. Are there any casualties on either side?" "We don't have any. Someone on the other side was hit hard by the third elder, but it shouldn't be fatal. So the loss is not great. Never mind. Brother Qin needs to rest. Great elder, you should also go back and rest." The traitors of the Kangxian sect meant nothing to Jiang Zishi, so she didn't bother to care. But Qin Yi was a little interested. Through the door, he asked, "Great elder, do you have any ideas about the cooperation proposed by that group of people?" The great elder was about to leave, but when he heard this, he shuddered and immediately said, "We dare not make decisions on our own. Please. Young Master Qin, give us your orders." Qin Yi smiled, "I am just a junior outsider, I am not qualified to give orders. But the immortal tomb they are talking about, does the elder know anything about it? Immortal tombs and the like. He is actually quite interested in them. Because, touching a corpse can increase the number of times you draw a card. The first 10 consecutive draws were given to him by the corpse of the Jian clan's ancestor. Since the immortal tomb is called the immortal tomb, the people buried in it should be immortals. Those below the Wanxiang realm are generally called masters, and those in the Jindan realm can barely be called immortals, but they are definitely not true immortals. The so-called true immortal refers to a powerful person who has reached the realm of unity after completing the 9th level of inscriptions. Apart from anything else, the gap between the 9 levels of inscriptions alone is like an insurmountable chasm. The progress of cultivation in other realms is divided into early, middle and late stages. The inscription realm is divided into 9 levels. Every time you advance to a higher level, an additional lore inscription will appear on the golden elixir in your body. When the inscription is complete, the golden elixir will transform into the proto-nucleus of life, and the dantian will transform into a furnace of life, which can continuously refine all things in the world into vitality and allow you to gain endless life. Only immortal creatures can be called true immortals. Immortal tombs are at least the cemeteries of powerful people in the Jindan realm, and may even be the tombs of immortals in the Hejin realm. If I could touch the remains of such a powerful man, wouldn't the number of card draws increase dramatically? The great elder replied, this. Taoist Lingchong didn't say too much about the immortal tomb. He only said that there are great opportunities there, and there is a chance to break through the Wanxiang realm and condense the golden elixir. He wants to cooperate with us, and the condition is that we send 3 Wanxiang realm and 10 Fashuan realm masters to act with them, and then he will give us 30% of the harvest from the immortal tomb. The chance to form a pill. This gimmick is indeed quite big. Although the Jiang clan has the inscription ancestor in charge, they do not have any strong people in the Jindan realm. If they can break through one, it will be of extraordinary significance. Qin Yi thought about it and felt that the great elder and the clan leader might be somewhat tempted, but they did not dare to make a decision easily. So he asked again, did they say when they would go down to explore the immortal tomb? The great elder replied, it has not been stated. But it has been revealed that it is best to wait for 7 days. If the opportunity is missed after too long, the entrance to the immortal tomb will gradually be closed. 7 days. How long will it take to explore the tomb? Qin Yi asked again. The great elder shook his head, I don't know about this either. Even Taoist Ling Chong doesn't know. It is precisely because of this that we need to worry about the demon's invasion next month, so we dare not agree easily. I see. Qin Yi nodded slightly. If you want to go down to the immortal tomb to explore opportunities, you must go within 7 days. But it may not come back after a month. If the matter of the immortal tomb is not resolved by then, and the Jian clan masters are not there, it will be a disaster for the Jian clan. But think about it from another perspective, didn't those people who went into the tomb also escape disaster? Of course, this is Qin Yi's idea. Now that he is here, the people of the Jian clan are full of confidence and are not afraid of the big devil at all. The biggest reason for not going is that I'm afraid that this ancestor will be unhappy. After sorting out the relationship, Qin Yi said, as far as I know, Taoist Ling Chong still has some bottom line to push, and he can give some more benefits. If he comes again, you can say that you can agree, but we want 60% of the benefits. 60%. The great elder was shocked. It is said that the chance of forming a golden core in the immortal tomb is inevitable. If you take a 60% chance, there will basically be a powerful person in the golden core stage, or maybe even 2. The Jian clan only provides manpower and labor, but won't do any dangerous work. Yet they want 60% of the profit, which is a bit too much. Will they agree to it? The great elder felt that it was unlikely. Qin Yi said, just tell them so. It doesn't matter if they don't agree, the Jian clan won't suffer any loss anyway. As for the Jindan realm, even if we don't get the chance this time, with Zishi here, it's enough to support the rise of the Jian clan. These words were spoken with great calmness and dominance, as if everything was under control. The great elder thought to himself that as long as the ancestor was here, everything would be fine and there was really no need to worry too much. Even if they don't go to the immortal tomb, the ancestor is confident that he can send Jiang Zishi to the Jindan realm. Isn't an 18-year-old Jindan realm expert much more powerful than an old Jindan realm expert who is hundreds of years old? Who knows, maybe in a few decades, Jiang Zishi will be able to enter the inscription realm. That would truly be an unparalleled existence that could sweep away all enemies, and even the king of the snow country would have to bow down to him. In the future, the Jian clan will definitely be the largest force in the snow country. It's all up to the ancestor. Young Master Qin to order. The great elder said no more and left. The yard became quiet. Squeak tilde. The door opened and Jiang Zishi walked into the room. Brother Qin, you were so domineering just now. With an expression of admiration on her face, she said, you have been keeping a low profile since you came out of the mountains, and it was not until today that you officially intervened in the affairs of the Jian clan. Qin Yi smiled and shook his head, saying, I am just using your ancestor's name to show off my power. In fact, I am very weak. Jiang Zishi thought he was joking. She came to the bedside, got close to him, and said, What is the ancestor? He is just a big devil. You are the real peerless master. Brother Qin. I was wrong in the cellar just now. I am sorry for causing you trouble. 11er will apologize to you. As she spoke, she half knelt beside the bed, posing a humble attitude, looking up at Qin Yi, and said with watery eyes, Please punish Sir Tilder. The absolutely beautiful young lady knelt on the ground and begged for punishment. Her innocent and beautiful face was slightly tempting. No man can remain unmoved by this scene. Qin Yi couldn't help but reach out and touch her face. Very soft. Very smooth. It feels good to pinch it. Qin Yi smiled and said, Why, you're not jealous now. Jiang Zishi took the initiative to put her face in his palm and shook her head, saying, 11er doesn't dare. I was too anxious just now and lost my mind. Seeing Brother Qin and Qingyu together, there was a strange smell in the air. 11er was really, very sad at that time. She said it without any reservation. The appearance of Qingyu brought a great sense of crisis. If she didn't take the initiative, she was afraid that she would lose the favor of Senior Qin Yi. Especially, Senior Qin Yi has already tasted a little of Qinyu's beauty, and is even easier to be seduced away. She has to work harder. Hearing her brave confession, Qin Yi felt guilty. I had no other choice at the time. If I didn't help her detoxify, her blood vessels would burst and she would die. I understand, Brother Qin, you are a good person, and of course you will not watch others get into trouble. And you are also a gentleman. Even when facing a beauty like Qingyu, you can resist the temptation. Such a Brother Qin is even more likable. Jiang Zishi continued to attack and said brave words again. Qin Yi looked at her exquisite face and couldn't help but said, Why are you so stupid? Don't brainwash yourself. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm not as strong as you think, nor as righteous as you think. I don't care. Jiang Zishi straightened up, moved closer to him, and asked, Since Brother Qin said so, then, do you have a bad side? 11er wants to see it.